हेलो 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 दोस्तों, क्या हाल है? क्या हाल है? क्या हाल है? व्हाट्सअप व्हाट्सअप व्हाट्सअप। वी आर बैक विद आवर वॉच पार्टीज। कैसे हो भाई लोग? आ चुके हैं, आ चुके हैं। तो कैसे हो? कल देखा था या मैन, कल देखा था, आज भी देखेंगे। आज तुम्हारे मतलब अपने सारे भाई लोगों के साथ देखेंगे एंड एंजॉय करेंगे। थोड़ा कर लेना, मैंने देखा था कैसा क्या करना है बैठ के, क्योंकि लाइट थी नहीं। मैं मोबाइल से पूरा साफ सुफ देख रहा था कि क्या बेस्ट एक्सपीरियंस रह सकते, कैसे आप लोग और अच्छे से वॉच पार्टी एंजॉय कर सकते हो। तुम्हारे भाई ने पूरा सेटअप कर लिया है ब्रो, कोई टेंशन नहीं। लाइट आ गई, मतलब अभी भी लाइट आ गई है। वो नीचे जा भी सकती है वैसे, क्योंकि क्या बोलते हैं इसको, काम चल रहे है वैसे। अभी इन्वर्टर पे चल जाएगा तो कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। ओजी कैसा के लिए भाई? कल कल अच्छा के लिए, मतलब लास्ट गेम चिकन अनएक्सपेक्टेड था। मतलब ऐसा था कि भाई क्या हो रहा है क्या हो रहा है, बट वो जो चिकन आया ना उसमें पूरा चीज चेंज हो गया। वो बहुत बढ़िया था, मजा आया वो देख के। आज का क्या प्लान भाई? आज का ये प्लान है कि देखो, ये स्ट्रीम तो चल रहा है अपना, वॉच पार्टी तो अपन एंजॉय करेंगे ही करेंगे। साथ में ये स्ट्रीम एंड करने के बाद आप लोग रैंक पुश भी एंजॉय करना, नॉन स्टॉप रैंक पुश चलेगा एंड तक। एंड ये स्ट्रीम भी चलेगी टिल वॉच पार्टी एंड। तो मजा आएगा। देखो मेरे को भी कल मजा आया था देखने में, जो भी मैचेस थे अपने सारे। एंड आज आप लोगों के साथ देखूंगा तो और मजा आएगा। वो टाइम कब निकल जाएगा वो पता भी नहीं चलेगा। एंड होपफुली अपनी ओजी है वो डायरेक्ट फाइनल्स में पहुंच जाए, साला टॉप 5 आ जाए, बात ही खत्म हो जाए, कोई टेंशन ही नहीं। कितने मतलब पॉइंट्स की बहुत डिफरेंस भी बहुत कम है। गेस 14 पॉइंट पे हैशटैग 1 है, बट 14 पॉइंट भी निकालना ये वाले इसमें तो मुश्किल है। बट अपने भाई लोग कर लेंगे, भरोसा है उन पे। इंडियन वॉइस में देखो देखो, इंडियन वॉइस में ऐसा सीन है कि डिले। तो जो तुम्हारे भाई ने अभी सेटअप किया है ना, मैं आपको एक बार एक्सप्लेन कर देता हूँ। जैसे अपनी जो इंडियन वाली उसमें ना थोड़ा डिले आते हैं सारी चीजें, बट उसके अंदर ओजी का पीओवी दिखाते हैं, ओजी की फाइट्स दिखाते हैं। तो जब भी ओजी की फाइट होगी मैं स्विच कर दूंगा, मैंने मतलब सारे मास्टर कीज डाल रखे, तो एकदम से स्विच हो जाएगा एंड आपको सीधा जो अपनी इंडियन टीम्स की फाइट से वो देखने मिल जाएगी। वो पूरा मैंने ना वो कर दिया है, सेटअप कर दिया। वैसे अपन इंग्लिश देखेंगे पूरा, बट जो भी फाइट्स रहेगी आप लोग मिस नहीं करोगे कहीं भी। समझ लो कि 4v4 फाइट हुई तो वो आपको दिख जाएगा इंस्टेंटली, वो स्विच हो जाएगा एंड अपन एंजॉय करेंगे। क्योंकि एट द एंड अपना टारगेट वो है कि अपना अपनी इंडियन टीम को सपोर्ट करिए एंड वो और अच्छे करे। जो अभी कर रहे हो बहुत बढ़िया ही कर रहे हैं, बट होपफुली और अच्छे करे। चलो आ जाओ, अपन चलते हैं सीधा गेम स्क्रीन पे। ये सेटअप शुरू होने से पहले ही खत्म हो गया भाई। अरे ये क्या है? रुको, ये तो वही हो गया, बड़ी बड़ी बातचीत और अंदर कुछ। अरे चल रहा है ना, चल रहा है चल रहा है चल रहा है। मैं वही बोला, अभी तो सेटअप किया था, अभी पीटी हो गया क्या? आज अंग्रेजी सीखेंगे। आज माँ के नॉन स्टॉप इंग्लिश सीखो भाई, तुम्हारा भाई भी आज पूरा अंग्रेजी सीखेगा। आज के दिन में इतना मास्टरी
It's like critiques of Ralph and his gelling style.
आगे चलो,
It's definitely possible for them to
लाइव पे
maintain
चलते।
until the end of today.
And that's one thing that we're going to be keeping a close
अभी
eye
आपके
on.
लिए
As
अपन
I said
इसको म्यूट
earlier,
करते हैं, अभी बातचीत कर लेते हैं।
moving on directly
अभी साउंड थोड़ा
to the final
डाउन रखे रहो, फिर अपन बढ़ा देंगे।
to compare as we're
फेस कैम कहाँ डालना है ये बताओ, तो उसको मैं वहां डाल देता हूँ एंड स्क्रीन पे सारी चीजें हटा देता हूँ, ताकि जो मेन आपको व्यूअर एक्सपीरियंस रहे वो ज्यादा अच्छा रहे। एंड एड्स ऑफ कर देता हूँ, क्योंकि एड्स आज एक दिन नहीं कमाऊंगा चलेगा, बट देखने में मजा आना चाहिए। एट द एंड वॉच पार्टी है तो आप लोग एंजॉय करो, फुल स्क्रीन करो, एंजॉय करो। बार बार वो स्किप वाला झमेला नहीं रखते। एक सेकेंड ना, एड ऑफ करने दो। कर दिया। अब मैं क्या करो, फुल स्क्रीन एंजॉय करो, कोई इशू नहीं है। हाँ, एड्स ऑफ हो गई, अब एक भी ऐड नहीं आएगी। अगर आई ऐड तो मेरे को गाली मत देना, यूट्यूब को देना, क्योंकि मैंने मेरे एंड से बंद कर दी है। मैंने मेरे एंड से बंद कर दिया, ठीक है। कैमरा आई गेस है ना, अभी पता नहीं चलेगा, रुको गेम चालू होने दो, उसके बाद अपन कैमरे को वो कर लेते, सेट कर लेते। देखो अभी सेटअप अपना जो है वो आपको एक बार बस दिखा दूं। समझ ओजी की फाइट आई, ए आतंकी बाजी ऐसा आ जाएंगे, अब उसका आवाज भी आ जाएगा, ऐसा नहीं है कि नहीं आएगा।
वही अभी के लिए बोला है।
एज वी सेड कि हर मैच इंपॉर्टेंस रखता है काफी ज्यादा यहाँ पे। रोंडो कल आपका इतना कुछ खास गया नहीं था, आज के लिए क्या प्लान है?
थोड़ा इंटरव्यू भी देख
आई थिंक
लेते
कल
हैं।
रोंडो में अनफॉर्चुनेट कैजुअलिटी हो गई थी मेरी, उस वजह से हम खुल के नहीं खेल पाए तो, और एक कंपाउंड में स्टक होके खेलना पड़ा था हमारे को।
हिंदी अरे वो रहेगा,
लेकिन आज
टेंशन
ट्राई
मतलब वो भी
करेंगे कि
रहेगा,
कोई
इंग्लिश भी
कैजुअलिटी
रहेगा।
ना हो और खुल के खेल पाए रोंडो में।
कोई
हम
इशू नहीं।
मतलब ऐसा कि बहुत ज़्यादा फ्रेश एक सिचुएशन बना पाते हैं एक अपने अराउंड, तो आई थिंक वो चीज़ को हम ट्राई करेंगे इस बार करें आज, और जितने हो सके मैक्सिमम पॉइंट्स निकाल
मेन तो रोंडो है, अभी जो रोंडो है
एक
वो
मैप
वाला
है
बहुत मजा
जिसमें
आएगा।
डबल रिकॉल स्टार्टिंग में फिनिशेस ट्राई करेंगे लेने के, और बाद में वापस से ट्राई करेंगे प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट्स अच्छे निकाल।
आतंकी बाजी कल इरांगल के मैचेस बिल्कुल भी अच्छे नहीं गए, आज क्या बदला है इरांगल की स्ट्रेटजी में?
हिंदी बहुत
आई
लेट है,
थिंक
देखो।
इरंगल में हमारी थोड़ी फोर्स फाइट हो जा
रुको,
रही थी,
इसको कहते हैं,
और
एक बार आप
कैजुअलिटी
भी
जिसकी
देख
वजह
लो
से हो
कल
रही थी,
का
इस
क्या
वजह
हुआ
से
था,
आई थिंक
थोड़ा
लास्ट
समराइज हो
सर्कल्स
रहे,
देख नहीं पा रहे थे हम।
तो वो देखो।
वही हम ट्राई करेंगे, अभी स्टडी किया थोड़ा और देखा है बाकी टीम्स के रोटेशन पाथ्स और वो सब चीज़ें भी, तो आई थिंक अभी ट्राई करेंगे कि ना क्लैश हो उनसे और हम
सही बात
सेफली
है।
अपना जोन सिक्योर करें, और मतलब अनवांटेड फाइट्स ना हो बेसिकली।
मेन तो 3 मैन नाउ।
टू बी ऑनेस्ट कल के
सबसे
लास्ट
main
चिकन के
अपना
बाद
कल वही
वी
loss
ऑल
हुआ था
फेल्ट
कि
प्राउड।
3 man हो
हाउ
रही
द
थी
जोश यार इन द टीम, कम ऑन।
जोश इज ऑलवेज हाई, इधर आने से पहले ही
आज
आया था और अभी
Friday है
भी
ना?
हाई ही रहेगा, बिकॉज़
आज ही चलेंगे आज non-stop।
अभी पिछली बार ऐसा
Friday
हुआ था
है,
कि
ban।
हम थोड़ा लो स्पिरिट हो गए थे जब स्टार्टिंग में
Friday है
अच्छे
भाई।
मैचेस नहीं गए थे, लेकिन इस बार वैसा कुछ मतलब किसी के भी फेस पे वैसा दिख नहीं रहा, तो आई थिंक वो एक
आज
बहुत बड़ा
Friday है
चेंज
भाई।
है हमारे में,
आज हो गया।
आई थिंक थोड़ा बेटर कर पा रहे हैं।
आई थिंक हमने बहुत कुछ सीखा है पिछले कुछ समय से। एक बार ताव हो जाए मुझको को, एक बार हो जाए। लेट्स गो, थैंक यू सो मच, दैट वाज आतंकी, दिस इज स्पीडो, थैंक यू सो मच।
भाई 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 आज 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 पाजी मारेंगे भाई नॉन स्टॉप। बस देखो आपको जो ये वाला एक्सपीरियंस है ना, ये मेरे को देना है, मतलब जो अपना जो इंडियन टीम का सारा मसाला है ना, मैं चाहता हूँ वो आप मिस ना करो, क्योंकि एट द एंड तुम यहाँ पे सपोर्ट कर रहे अपनी इंडियन टीम को, तो ये सारी चीजें मैं ट्राई करूंगा। देखो मैं भी ऐसे इंसान हूँ, धब 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 जो मेरे को करना है, आई विल ट्राई माई बेस्ट कि मैं वो चीज करूँ। एंड बाकी तो पूरा मैच ही देखेंगे, प्रॉपरली मैच जो है पूरा एंड तक ही देखेंगे, बट वो है कि बीच बीच में जो अपने फाइट्स मिस हो रही है वो ना हो, वो आपको दिखे। तो या बाकी भाई लोग सभी के सभी लोग लाइक कर दो। देखो लाइक में कमी नहीं आनी चाहिए, ये सिर्फ तुम्हारे लिए है ये सब।
Coops said that I'm showing up here for them, Natura.
Yes, he did. It was so nice to see that comeback from Coops that we've been
कल
waiting
तुम्हारे
for
भाई ने सिर्फ एक या
forever,
दो
it
मैच
feels
नहीं
like.
देखे थे,
And
ये
he's,
क्या आ रहा है
he's just
बीच में?
really great addition to the team. You know, we've
इसको
been
भी
talking
बंद
about
कर
Ning
दो।
Galaxy a little
तो
bit, but
सारी
it
चीजें
feels
बंद कर
like
दूंगा।
the team is just finally melded with him back on the squad here. So very, very fun to see that and how that evolves today.
Yeah, for them, it has to
इसको
be
यहाँ
that
नीचे डाल
synergy
दे,
that
तो
we were able
कोने
to
में।
spot yesterday. Remember,
Yes, yes,
one
रहेगा।
fight that just stands out for me, and we even got a
वो
chance to
ऐसा-
talk about it with Coops, was when they were fighting with Lord. The synergy that they were having, one was throwing an A, one
और
was
छोटा
pushing
कर
as
ले
well.
तो।
That's what you want to see out of that squad that
Done
wants
see।
to be in the top 5.
That is an S tier push.
गॉडलाइक
right
मैच
there.
क्या है,
Then
कल
onto
है,
the side
आज
of
एक
Ozzy
ग्रुप
on
का
the
ही है,
crit side.
कल
You're
से
making sure
2
that
दिन
Titi
गॉडलाइक
Split
के
are
रहेंगे।
getting pushed by Goatee,
भाई
so just
कल
making
मेन मजा आएगा।
everything, put all your eggs in
माने
such a
मैजिक
basket. I love
on
that
top
pull
है
from
कि
that
नहीं?
squad. And I just hope
कल
we see a
कल
similar
वाला और
result
इंटरेस्टिंग
today,
रहेगा।
because Ningma Galaxy finally they're back on the map 7. It is so
No
nice
kill
to
feed।
see.
I'm happy to see it, especially
काम
when
करता
they
हूँ
were
यहाँ
getting
रख
that
देता हूँ।
second place, third place in
बात ही
globals.
खत्म, bro।
Maybe in this one, with the way they're
सब
performing,
कुछ दिखेगा।
they're going to be pushing
मैं
for
भी-
that first place and finally break out of
मैं
that
भी
second
देखूंगा,
or
सारी
third.
चीजें दिखेगी।
But
बस
one
एक
team that
kill
we've
feed है।
been keeping a close eye on
Right,
is
state
none other
map
than
भी है, सारा
OG.
दिख
We've
रहा।
been wanting them to see
कोई
be
issue नहीं।
aggressive, and they were able to showcase it here perfectly.
I want you guys to check out this clip,
सारी
because
चीजें
right
दिख
now
रही है
what we
bro।
wanted to see from Orangutan is confidence, willingness to be aggressive. Here, they get the knock right onto a play of Ningma Galaxy, and really they're surrounded. There's Ulf, there's Aurora in the distance. They don't have any option when they have their heels up against
कॉर्नर
the
देखते ना
wall.
अभी,
That
देखो
is
मैच
when
चालू होगा
they
तो पता
decide to
चलेगा
get
कि क्या है।
aggressive. And we love to see it, because here they get together, they get all fully focused on Ningma Galaxy,
एक सेकंड।
wrapping around the corner, and they just fully send it, fully committing to the engage, and they eliminate Ningma Galaxy like it was nothing. It was literally the best fight we've ever seen from an Indian team globally in years, it feels like. I want to see more of this. Please, Orangutan, this was fantastic.
It was so nice. I mean, yes.
Very involved there, sorry.
I love it. I love it. I love
चलो।
the passion behind it.
Yes, we need that passion.
हिंदी
here
लगाओ।
now. I
अरे
really
हिंदी
agree.
में थोड़ा
I
delay।
want to see
भाई
a
लोग
little bit
हिंदी में
more
delay।
from Orangutan,
अपन
just like
इंग्लिश आज आ जाना, आज आपको ना इंग्लिश क्लासेस भी है साथ में, नॉट ओनली मैचेस, आप इंग्लिश भी सीखो एंड साथ साथ में जो अपना मैचेस है वो भी देखो, क्योंकि हिंदी में डिले आपको वो मजा नहीं आएगा देखने में कि वहां पे क्या चल रहा है क्या नहीं, वो बहुत डिले में दिख जाएगा। एपेक्स की जर्सी पहनो, अरे वो नीचे पड़ी है यार, मस्त एकदम। आपकी नजर गए? अरे भाई मेरी नजर चैट में है भाई, मेरी नजर स्क्रीन पे है ही नहीं, आप जो सोच रहे हो है ही नहीं, मैं एकदम चैट में देख रहा अभी। अभी मैं आप लोगों से बातचीत कर रहा हूँ, यहाँ वहां नहीं देख रहा हूँ, टेंशन मत लो। स्टार्टिंग टाइम आई गेस 4:20 होते, कल 4:20 था मेरे ख्याल से, अभी आज का आई डोंट नो क्या है क्या नहीं।
Not, and I know Kalari's got a chance to talk to
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Fury coach.
Exactly. ये हो गया।
Hi, Kalaris here at Pmwc for day number 2 of the group stage here at EWC 26. I've got Knight with me from Furia to talk about a few things from the games from yesterday, because we've got big expectations of Furia.
इंग्लिश ना हिंदी, ए भाई ए तुम लोग भाई गेम देखो ना, इंग्लिश में तुम यहाँ वहाँ क्या देख रही हो? आज जी टॉप 5 पक्का है, देखो कंसिस्टेंट रहना है, रोंडो बहुत अच्छा जाना चाहिए, बहुत अच्छा नहीं तो सिर्फ किल्स आ जाए तो भी सही है, थोड़े जबरदस्त मार दिया अपने बंदों ने तो हो जाएगा। एंड बाकी सारी मैच में 4-5 पॉइंटर भी आते रहे बैक टू बैक, 4-5 पॉइंटर्स आते रहे तो भी सही है, तो हो जाएगा टॉप 5 आ जाएंगे अपन।
Today bring them all
और वो एक
together,
कंसिस्टेंट रहना
and also the
पड़ेगा।
fact
बीच में एक
that
चिकन
we
आ गया,
were not
ओए
using
ओए
the
ओए
past like
मजे आ
5
जाएंगे।
months to be in a bad position in the table. So
Okay.
this was kind of an impact, a new thing for us.
Yeah.
Because you were always like
भाई
qualified for
बड़ा
the finals
अरीना
or in
बनाया
a
इन लोगों
top
ने,
3,
तगड़ा
4,
बनाया।
and find yourselves in like bottom 15 or something like this. We were kind of, dude, what is going on?
Yeah.
And this
पहले मैच में
like,
12 पॉइंट आए,
make you feel a little bit
अभी
outside
अपने
of,
कितने आई
of your
गेस
comfort
40
zone.
की
But
लाइन में
was
ना
good that happened the
कुछ
first day because now we can
Points table
take a
लिखने
deep breath, know that we just can go forward, not back anymore.
That's fair. That's
Six
fair.
again.
So let's be a bit more specific then, right? The Erangel game, I thought that you guys, in the field Erangel game, you guys had a 2-2 split, which technically could be quite good, but you held it for a long time, and then
Yeah.
obviously kind of got punished.
अभी
off the
अपने
back of
देखो
that.
45
What do you think about
तो
that
भाई
game?
लोग
Do
क्या
you
लग
think the
रहे
2-2 split was
एंड ऑफ
too
द
long?
डे,
What's your perspective?
ठीक है?
I think the
आज
idea
जब
was
दिन
actually
एंड हो रहे
good because
तो व्हाट
we
डू यू
would
थिंक कि
provide
आज
cover
कितने
for
पॉइंट्स
each
जा रहे हैं
other.
अपन?
Yeah.
The main problem was that Flash.
अगर
they
मैं
had
मेरी गिनती
so
बताऊं,
many space for them in
Yeah.
the north side of the map. No one was putting pressure on them.
90
ended up having
80
their
80
own, like,
85 90
north,
80 to 90 के लाइन
east
में
side
होना
of the
चाहिए
map.
वैसे,
Yeah.
So
And 80
since
to
no one
90
was
में
applying pressure on
top
them,
5 आ
we
जाएंगे
were
क्या?
a little bit exposed
वो भी एक
for
मुश्किल
them
है,
pushing us because they had
मारना
one
तो
player
पड़ेगा
in
इनको,
check.
90
The
के ऊपर जाना
right
पड़ेगा तो टॉप 5 हो
side,
जाएगा।
so the other two guys couldn't help the
95
other two
95
guys,
तक
so
जाना
we kind
पड़ेगा,
of splitted.
तो क्या रहेगा कि भाई टॉप 5 आ जाएंगे अपन, बट वो ये एक मैच ओनली वन मैच हो जाएगा सीधा टॉप 5।
It happens. I think you're right. I think Flash had
नीचे
so
वाली
much
टीम्स
for
भी
it to
एकदम
go
क्लोज
through.
ही है,
So that really benefited them.
7 पॉइंट
Finally, the Miramar
7 8
was
9
obviously
वही से
a bit of a hard time with Los Leones. I mean, for a lot
90
of
90 तक लेके जाना पड़ेगा, 95 90
anything
95
like that.
तो इजी अपना सीधा स्किप हो जाएगा,
Outside Los
सर्वाइवल वाला
Leones
कुछ होगा ही नहीं।
and inside Los Leones, which I think is smart if it
2 मिनट में
shifts
चिकन
away,
इनकमिंग,
but then you kind of
तो अगर वो आ गए ना, अब जो बोलो वो,
dysfunction at the junction, as it were. So
अब
talk to me
जो
about
बोलो
that.
वो करेंगे,
So I
कोई
think
इशू
actually
नहीं।
the idea wasn't to have this split because the main
okay.
problem was like we had an idea of getting like the building the exits of Los Leones,
Yeah.
but like 40 got ahead of us, so we
अबे
had to
OG के
do
owner
a
का
quick,
interview
like,
चल रहा है,
change
देखना है क्या?
of position,
Yeah.
and the last two guys
देखने गए यहाँ पे थोड़ा क्या बातचीत चल रही।
Paris तो थोड़ा सा मजे तो करने बनते ही हैं, but Yash, how do you feel like EWC happening in Paris?
Yeah, I think it's a great move due to the political situation around the world. I think Paris was the next destination they chose, and the production's really good. The city is really nice. The weather's great, and yeah, ready to see some action. Ready to see boys play really well and represent a great country.
Absolutely. How does it feel to represent India once again?
Yeah, I
Boys,
think
second time है ना इनका?
we are really grateful.
Second ने बहुत
The
अच्छा
team's
कर लिया,
really
पहली
grateful
बार
as
में
well.
थोड़ा
They've
choke हो गया
worked
था।
really hard over the past 3 years to get opportunities like this, and they were in Nepal as well practicing with the boys, and yeah, overall feels great.
I mean, I know, you know, boys work really hard throughout these years. They were doing that, but अभी भी जो Indian scene की success है वो international stage पे नहीं दिख रही. What do you think we lack still?
No, I think we just lack coming here more often and playing international lobbies on a regular basis. I don't think there's a lot of gap in terms of skill. I think experience is what we really lack, and this time I don't think there are any excuses of not doing well. We need to self-reflect, either us or Godlike, however we play. If we do well, it's great. If we don't do well, we need to self-reflect and make sure that whichever teams come next time, they are much more prepared. And yeah, I think the Indian lobby
देखो
is
बात
doing
तो
really
सही है,
well.
last time आए
And,
पूरा
yeah,
देख लिया
hopefully
कि
this
क्या है क्या
time
नहीं.
there'll be
And,
someone going to the finals, either us or Godlike or both of them.
अपने मारो,
Hopefully,
ये
but
lobby
yeah,
में
it will be a
मारो.
good EWC for sure.
All right, the game is getting bigger. Esports is getting bigger. What do you think about all these games that are happening here at EWC?
Yeah, I think it's absolutely amazing. Over 24 titles being contested. So many partner teams also doing really well. Really, fingers crossed for SATOL and Godlike to kind of do something and make sure they climb up the club championship leaderboards. So yeah, wishing all of them luck. Saying hi and thank you to everyone who is watching from India. And keep supporting the boys regardless of
दुनिया ही
the
देख रही
games,
है bro India से.
regardless of anything. Let's just
पूरी
play
दुनिया ही देख
fair
रही है.
and give it all.
All right, thank you so much, Yash, हमारे साथ बात करने के लिए. It was
SATOL
lovely to
क्यों?
have
अरे
you
वो
here.
क्लब है
Thank you
ना
so much, guys.
SATOL
See
और
you and
Godlike
all
के
the
क्लब
best.
से
That is-
EWC में, तो उसके लिए बोल.
And Yash Panushali from Paris.
कुछ कितने 50 क्लब होते, तो वो हिसाब से भाई ने बोले. बढ़िया है. मतलब है, इनको भी पता है कि भाई अभी देने गए. बाकी चलो लेट्स गो स्टेज पे आगे.
But one thing remains the same. Every teams want to avoid
स्टार्ट हुआ बे?
these bottom
नहीं
three
हुआ.
at all
मैं
costs.
बैठा ही हूँ
Just
ब्रो,
6
नहीं होने
more
दूंगा
matches
स्टार्ट.
inside your face.
टेंशन
And
मत
if you
लो.
weren't feeling the pressure yesterday, you're certainly going to be feeling it today.
मैच स्टार्ट करेगा,
Because
रुको मैं
Kings
बोलता
are
हूँ.
going
एक
to be
सेकंड.
crushed. And so, it's time to close out Group A with
Hello?
a bang, starting with Furia.
प्लीज थोड़ा मैच शुरू करना. अच्छा एंट्री दिखा रही. ओके दिखते. ओके बाय. एंट्री दिखा रही. देखो बोल दिया है.
Team Flash. Go team.
भाई बट मेरे को ये नहीं पता कि कौन सी टीम कहाँ की है, इसके लिए माफ करना.
Thundertalk Gaming. X-Force Rejects.
Oran Guten.
Kiwum Derricks.
ये कोरियन है.
Galaxy.
भाई तो सीरियस है राइट वाला.
Esports.
ये पाकिस्तान की टीम है. मेरे को 2-4 पते हैं भाई.
Orangutan.
भारत की टीम है. ले लपेटो मार किया.
Gaming Stars.
ये नहीं पता.
Aurora Gaming. Al Hula Club Esports.
अल्लुल्ला क्लब.
Team RRQ.
सारा RRQ सुन के वो लक्सी जक्सी वाला वाइब आते होते.
And finally, Ulf Esports. We've reached the
Stage
moment
तो है
where
भाई,
every
क्या
decision counts.
दिया है bro,
Our players
space
are
क्या
ready
दिया
to
है.
give it everything they've got and prove they
क्या
belong
space दिया है
at the
bro
top.
stage पे.
5 teams watch and wait from the finals lobby. 8 fight for survival and 3 are sent packing. It's time for day 2 of the PMWC group stage at EWC 2026.
डिले भाई लोग डिले. क्या बोलते हैं ये डिले.
Teams from all over the world prepare for battle on the Gdynia City grid over the next 4 days. Players from all corners of the world looking to make their mark and laser focused on the title of PMWC champion. GK Esports,
AGL, Team Flash,
Goat Team,
ये
Thundertalk,
कल की एंट्री है ना, ये मैंने मिस की थी.
DRX,
Team RQ, Aurora Gaming.
Let's go भाई लोग, now it's time.
The journey to find
पूरा
the most
कैसा खड़े हैं ब्रो एक
talented
दूसरे
team
के
in the
सामने.
world.
यहाँ पे शांत करे लॉबी में लो एक दूसरे से.
Could be possible. It's all up. He gets one. Can he do the drop down?
ये चिकन था ना,
The shots.
ये सही था.
He's got them on a broadside.
ब्रो ये बहुत ज्यादा आवाज आ रहा.
Take down the down player
थोड़ा कम आवाज करने दो.
Duo chicken dinner. Not
quite connecting. The shotgun is ringing out over the bonnet.
अरे मैंने देखा था एक बंदा ऐसा खेल रहा था, कोई नाम नहीं पता, ऐसा खेल रहा था ऐसा।
Killer Joe gets it done.
आज भी दिखेगा, मैं बता। ओ यही था, I guess, क्या क्या क्या।
He gives him a reason to remember the name as well. Ragnarok's time as well and truly pass. There's the shot over onto Aurora. OG, bring it on home with a last chicken dinner in a day.
Equinox, अरे वो नहीं, यहाँ पे बोल रहा हूँ। ऐसा।
You've been wonderful today, Paris. Give yourself a pat on the back. Man, it's insane.
Hi there, guys, and welcome back for day 2 here
Alright,
at
bhai, log, shuru ho
PMWC
rahe.
at EWC. It is me, Blank, as well as Mr. Hot Cheeks, who's joining me here today. Very excited to get into this one. We have 6 more matches so far of Group A to get ourselves through today.
Bro, 6 मैच में 3 टीम्स
some teams will be
घर की
going home
टिकट
today.
पकड़ेगी,
Some
टॉप
keys will be getting crushed, Hot Jukes.
साउंड इंक्रीज करो। अब रुको, मैं एक चीज कर
3
लेता
to
हूँ।
be
भाई
exact.
मिस कर रहे सुपर
3
चैट, मैं दिखता
teams,
रुको।
keys, dreams are going to be all done.
बता ना भाई
at
लोग
the
कितना
end
आवाज चाहिए।
of today. So this is a huge opportunity,
ठीक है,
right?
मेरे लिए
to
नहीं बढ़ा ला, तुम्हारे लिए
Put
बढ़ा रहा हूँ।
yourselves in the running for that top
बस।
5. I mean, we still have 6 matches left to go. That's still plenty of time,
Push।
right? Even for the teams all the way at the bottom
और बढ़ाओ।
to make it happen. But if you are in those bottom ranks,
देखो बता ना कितना आवाज
you
चाहिए।
really need to
तो
get
मैं
it done here and
बढ़ा
now.
रहा हूँ।
Rondo is the match to do it.
We do have Thunder Talk down towards the bottom side of the tables right now. It's a tough position.
गया रे,
to be
पहला
in,
मैच मुझे लग रहा है
right?
शुरू हो गया है।
Again, I think
घुस
that
चुके हैं
China
लोग।
has come in swinging this time around, but has it been enough so far? One team
हो गया,
is
ये lobby में
at
खड़े हो।
risk of elimination right now.
हाँ, lobby
Luna,
में।
they were able to eliminate
Defending
Alpha
round
7, but can they save themselves here right now this year to make their way through? I think that it's an interesting one, especially for Geeke. Again, there wasn't a massive amount of hopes and dreams laid on this
हिंदी
team,
अरे
but
भाई लोग
they
हिंदी
have
डिले
surprisingly
तो अपन
performed
हिंदी नहीं
so
लगा
far.
रहे
It's been
बीच बीच
nice
में
to see they came out
मैं
swinging
जो
with
भी
the chicken
फाइट्स
dinner.
रहेगी वो मैं आपको
Start of the
दिखा
day
दूंगा अपनी ओजी
yesterday,
की टेंशन
but again, we talked about it
इसके लिए मैं
during
बैठा
the STC Rewind.
No stress,
for
bro.
Four Thrives, yeah, Rewind. Four Thrives looking great. They are still looking great, and I think they will continue to look great going to today. They had a strong Rondo. Do you think it's going to happen again?
It's going to be tough, right?
Let's
I
go.
think that Rondo being that map that is so
पहला
important
मैच
here, I
शुरू
think
हो रहा।
everybody
जय
did
माता
their
दी।
homework to another level last night.
Yeah.
And
Hopefully
they're
भाई
gonna mix
पहला
things up.
मैच
I mean, I know
कुछ
one
ना
team in
करके 10
particular
पॉइंटर
for
आ जाए तो
sure
भी
is
बहुत
Enigma
सीधे।
Galaxy because they
10
got taken
pointers
out
से
immediately
ऊपर वाला मैच गया
on
तो
that
बहुत
Rondo
सीधे।
there. And they said that, no, yeah, Team Flash, they hunted us down. And I think that the whole lobby at this stage, they saw that, right? They're like, you know what? We're at risk of this happening. You know, even Four Thrives, I've got to maybe think twice here. So, hey, make those changes, make it happen, and get it done here for match number 1.
Let's go, man.
As
क्या
it looks
plane उड़
like
चुका
we
है।
got the plane going. Let's get this started.
And we are down towards the south portion of the map for day number 2. As we get into it, this is the last day for Group A, the last day for some of these teams to make their mark here and progress into the rest of PMWC. But for some
भाई तो
teams,
earphone,
it
अरे
will
एक earphone
be the
game sound
final
एक noise
hurdle that
cancellation।
will trip them up.
वो
So we can make
earphone
happen.
नहीं है।
This is a difficult circle. It's a difficult play
Body
path,
by
sorry,
देखो,
here on Rondo down towards the
14
south
point
side.
का
Doesn't really
difference है
open up
से।
a lot of the northwest. There's going to be some long shoots
But ये
here
game अगर 10
for
pointer
some of
रहते
our
तो
squads. Stadium
top
a little
3 आ
bit
सकते।
hard to make your way on over. But for Enigma Galaxy, you hope that they have figured out a solution, potentially. Aurora as well. I don't think they were able to get as much action as they might have liked over towards Yulin. There was a lot of fighting in Neox Factory.
But yeah, you can see here, no double plane path, just the southern one. You can see the team starting to hop on out. You got to make sure that you protect that single player going for that recall. That is so important here. And
No double plane paths.
Yeah, no double plane paths.
Oh, anymore.
No, that's right. That's correct. Yeah, nothing, not going to happen. We got just a single one here. And you know what? One opportunity for a lot of these teams, right, like we were talking about earlier, to get it done. And you can see that Neox factory area is hot.
यहाँ तो
as
धपाधप
well as
चालू हो गया, bro।
Danching. And you can see Thunder Talk. That is the team that needs to make it happen here big time, getting into it with AGAL.
It's a scary team to get into it, though, because
teams
yesterday
हैं यहाँ पे,
Maple looked
बाप रे बाप,
fantastic
Neon Factory।
on the initial approach. Shing underneath from Thunder Talk, but AJ does open up onto Maple of all teams. But I am getting word that is a potentially a rehost coming through. We will wait and see.
और आना शुरू किया। अरे
And it is
knock
the
दिया
truth.
OG ने।
We're not lying to you. So in the meantime, we will have to wait for that one. But I think most of the players probably not unhappy about that, considering it's quite a difficult
Start हुआ क्या?
plane to start things off down towards that south side in Danxing. It forced a lot of teams
अबे
out of the
restart कर
way.
दिया क्या?
But then we
वो
did get
साला अभी
east,
तो
so
दिखा था kill feed किसी ने तो
that
मारा था.
wasn't too bad for the squads.
Rehost हो गया लग रहा है.
No big deal here. You know what I'm saying? We get a little bit more time.
ए भाई
to
अभी
talk about
kill
these
feed
teams,
दिखा
get a little
जिसे
more time
देखा
for
अपने
these
इंडियन
teams
टीम ने
to
मारा
kind of
ले मारा
prep
की री करो.
figure out how
वापस
they're
से
going to make
शुरू
this
करो.
happen here, because 24, they got just these next few
Rehost
hours
हो गया ना.
to either stay here in Paris or
एक ही
go
ना
home.
मतलब मैं सिर्फ OG देख
And
पाया
they
नाम
wanna
नहीं पढ़ पाया. एक
definitely
नॉक दिया
extend
था.
their life just a little bit further here. So looking at the leaderboards, let's break that down, right? So top 5, again, folks, those are going to be the ones moving straight to the finals. Bottom 3 are going home. That's it
Rio,
for
yeah.
today. And those teams in between
Lo
heading
Rondo
into that
Gumo
survival
yeah.
stage. So you have in 5th place KRX tied with Aurora with 47 points. OG with that chicken dinner on that last game, right? Were able to
हाँ
really
तो मैं
make
चालू
things
है
happen.
ब्रो चालू है नहीं हुआ रियोस.
But
ये क्या था?
it does look like we are hearing.
We lied.
नहीं
Yeah,
kill
we
भी आ
lied.
गया.
Psych!
We lied!
Psych!
We're back in.
We're here.
Disregard all previous conversation because we are back here on Rondo.
नहीं नहीं renew हुआ भाई
I am
लोग renew हुआ.
excited for it
Continue है.
to go to another rehost.
एक kill है अपना.
But for the time being,
OG
we'll
के ने
treat
एक मारे.
this as real life,
That's correct.
real stakes on the line. Juicy stakes at that. As T24 opens up onto
मार
one
मार.
for the second.
मार दिया रे. ये मेरे एंड से नहीं है. देखो मैं आपको दिख रहा हूँ हेलो कैसे हो.
Cannot take him down. T24 brings the gore in
मार दिया रे
Neox.
गैट्री में.
Tell you what, 1v2, baby, that was real and that was live. That's how you get it done. T24 getting revenge for his teammates. Valak ends up going down, so they are stuck with 2. I'm sure IQ is going to be out there getting them back up here in just a couple of
Rios,
seconds.
नहीं हुआ भाई लोग नहीं हुआ.
Beautiful play to start things off. The group of death has not disappointed at all.
And again, I mean,
वाले कहाँ गए? सारे जिंदा तो
hearing
है.
Max say this is the deathy group. It is kind of. He's not wrong. T24 even taking a tumble there.
और
That's
ऊपर चढ़ जाओ
Ayala,
ना.
who has been quite a strong member for Furious. Sadly, they are quite down
मार
on
रहे
the
भाई ये तो
numbers
बम्बा
at the
बम चल
moment.
रही सीधा.
Whoa!
हिंदी अरे भाई
was
लोग
that
हिंदी
fourth
में
right
डिले.
just
बात मैं
out?
नो वरना मैं कर लेता.
Okay,
बहुत डिले.
4T struggle. T24 is able to get 2 elims for them, but that is a disastrous result for them. Again, always difficult to see where other players went down. We did have a slight blackout during the middle of that, so couldn't quite see where the 4th player actually
मर
left.
गई
but
है क्या
it
है?
might have
मैं
been
यार
Flash.
वो
Yeah,
पूरा
it may
skip
have
ही हो
been
गया अपने.
Flash again.
And we were just
on
talking
the
about
hunt.
that.
Yeah.
We were, right? I was just saying, like, hey, you know what?
Hot drop पे
Even
क्या
if
हुआ है?
you're
OG
fourth
मर गई है,
rise, you
reset हो
gotta
गई
be
है, क्या है?
concerned here because
Recall
you're at
का
the
इसमें
top of the
पता भी नहीं
leaderboards.
लगा.
If someone's going to hunt you down, that's the squad to do it. And unfortunately for them, they go out early. Hey, huge opportunity, right, for these teams right below them to surpass them on the
पूरी गई.
leaderboards.
Recall नहीं
Yeah,
मिला
Rondo
इनको.
is like very much a good map for saving your
काम
run.
पे
A
चीज़
lot
हो
of
गया
times,
इसमें.
Silence opening up. Yeah, Chief is down. We get a quick replay. This is Flower H. It's actually the fight versus Thunder Talk, which was going fairly badly. Now, Flower H was having an absolutely sick day yesterday in terms of the damage numbers, and that is a quick spin around.
टेबल टॉपर ही गई
Did they
डायरेक्ट.
fully go out though? Let's take a quick look on the leaderboards. Yeah, all gamers, 4 players alive. They look good. They were able to reset on that one. That's
I
fantastic.
guess OG भाई लोग reset हो गई.
I don't know where
यहाँ से मर
exactly
के reset हो गई.
IQ was because he wasn't in the fight with this team. But he was, I guess, tried to go to a recall tower, got caught out, unfortunately. And that's them done and dusted. Hey, the rest of the lobby's still here, though. 15 teams. Allah, Claws, trying to hit some cheeky shots using that stairwell. Silence is down to 1 HP. He gets the knock. And Claws gets naded. Rest of the team, I think, is just a little bit too far to support. Actually, never mind. Yeah, right behind him. Quick is there to challenge Furia. Chief gonna throw down some smokes to try to get his teammate up here. But with this fight slowing down, yeah, I think Quick is like, oof, this is a little bit too late to start this push.
Yeah, he's in the struggle bus now. And again, this is one of the situations where it's actually very hard to deal with it. Because the amount of sightlines you can kind of angle off
हिंदी
here
करो
with the
देखो भाई लोग
smokes,
उसमें
Quick's
delay चल रहा है
almost
देखो.
certainly
अभी जो
gonna go
fight हुई ना
down.
उसके
Silence
अंदर
just
अभी
has
हुई
to
है.
play
मैं आपको
right-hand
दिखाता हूँ.
side. Chief just needs
देखो
to eke
इतना
his
delay
way
चल
up
रहा
on
है.
the left-hand side here.
देखना है तो मैं
He
रेडी
has
हूँ
to
करने
hit a
को. मेरे को
nasty
इशू नहीं
grenade
है.
to even
उसमें
hopefully
अभी
clutch
ये
this
चल
one
रहा
out,
है.
but he's only got one
उसमें ये वाली
chance,
fight
and
चल
that's
रही
it.
है
Stun
अभी.
grenade goes out, and a
बताओ,
nade over the
चलेगा.
top of it.
ये
And
हिंदी
he's
है.
forced off the edge here,
जो
so now
अभी
they
आपको
control
स्क्रीन
the
पे दिख रहे
entirety of the high
ऊपर
ground.
वाला वही से डिले है बट काफी डिले.
They need these points
यहाँ पे
pretty
क्या
bad
अपन
now.
थोड़ा आगे
Just
चल
with
रहे.
this
1 मिनट
performance
आगे चल
alone,
रहे.
right? Just 3 eliminations that
और
puts them
अपन
out
यही
of that
देखते ना
bottom
इंग्लिश
3.
तो इंग्लिश
But
कोई सुनी. तुम
yeah,
मेरी
this is
मेरी
an
आवाज सुन लो. मैं
opportunity
हिंदी में
to
बात
do
कर रहा हूँ.
such a good game that it sets you up for the rest of this day. I mean, heck, a win here with double-digit eliminations, that puts them in the running for top 5, literally. So, not the worst start. They got 3 elims so far. They still have all their players up. Let's see what they can do.
It's an interesting approach from Malula, though, because the entirety of Neox is very quiet, considering that original playing path. But all 4 players from Malula are here, which means that if they do lose this engagement versus Furia, that's all the chances gone here.
Nice pre-fire there from Ayala, and they end up catching a great return fire there from Yasser. Silence on that back end. Quick gonna go ahead and hold behind this coverage. Chief running out this other angle, though, that's gonna make things interesting. But you're right, yeah, Aula fully committed to Neox Factory, and so far it's working, and they are racking up the points.
Much needed points as well, and in 12th place they have dragged themselves out of what was a danger zone earlier. Just Silence left remaining now. Sticky bomb, no helmet, which is kind of the most disastrous thing about this. So many sightlines to deal with on the other side. Pretty hard approach, but they already got the reset in. Pull themselves back into play. That's over towards Fong Tun, though. Man, they got a journey ahead of them.
Yeah, they do. So that I was wondering, like, should Silence even think about like pushing this right now with the rest of his team so far away? Yeah, probably not. He needs to survive and hold on a little bit longer. You definitely want that recall life. Just for the time being. Next zone just popping up, goes dead center here. The problem is you got that river just chopping right through the center of it. If that zone does hard shift on over to that left side, it's going to make things pretty difficult. But let's look at this here. Thunder Talk, X-Force Rejects. The teams at the bottom battling it out here. It looks like X-Force Rejects are going to get 3. Oh, getting shot in the back, though. That's Ulf from downtown. Sneaking that knock. But it looks like they should be able to get this res. Oh, actually, don't forget the res. They go for this final elimination. They say, we need these points. And AJ does a great job of holding him off with that shotgun.
That's the worst for well. Through the banister. Catches another. AJ looking good right now. Quick step out on the side. Could push over towards the stairs. Taking more damage coming through from Doc right now. But there are flushes to be had. More eliminations is all really Thunder Talk's looking for in this moment.
Don't see me. Don't see me. Like, I'm not here. I'm not here. Don't look. Don't turn around. Oh, did he miss him again? No, he spotted him there. So he gets the elimination. X-Force do get a little bit of time to now reset this and get this fight done. Shiva's running in all by himself, though. Got to be careful here. As AJ is putting in the work. And he is taking on this one all by himself. But finally, Shiva shuts him down.
Nice try, Ray.
Almost 1v4. Honestly, it was very,
almost
very close. It was the fact that he got that cheeky angle through the door frame. That might have just been a 1v4 coming through from AJ. Think X-Force should be able to get a reset on that one, but it feels very uncomfortable. Aurora's looking in that direction. Ulf's looking in that direction too. There is a lot of teams that have sight lines towards them. But you can see here Aurora and Ulf now on the move. The pressure got alleviated slightly over towards X-Force Rejects, but we'll wait and see.
That'd be a huge break for them if that's the case. Yeah, if you're X-Force Rejects, if you're Shiva, right now you're just like, where is the nearest recall tower? Problem is that we're already in stage 2, and with that water in the center of this area here, it's going to make it so difficult. We'll see if that does end up being the case. Looking on over to Aurora, top with 3 eliminations to start things off, looking very, very good here. Quick getting a knock onto Silent, so it looks like Aula is going to be challenging that last player of Furia. They ended up getting that. And now, as a matter of fact, Igor is starting to get in the rest of the zone, but the other 2 are still deep, deep in the blue.
Yeah, I mean,
3,000 meters bahar hai zone ke 3,000 meters.
Position where they can play this one out. Right now, it's a lot of driving, a lot of gasoline required too. Enigma Galaxy still doing the weird thing though. They're doing these 2-2 splits where they send 2 players very far and then they got stragglers behind. I can't tell if it's to try and secure location far side of the circle and then hopefully put in towards the other side sooner as the circle pops. But it's super risky. It's a really, really super risky strategy. It's working out right now, And they're playing it
But वो है कि right
decently.
side ज़्यादा है, दिखने है तो ज़्यादा है.
But again, Ralph's the
ठीक है,
same dude who
geek के
came
साथ
up
fight
with
हो
the heel
सकती है.
strap, right?
Right? Yeah,
Which
yeah.
was real corny.
Geek अपने बारी आ रही.
He's all for corny strategies, but they work. They do work.
So, sometimes you got to think outside the box, and you know.
Yeah,
या
well,
तो वो
maybe
geek
he's
वहाँ
an
से निकल
innovator.
जाएगी,
Maybe
reach से
I'm
तो
wrong.
बढ़िया.
Maybe corny is not the way to call it.
Who knows, right? I mean, you know what?
Like
It's
an
one of those
opposite way.
50-50s, right? If it doesn't work out, he's an idiot, and if it does work out, he's a genius,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
So that's the
Right
way-
now he's a genius.
Yeah,
so,
now
yeah.
he nailed it, right? So with this hard shift on over to the left side, that's going to make
Yeah,
things
bro,
pretty
यहाँ पे
tough
open है तो
as
PT
the
है.
water is in play. Let's see what Ralph can do if
कोई
he
भी एंगल बना के
can
मार देगा.
bring out some more of those
मुश्किल है बचना मुश्किल
1,000
है.
IQ plays. He's going to be holding this dip right now. And we're going to see Aurora.
भाई
right
लोग
down
थोड़ा
the road from,
chat में
Revis,
positivity करो यार.
putting on a little bit of
Hard
suppressive
spam
fire,
करो.
holding this coverage for now, just making it annoying for Ralph to move.
थोड़ा hard spam करो.
Reefers yesterday, an immortal man in the lobby. Difficult to remove him here on Rondo. Last pair alive, but was such a problem for RRQ for such a long time. There's a bit more loot on side, but you're right. What we have now, and you alluded to it earlier, is just the river that cuts right through.
Crossbow लेके घूम रहा है गड्ढे
Plenty of
मारने
water
के लिए.
involved. Hard gamble to make. I think most teams are trying to secure over towards the eastern side here. It does have more landmass involved, so they're hoping for the switch back on that way. But this could easily
उतार दिया तूने
Man,
उतार
so
दिया.
this is like, you literally have to kind of, it's a coin toss at this point, right? You just have to pick a spot, hope that circle comes your way. If not, it's going to make these difficult. Lord
वहाँ
said,
पर
I did not
सारा
like that
utils
gas
उठाया
can.
है.
Get it out of
Gas
here.
can लिया है, ये लिया है, वो
And
लिया है, सब
make sure
लेके
that we
आए.
get some
गड्ढा बनाने
terraforming
के
going, because we're going to need all the room that we can get. This circle was actually a huge one for Al Ula, because they have pretty much that entire side of the river to themselves. Considering where they're at the start of the day, this is their chance, honestly. I think you had a rough day one, utilize this opportunity to its maximum potential, and at least secure your tournament life a little bit longer.
There's still a couple of entryways back over towards the western side, but you're right. I mean, right now,
Weakness is
Alula, not only do they have a decent spot, they've got a compound, they've got a high ground to work with, but it does require them to win the coin flip.
Yeah, that's right.
That's the main problem they're running into at the moment. But there is the bridge down towards that south side. There's a bridge on the north too. There is going to be a big old queue in the process of trying to get back over towards the west. We've got to wait for this next circle first, which will be hitting us real shortly.
Left आ जा भाई, center ही बन
Where's
जा.
it going?
Best है.
Will Alula win the coin flip? And
मिल जाएगा रे,
boom,
उसी को
they
zone मिल
have
जाएगा मेरे ख्याल
nailed
से.
it here. So it is a rock solid position for
ये
them.
dip
You
पे
can
गए,
see
मेरे को
quick, he's
idea
starting to
नहीं है
move around,
round
he's
में.
excited.
आगे
He's
का
like,
dip
all
रही
right,
दो
boys,
मिल
let's
जाएगा.
get this going. This
वैसे
is
तो
our game here.
गड्ढा खुद के भी
As
बना
you see
सकते
all
हैं.
those teams on the
बढ़िया है,
south,
zone बढ़िया है.
Ulf, KRX, all going to have to start pushing on up. Ooh, Quick moving outside of the zone here. They're going to take that
आतंकी
edge.
पहुंच भी
He's
गए.
looking for that. Maybe possibly gatekeep some of these teams pushing in from the south side.
Yeah, they
वहाँ
have
पे
to hold
वही
it
है,
out.
गड्ढा
It's
करके
actually, there
आराम
is a
से ले
playable
सकते हो.
space down here towards the river where you can actually just play underneath Alula. Actually saw Fourth Rise play a very similar position earlier this year. Get a really big game off the back of it. Aru's going to send forward though. He's swinging past on that western side. Yeah, OG, Alula, both really are benefiting off the back of this circle. I do like that Alula just decided, you know, let's just take the compound over towards the west here. Let's not try
ये
and spread
लोग
out
जो
too
अपना fielding
much.
side
Already
किए,
know that
गलती से कोई आ गया.
practically 20% of the circle is
हम 25 है
unplayable.
bro.
We're not going to be greedy on space taking, especially where we are on the leaderboard too. Let's not rock the boat too
Player
much.
मंगाई सिर पे
Not a
गिर
bad
गई
idea.
zone
Yeah.
के.
Dude, there are some teams that get in positions that are so dominant and they just spread themselves too thin. So I like the fact that they are playing it together, but I don't want them to play super passive, right? You still utilize this opportunity to hunt down as many eliminations as you can. See how that ends up working out though, as we're looking at RRQ Goat making some shots. This is going to be on the north side of the circle here. Forced through the tree line.
No way.
Yeah, get some nice shots, and Goat
Right
team
side तो पूरा
are
cluster है.
putting in some serious work on RRQ
On
in a
the ball.
1v2. Could happen. Moxie hopping in the vehicle, and we're going to see
मार
RRQ
उड़ के
get
चले भी
out
जाते
of
रहे ये
here.
लोग तो.
I mean, very, very typical Lepar behavior there. Very aggressive. Nerf's going to send over the top. As the N12K finds another. Looks good. Still got to deal with one player off in the distance. Down to just a solo now. No real chance, honestly, at a recall beacon. Has to fight off, place from the whole low ground. JS9 in
1v1.
play.
Aye,
Just
SMG
leaves the
जीत
spray
गए.
going. 7 elims now for GOAT. And honestly, this looks
Yarda.
like a good game for GOAT. It's an okay game. I think what I noticed from yesterday was that their highs were very high.
Yep.
Their lows were super low. I mean, we were 15, 16 places, 2 elims, 1 elim. But yeah, so that's the variance they need to deal with. EK, on the other hand, looking over towards Gaming Stars.
Sashi putting in that work.
अभी
Nades
तो अपनी
bringing
OG
it all
आराम
over
कर
the
रही है
place here. And
बस
now
वही है
this
कि
is where
जोन अच्छा
everyone's
मिल
starting
जाए
to
तो
head. They want to
लास्ट
get
जोन में तो
third
kills
parties
मिल जाने
going. And KRX are going to be pushing up on them little by little. You got Enigma Galaxy right next to him as well. Gaming Star Yusuf, last player up, trying to get the 1v1. He gets a good shot off with that S12K. Gets that thirst, he needs that point. Oh, but that nade is going to shut him down. That's QXCZ getting it done. And now Hoxie's like, all right, let's finish this out here. Let's get these points and secure this position. Ragnarok said, you know what? You can have it. I'm out of here.
Wisgod ने एक knock दिया ना कहीं
South
तो
Korean team by KRX. It's really nice to see some of the aggression that comes through. I think it used to be before where a lot of South Korean squads would get an initial knock and then not really do anything with it, but KRX is very quick to maybe not fully commit, but see what's available, right? What are the opportunities? What are the options there? So they'll always send one player forward to have a little sniff, you know, peek in. So I like it. I do like it from KRX, but now they're up against Enigma Galaxy, who are playing on their northern edge. Next circle pops and it's still dead central on this river. It's so uncomfortable.
नहीं है भाई इन लोगों के लिए मुश्किल नहीं है लेजर
Team
स्प्रे
Flash are just going to be holding this high ground for now. Even though the zone is going to be closing, they're like, yeah, let's just try to put as much pressure as we can. And then we're going to push into the zone at the last second. I mean, yeah, Win and Squad are starting to steal some of these eliminations. This is very difficult for Enigma Galaxy. Yeah, they're just having to straight hit the deck. And look at those angles. These sight lines from Team Flash are disgusting.
Yeah, Bo's got some good shots down there, but right now Enigma Galaxy
high
is
ground
essentially
से
just weathering
इन्होंने
the
पूरा
storm. They
दिया
know
है
they can just keep dropping the smokes, but how many smokes they got left remaining?
गोड भी मर गई
Eventually, the Flash are going to have to
Cut
pull
off
off
तेज में
this
ना बैठ रहा।
spot, but in tandem
Easy,
with KRX,
easy है bro,
Enigma
top
Galaxy,
4, top 3
and
easy है।
Flash all at the same time. Satan stays alive, bears some amount of HP. The blue does slowly march towards him like a tsunami.
And this blue zone's going to hurt, that's for sure. So Satan and Squad need to start getting moving here. But Vinny right behind him. He's going to have to make this push. He's running in through the smokes here. He's getting pieced up little by little. We're going to switch on over to tops. Vinny does get knocked, but Team Flash are able to get into this circle cleanly. And they're going to be gatekeeping
Zone
whoever's
अपने
going to be
पर आ
going
गया
for this fight
भाई
right
लोग
now. It
जोन
looks like
अपने
Enigma
पर आ गया
Galaxy
जितना
might
मेरे
just
को
be
दिख
it.
रहे हैं ना
As
पूरा
it's
hardship
just
मारे
Hoxie up for KRS. Now that
अपने
nade
बार
is a
ज़्यादा
little
ही
bit
zone
too far away, but this is a terrible fight for both
जितना
these
मेरे
guys.
को
They need to finish this out
40
as
feet
soon
में
as
दिख रहे हैं
possible. The blue zone is creeping in. Hoxie gets another knock, and now it's just Lord, but oh, Hoxie getting
जाते
shot
जाते मार
all
के
the
गया।
way from Aurora is going to shut him down.
It's a horrendous cross, right? You've got the higher ground that drops down towards the low. Everyone's trying to get in together. I don't think anyone makes that run. Again, this is such an RNG circle. A lot of teams are going to suffer because of it.
Bro,
I mean,
इन लोगों ने
Alula
Aurora ने
as
तो
well
10 मार
as
दिए।
OG both took a gamble on the western side. Massively paid off.
मारो भाई
I like how OG's moved up on towards this northern edge, though. They have a lot of teams they need to deal with in the future. But right now it's about living.
इन लोग सैंडविच है अब
Just survive.
If you can get that survival into the late game, fair enough to you.
Oh, Reefus, perfect nade there from Ulf. Let's see how this one looks. Good bounce too, man. Ulf off point, throwing some heat-seeking missiles from across the map there. Doc's trying to get
ये
a little
जोन
bit
अभी
of
पूरा
revenge
डिसाइड करेगा
for Reefus.
ओजी क्या अरे भाई जोन है तो क्या मार किया चड्डी उतार के भागे क्या पूरा
This is
मार्केट में
what we like to see from this squad.
जोन है तो अच्छे
Yeah,
होल्ड
they
कर
show
रहे
up during groups, man. That's for sure. Now, I think the team that I didn't expect to be showing up right now is Furia. They're on the northern side, over towards the western edge of these bits of landmass, which is quite cool to see Furia being the team that makes it in. Man, they had been walking, they had been driving.
Yeah.
It has been
ये वाला
cross-country
shift अपने
for
बार आ
this
जाए।
team, but they brought the right trainers, they brought the right tires, and they are here to play right now.
And Alulas were really aggressive at the start of this.
Oh,
They got
W
zone,
zone,
they kinda
Ray.
just slowed things down. They have
बस
they
ये है,
still
ये
have
वाली
a
टीम
few
अपने ऊपर से
eliminations here, but now they're down to
घुस
2
सकती है
players
नीचे कौन सी
and
टीम
forced
है
to give up all of this real
I think
estate.
ने एक मारा knock finish
Furia though with 6,
Finish
they
तो
are
मारा।
looking really good to start things off here. Unfortunately, yesterday just kind of a very mid-day overall in the middle of the leaderboards, but this could be their chance to push them up to the top.
Yeah, it was super meh. I mean, I think that's fair enough to say.
Zone अच्छे है भाई लोग,
especially
zone
from
अच्छे.
Furia. We expect
I
a
guess
lot more
एक
from this
defend
team.
मारने
Again,
इनको.
this is the resilience that I expected to see from Furia, is you cannot count this team out until the final bell rings. For them, they're looking over towards Alula right now. They're even trying to wrap over towards that western side slightly, which is cool to see. But we're up against Aurora. We're both with Aaron. It could get explosive.
Let's see Aaron up close and personal. He caught top with a lay down. Beautiful placement there from Aaron. Oh, nice little shots from Ziol. He's going to go ahead and go for the quick first.
Nice,
aim.
Tanky.
Yही
third party में use
Good shot from a Tanky, though.
Yeah, that's how you do it
ये
there.
confirm IS
You
नहीं
can steal
होगा.
as many eliminations as you can. Take it.
मार दो.
Ziol with
और
the
एक
angle,
गुस्से मार दो.
catches Scarface. And again, right, third party after third party. Flash are right there to disrupt this fight.
I mean, no one survives on this eastern side, and it's been so undetermined where this circle is going to end for so long that I can't really fault any of the teams on the eastern side for how this goes down. OG's doing the right thing though, trying to make as many points as possible and grab as much value off this position as possible too, knowing that any team on the eastern side very unlikely to make it through. Ulf did send a rogue agent over towards the western side in catch though.
Ooh, an underwater agent right there. He is swimming for his life right now. Just trying to sneak some extra placement points possibly. And yeah, he's going to be the last player up for... Oh, you got Aaron there in the water as well. Catch maybe thinking about going for that res in the water. We'll see. But you got Team Flash looking to go fishing here. Let's see if he's able to get that res. Looks like he just might.
Yeah, he swims across to him. Possible to do. It's a real question whether Flash actually sees it or not, but they do have a knocked player who's bleeding out. So they're a bit preoccupied at the moment and will likely need to figure out what's going on in the next circle too. Silence finds quick. Hedge goes down to win.
Third party
But they're not out yet just because Aaron actually got rezzed in that short moment.
Got him.
Silence gets knocked. That's from AKOP from OG. Goodness me, these
Knock
guys
तो दे रहे,
are
convert नहीं हो रहे
really
अपने.
racking up the points here and there, consistently having a good idea of what's going on around them inside the circle. It's nice to see. It really is.
Yeah, and it's perfect for them, right? Considering that all the top 5 are now completely out. So OG really need to dominate right here. They got 2 eliminations so far. We got Flash right underneath you with 8. So if you're OG, you still have all 4 players up. Clean up this entire side of the map first, and then figure it out later. This is their chance, though. These guys are looking great, and a great opportunity for Furia. We were talking about it yesterday. They were chasing zones all day. Now they have a position. What can they do with it? That's the question.
Push down over towards that high ground that looks over towards the Flash. They try and cross the road. Circle moves down towards the south side. OG's throwing a bone here. But there was some complaints yesterday about some of the passivity coming through from OG, which I think that they were able to correct a lot as we went throughout the day. And even during this game, you can see there's been a lot of effort been put into that.
Zone
OG right now, we need more of that proactivity right now, though. I truly believe this is a game that they can win. They have the circle to work with it. Fury's coming in from that north side, though, and they are looking hot this game.
Yeah, OG, you have it all right now, right? Turn that aggression up to 11. Soak up those eliminations. Get that win.
Get that back-to-back, basically.
Right. Yeah, back-to-back chicken dinners, right? They won the last one yesterday. This one will just solidify them here and definitely put them in that running in just 2 matches for that top 5. Let's see what they can do, though. We got Flash trying to find a way into the circle. They're forced to swim it out. Igor going fishing there. He's getting some hit markers on the bows, but not able to take them out.
You really do become curious about the ammo counts on some of these teams because it's been a ton of movement around the map. Aru's moving forward, he's got nades, got Molotovs, he's looking sitting pretty right now. Ammo count does look a little bit low, but Aru with the underarm should be good to go.
Let's go, W's!
Aru picks up the
double.
Man, this guy is leading OG to victory.
Let's get it
Furia
going.
का main
The
area
crowd
अपना.
getting hyped on that one.
4v4 clean fight.
So they're looking to get in the mix here. Some nice
Maro,
shots.
Furia ko
Flash
maro.
gonna make it a little bit tough. They're gonna have to hit the deck.
ये फाइट हो जानी
With the
चाहिए
nade.
FL और Furia
Oh, but that
की
vehicle
नाइस
is
रे
on fire. He looks like he is able to get to safety just barely.
ओरो ना माँ की दोनों
Aru is going absolutely nutty
Let's
in
go,
these
44.
games. A nade comes across.
High ground ले लो.
Infuriates silence in the final moments of these games.
W's
The Flash now underneath, looking to push up. OG holding
सकते
them
हैं भाई
back
लोग.
at the gates. From Miramar to Rondo, can they do it all here?
Back-to-back chicken dinners are in their future, and that future
एक अच्छा
is
need,
now.
एक अच्छा
Can
need
they
आतंकी का.
grasp it as Team Flash rocking a 3-1 split here? You got WizGod, gonna have to watch out for that nade. That air burst a little bit too far away. And now Aru, man, putting in the
वो लोग
work
पुश
for
मार
his
देंगे
team.
स्नोबॉल करके.
They gotta be careful though. Here they go. They have the high ground. What can they do with it? Now, Tops from that off angle, making it a little bit difficult for them to peek over the hill. But here we go. The battle starting to ring out.
नाइस रे.
And he's all that's left on
आतंकी
side
बाजी
at the
Friday
moment.
है मारो.
SOK Silence looking to quieten down.
Nice
The
रे.
run coming
4v2.
through from India, but it's not happening. They will not be silenced. They will not be shut up here. Aru still going strong. A tanky underneath, looking to get
Last
the
again.
shots in. But Flash moves
नहीं,
on the
नहीं,
side.
नहीं.
He's whipping the shots, unfortunately.
Woo.
But finally, they will.
W's,
hit the last
आने दो
shot.
chicken
India
dinner.
grabs the back-to-back from day 1 to day 2. This
तालियां
team looks
मार
clean.
दिया.
And the crowd goes wild.
Let's
OG,
go.
two
पहला
chicken
game chicken.
dinners in a row. They finished
मारा
off the
है,
day
defend
strong
किया है,
yesterday,
chicken भी
and they
लिया है.
started the strongest today here in the final day.
Bro,
of
defend
Group
करके
A.
chicken
Now
लिया है.
the whole lobby has been put on notice.
आरू ने जो
I mean,
संभाला है
it's good
फ्यूरिया
at the
को भाई
moment. Aru looks
पूरा
like
कन्वर्ट
an
हो गया
arrow
मैच.
right now, and he's got
W's by the
purpose
W's.
flying fast towards that bullseye, fast
दिया है
towards
दिया है
that
दिया है.
qualification spot.
अरे बैक टू बैक दो
It's
चिकन.
such a difference.
देखना है कल
from
रात के
last
chicken
time
और
we
ये
saw them
दूसरा.
as well. And
कितने kills
you
कितने
know,
दे रहे?
if you're a fan of this team, you got to be proud because again,
भाई
the
लोग kills कितने
improvement
थे?
has been
मारे इन लोगों ने
insane.
मारे इनमें अच्छे kills थे. वो
Perfectly
आरू के ही
executed
5
right
kills
there,
थे.
right? I mean, hey, they got themselves a good solid
guess 10 के ऊपर के लिए.
position. We had the questions, right? Were they going to play it passively? Were they going to get aggressive? They turned on that
22 अगर
aggression
मिले
at
ना
the
22 पॉइंट तो
perfect
टॉप पे.
time.
11
Perfect
kill.
heats, fight decisions, and
I
they
guess
were
hashtag
able
one
to
हो
get
गए.
that win. And this is
So
the way
आधा
to
का
do it,
difference था.
right? I mean, they were having a little bit of a rough day at the start yesterday.
करने दो.
Finished strong. Boom, knock it out of the park today. They're set up for top 5.
They absolutely are. I mean, for this team, it's a
Table topper हो
really
चुकी
big
है.
boon for them. I mean, taking some of that pressure off is a really nice thing right at the start of the day.
बहुत
We
बड़ा
always
लिया रे,
say it's
44
not
भाई,
Rondo.
मस्त लिया.
Being able to get rid of a lot of the pressure so quickly in day 2
आरू भाई ना रुक रही.
is so much relief for you as a squad. And for Orangutan, honestly, they can use this now. Just
रुको, यहाँ पे
pull
कितने थे?
a lot of the pressure.
देखो 8 थे 8 और 4 12 हुए. नहीं 8 है और 3 अलाइव हुए. तो 11
So
हुए. मेरे ख्याल से
quickly,
11.
practice.
Just coming in just a bit.
11.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn.
12 है. I guess 11 या 12 है. मैं कुछ कंफ्यूज हूँ.
And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC.
We are going to finals.
Powering the
बस
biggest
एक
event
थोड़ा
in gaming,
consistent हो जाए,
shoulder to
confirm
shoulder
हो
with the
जाएगा.
world's
अभी भी
best,
it's not over.
making
अभी भी
history.
मारना है.
Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
W's भाई W's अच्छा खेले भाई लोग लाइक कर दो एक साथ मिलके लाइक कर दो एंड फ्री ज्वेल्स आने दो ज्वेल्स भेजो माँ की आंख एंड इंडियन फ्लैग चैट में स्पैम होना चाहिए भाई पहले रुके और फिर इतना मारा है ना भाई सीधा चिकन पे एंड हुआ है रोल भाई 4 सुपर चैट किया चारों नहीं देखा अरे भाई ये था ना पूरा इंटेंस मैं वही देख रहा था कल इंटरव्यू नहीं हुआ था बट आज हो गया
from Orangutan to talk about some of the games from day 1 of their group stage and see how they're feeling coming into day number 2. So obviously you guys got yourself a win on Miramar. You were one of the latest teams coming to Miramar actually. So is that part of the strategy for you guys when it comes to urban endings, as well as what were your concerns towards the late game of that game?
Not really a strategy, because we intend to play dynamic as per the situations, and particularly talking about that game, it took us quite a while to collect our vehicles, so it got us a little late. So that was the first factor, and the second factor was that the team landing in Power Grid, I guess it's GSTR, so they were trying to like maybe set up a trap around San Martin. So then we had to take a detour from our original planned path. So, but yeah, we have prepared ourselves to play early and late as well. So it just worked out for us.
Perfect answer. Wow. Okay, that's some great insight. Thank you. Let's go back to game one because it's a bit of a different shift. Obviously, it's the first game on the stage, etc. It's the Rondo game. You guys have got a good compound. You're playing a bit passively here and there. What were your concerns? I saw that Geek was keeping close eyes on you in that Rondo game, and you eventually got second place.
Well, the first factor that led us to, playing a little passive or saying holding back was that we got an early casualty of my teammate Atanki. And the second one was our vehicles didn't have a lot of fuel, so it was hard to like drive around and take info of our surrounding teams to actually see what's going on, if there are any third-party opportunities. And also, yeah, we had a good position, but the thing was that it was like on the back we had high ground, and on the front we had like a complete low ground. So if we have gone like either of the ways, the other side teams would have definitely shot at us, so it would have been difficult to come back to our initial position. So I was also like not so satisfied with that game because having Rondo and only 2 eliminations like not how we play, and not everyone plays, because Rondo gives you a lot of opportunities to take fights, maybe take free eliminations of the teams, and especially when you are at a good position. So yeah, it was also like a little dissatisfied for me, but yeah, it was a good start, so we didn't have to get into the second game with high pressure on us.
Fair. And overall, yesterday, how does
Hashtag
the team
one.
look at
No,
it for this
OG on top हो
success
गया
here
है
so
अभी.
far? And are there any adaptations coming
OG
into
on
it
top
too?
हो गया है.
Not really success, but the last match really helped us to start our day 2 with a good base. So it's not like we are very far behind from top 5. So coming to day 2, we are just going to plan going game by game. We are just not really focused on the position we are at on the points table. We are just going to focus on our games and the things that we can do better, and trying to not repeat the mistakes that we have done in the past.
Arup, thank you very much. Amazing interview, and good luck for day number 2.
भाई बट
Not
दारे
only
चैन वाइट
is
था
Aro great at
पहला मैच
giving
वाइट था
interviews, but he's great in the game, being the IGL, as he was able
है कि भाई लोग लाइक करो एक साथ मिलके 30 के लाइक्स कर दो एंड अपने फ्री ज्वेल्स आने दो जितने भी फ्री ज्वेल्स है सारे आने दो
he was able to showcase that perfectly here in this rondo.
I mean, this is why it's important to have international experience. He played PMGC last year, didn't go too good,
Bro,
but
last
he knew
year
what to
पूरा
expect
सीखे,
heading
इस बार
into
दिए।
PMWC, and especially the final fight
मजा आया
that
भाई,
took
मजा
Team
आया।
Flash,
पहला
the
गेम
build
अगर ऐसा
behind them,
देखने
and even
मिल
the
जाए,
side
वो
of
भी
Furia pushing
stream
their
पे।
way. There's so
ओए होए
many
होए।
aspects of the game that were just played beautifully. A few shots missed, okay, if you want to critique, is like a few of the shots maybe should have connected, but you love to see them not just get a win, it's a back-to-back from India. Let's go.
Yeah, the passiveness is gone, and obviously you heard it from him as well. They know they made those mistakes in those earlier games, but to be able to come back from that and understand that the passiveness is what was putting them behind. So it's good now that they have changed around to this aggression and making it their game.
Yes, we're going to end up comparing them with the team that we also needed to
बोला
see
जा
them
रहा है
being
वो
able to perform
calculate
well
करके।
here, and it's none other than Furia. Furia able to show up as well, Neptura, with those 9 eliminations.
सूर्या के भी अच्छे
Yeah, really good stuff. I think we were both kind of talking about this, Max, right? Where they were really hedging their bets throughout the end of this game, right? On either side of the river here. They were going on one side of the coast and then on the other, just making sure nobody was coming up behind them. And they sweep around. I think it was Ulf on that, or no, it was Ulala.
नहीं रे अपन top पे 5 point का lead है।
It was them on that eastern side, able to just
Second
sweep
पे
around.
40 है।
Some really good
61
stuff
अपने
coming in there.
66 है।
Yeah, I mean, even if we move back to the earlier game, Furia versus Ula, they basically
अब बस
had the
consistent
contention
खेलना
on
है।
the top
Bro,
of the
सीधा
roof,
finals।
and either one of these teams could have actually taken them down, which was super funny that they then go into their rotation and they're next to each other again to have this battle.
ओए
out. But
अच्छा
of
है,
course,
रियोस नहीं
Furia
हो
came
माँ,
out
क्या
on
जो
top,
होता है
and
अच्छे के लिए होते हैं।
this is exactly what we expect to see from Fury at the start of the matches. But if we go off of yesterday, it can be a slight downfall for them. So I hope that they can prioritize these eliminations early on like they have and move themselves into the position.
And not only that, we got to talk about the bottom teams as well, Lace, because the bottom teams ended up showing up here. Even though they might have not ended up showing towards the end of that game, they did use that Rondo to go after those eliminations. Exports, Thunder Talk Gaming, we finally saw them.
Yeah, I mean, if we have a look at Thunder Talk Gaming, I've sort of placed them, they just need a 5-point average that includes eliminations and placement points to push themselves out of that bottom into that bubble. And I mean, they had 3 eliminations early on in contention, and it was basically, I'm pretty sure it was AJ. He almost got a 1v4 on a team. And I mean, that would have set them obviously into a great motion because they actually had a free path rotating into the center.
As we see Orangutan take over that first place with 66 points. And the wonderful thing of this is that it puts OG in the perfect situation because OG now has absolutely nothing to lose. And they're currently challenging and they're currently in a place to go directly to the finals.
This is fantastic. I mean, obviously, it's best case scenario for any team, but for Orangutan especially, we are looking at a team here that yesterday was, you know, ramping up the confidence, ramping up the momentum very, very slowly. With this game coming in with a back-to-back, they've gone from 0 wins to 2 and top of the leaderboard in just 2 matches, Max. So I really, really like what we're seeing here. It was proactive. They were thinking about not only the next move, but the next 3 moves as well. The timing was really good. They took advantage of third parties. That's what we wanted to see from them yesterday. Yeah. And they really, really did it. And this is exactly what we wanted to see, exactly the kind of result that they deserve now.
Talking about things you want to see, I'm going to say one thing we did want to see was 4th Thrive taking a massive L here on Rondo. I mean, really, clearly a very big mistake. Mistake that's very easy to avoid is don't drop in Ulf's territory, right? You send your recall player and you're surrounded by 4 Ulf players. I can tell you that is not a good place to be. So hopefully if they do have a bad playing path, they can try and find a better option. Even just go get a car and send it forward, loot, and get your teammates recalled maybe a minute or 2 later on down the line. 4th Rise on Rondo need to fix that slight recall system.
As we're looking at those bottom 3 teams, Gaming Stars, Thunder Talk Gaming, and Exports Rejects, good thing that they were able to get those points laced as they were able to keep that gap even closer to be outside of the top, out of the bottom 3. But for some of the other squads, the thing is that now you have Alula as well performing. You have Furia being able to perform. They need to continue on with this consistency to try to make it out and hope that those teams that are above them end up getting eliminated early.
Yeah, I mean, if we have a look, Alula got themselves out of that bottom 3 position. Obviously, Thunder Talk took the 3 eliminations but weren't able to carry on the placements that they had from yesterday. But, in the contention with Fury on the building, you saw Claw sort of taking up and entering that fragging position. And basically, we had, I think it was looking at, oh my god. And then we had the moment move around the back. And they were able to hold across the building. I mean, they have the ability to be able to get these eliminations, but they focus on that early rotation. They took the fight away from Fury. They're like, okay, we're going to cut our losses. We're going to get back into that position. And this is exactly how they claw their way. See what did there? Claw out of the bottom 3 there. And if they can just carry on this, hitting a 5-point average per game,
yeah, hopefully that's going to be the case, but we'll see because right now, I mean, with that back-to-back from OG, India starting to step up and they're looking to be in the finals as we're going to be sending it over to none other than Jackie, the man with the coolest jacket, and Kalaris.
With the not so cool jacket here, I'm out impressed.
Yeah, you've been done, mate.
I've been done. And I do actually preface this a bit with the fact that when I was talking to Aru, that was before the day actually started. So I didn't get actually a chance to talk to him about the win for today because it hadn't happened yet. But it really has shown with that victory that they got here on Rondo, a 2nd place in the day 1, a 1st place now here, and also a 1st place in Miramar. That Orangutan is looking really dynamic on all these maps and really able to adapt to the changes that Rondo potentially brings.
Yeah, they're coming out giving it absolute chutzpah on the gameplay, which is what you need, mate. You know, we're about 6 or 7 games into the event now, James, so you got to really give it your best, much unlike that little bit I worked in.
Thanks for that. I really appreciate that. Oh, I'll be honest, I really wasn't expecting that.
No.
But on the opposite side of things as well, right, when we look at how all these teams are kind of using utility at the moment, it's going from strength to strength to strength. We've seen some real pinpoint precision.
थोड़ा सा मैं स्लो कर रहा, थोड़ी बातचीत ही कर लेते, फिर मैच शुरू होगा, फिर पूरा अपने को घुसी जाने मैच में. एमजे बापू एकदम मजा में ब्रो, पहला मैच देखने के बाद और मजा में हो गई। माँ किया पहला गेम ही ऐसा हो गया ना, मजा आ गया। हिंदी देखो, अरे हिंदी में डिले है भाई लोग, बहुत डिले, मतलब वो देखने में वो मजा नहीं आएगा, क्योंकि अगर मैं भी रहता ना तो मैं वो देखता कि भाई बिना डिले में क्या चल रहा है फटफट पता चले, वो अंदर से ही हो जाते, वो इंसान का नेचर ही वैसा होते वैसे कि भाई फटफट जहाँ दिख रहे अपन फटफट वहां से ही देख ले, उतना पेशेंस नहीं होता। मेरे में भी नहीं है, सच बताऊं तो मेरे में 0 पेशेंस है वो मामले में। क्या हुआ पहला मैच ब्रो 21 पॉइंटर चिकन ही मार दिए सीधा ब्रो, हैट्रिक मार दे तो हो गया ब्रो, फिर तो सक्सेसफुल हो गया भाई अपना ये वॉच पार्टी करने का।
So if you can actually play around that, build yourself into a better position to cover late game, saves you bacon. We were pulling some of our hairs out. It's why we looked like this when we were sat there with the early drops, mate. I'm not sure.
BGMS कब से? BGMS I guess 10 तारीख से शुरू है, अभी उनका शेड्यूल चल रहा है पूरा, तो या
It's all right to talk about Goat. Can you do it again, James?
I was like, yeah, I was waiting for it. I was waiting for it when it was. Go on. Okay, you're allowed to talk about.
I'm allowed to talk about Goat. Well, I guess I'll gloat on that one, James. Call that a baby goat. That's calf.
अरे भाई लोग ये बताओ,
But anyway, Goat team do come out far faster.
अगर आज जो बॉटम की 3 टीम होगी,
with it. That's exciting because in their
उनका तो टाटा भाई भाई है ना, बॉटम 3 टीम का, तो उनका ऐसा कोई कीवी है क्या कि नहीं जो ऐसा क्रश करे?
When they're fully suited and booted, James. Here they do prove they can play both play styles.
अभी ये जो बोले मैं सुना नहीं।
I'd hope so. I think they're a dark horse for the event, but said this day.
The whole event.
Yeah, dark horse, mate.
Oh, hey, that's an exciting potential here because they're not.
बाहर, अरे बाहर का तो पता है मेरे को,
People are kind of included
और उनकी
in that,
कीवी है क्या? क्योंकि इसका जब जितना मेरे को पता है EWC में क्या रहते हैं, जो बाहर रहते हैं उसका जो की है उसको
I was curious about Flash because
क्रश करते।
I looked back at their games yesterday. I think if Flash was to do what they did
तो
yesterday,
ये पीछे दिख रहे हैं ना आपको, वो सबके की है।
I think they wouldn't even make finals with what they showed yesterday. But at least now they've already kind of righted that ship a little bit in this Rondo game to get to that.
बट अभी वो है ना ग्रुप स्टेज है, तो इसका मेरे को आइडिया नहीं कि इसमें होता है कि नहीं।
5 games left to go for some of these.
अगर इसमें नहीं होता होगा।
There's a little bit of time. Nearly did it yourself there, James.
क्या पता, अगर होगा तो वो भी मार्क किया अपन देख के फिर ही एंड करेंगे।
But obviously coming in early into game 1, having that bit of an awakening. I think for a lot of these sides,
आप कब जा रहे खेलने?
unpacking the bag, not looking at really
ब्रो अपनी टीम खेल रही है, उसको देख के ही खुश है। मेरे को नहीं जाना है, अपनी टीम खेल रही है, बढ़िया है। होपफुली अगले साल अपनी टीएजी जाए, ग्राइंड करे अपने भाई लोग, तो और मजा आएगा देखने में। अभी तो मजा आ ही रहे, बट वो एड ऑन हो जाएगा ब्रो, एक्स्ट्रा मजा हो जाएगा।
That's what was the key to victory for them, to get those points on the board. I had my concerns. I'm glad that they dispelled them here.
थोड़ा साउंड बढ़ाओ। अरे अभी मैंने ही कम रखे ताकि थोड़ी बातचीत करें, तो जैसे ही शुरू होगा अपन गुजराती गेम।
Thank you very much, Jackie. It is now time to head on over to the commentators once again here for another game here at PMWC.
मैच टाइम बस अभी शुरू हो रहे हैं।
Jackie, the jacket. I'm here with
कॉफी तो है भाई।
Dukes. We're good to go and boring blank. But yeah, we're getting into our.
कल मैंने ये सब मिस किया था, वो मैं आज ही देख रहा हूँ।
8th game. He's really ruined me that 6-7. Yeah, that's annoyed me. Yeah.
Trophy तो है।
We're into our 8th game now. There isn't a lot of games left, as Jackie was saying. It is coming
चलो,
to a close.
we are ready for second match.
Now.
जय माता दी।
And I think for some of our squads, they do need to get a move on. I mean, Thunder Talk.
Bro, हैट्रिक के अभी वो लालच आ गई, bro, हैट्रिक की लालच आ गई।
But it does seem that.
10 पॉइंटर नहीं, अभी चिकन भाई, पहले 2 किल चिकन हो, चिकन।
Yeah, you don't want to get those keys crushed. You want to
दो 3
survive,
किल
and the
चिकन
way to get it
हैट्रिक होना
done
चाहिए।
is
Let's
some
go।
good old-fashioned.
भाई लोग थोड़े flags आने दो,
Here
Indian
we
flags।
go.
अभी शुरू करो।
Southern playing path here, super southern. Good circle for a team like Aurora. You know exactly where they're headed. But for the rest of these squads, they're going to have to get it done. Ain't that right? Blank the tank.
Blank the tank. I'll take that. Robust. Yeah. explode on the scene. But yeah, I do have a very southern playing path
Chalo.
here. It's incredibly rough to play around
भाई
with.
चिकन यार चिकन अभी वो यार दिल से चिकन चल वो आरू टॉप प्लेयर में 15
also a
किल
very decent start for them over towards Ferry Pier
What?
as well as the yellow. So you wonder if they're going to run into any trouble in this area. I think Sosnovica is going to be a little bit more fixated on. But you're
Global
right
stage
to
पे
point
आरू
out what you were pointing out there, which was the
अच्छा
elimination
3 पे
count
चल रहा है
coming
most
through
elimination
from
में
Aru.
Yeah, he sneaks into that top 3. He's right there. He could easily push himself to first if he goes and gets some good eliminations in this game.
भाई बे
Looking at the match
मार
rankings
के
right
अपना
now,
IGL है
they
bro
are
वो
pretty stacked. 'Cause
अपना
I'll tell you
IGL है
what, OG is on top when it comes to the overall 66
ये
total
गाड़ी
points,
का
4
सीन ना
drives right below. Man,
ड्रॉप दूर है अपना गाड़ी का
Pakistan
सीन
on
ना
top.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, 4 drives are in second right now. It's a tough
आपकी
place
टीम
to
तो
be
आ
in.
रही है आरू के पास
4
ही है
drives, 61 points. OG
गाड़ी का
just
सीन ना हो बस
blowing them out of the water right now. But you could definitely tell the difference between 4 drives as well as OG in terms of the elimination points. 37 eliminations to 46. And if we rock that back to Aru, 15 of those 37 elims are coming through from him. He is absolutely a monster right now. And I really do mean it. It's Aru, the arrow flying
आरू
straight
पे आई गेस एक
towards
बंदा है
those
रे साथ ही
targets. And playing his team straight too, because that is a difficult thing to
नहीं
do
यार ये नहीं होना
as an
चाहिए यार
IGL to be both
अरे
at
यार
the
नहीं यार
Oh my gosh!
अबे
with the
अरे यार
brother.
गन की बड़ा एमो नहीं है
Yo. OG might be cooked this game.
ले लो मार के लो एक गया तो 3 लो एक गया तो 3 लो भाई
Flash trying to take him down the last match. In the final 1v1 on the squad, Tatanki rocks up to the tree line. Both behind. You're right, the knife is out. The serrated blade is not enough. But the rest of the
नाइस
squad
रे
is here to
एक गया
play.
3 लो भाई चलेगा
That is what I call revenge, folks. Are you
अबे
kidding
बंदा आ रहा है
me?
उसको
Aru
FL का और एक
getting
आ रहा है
thirsted, but it looks like
भाग
Orangutan
गया
gets the
जाओ
last laugh here.
Shows they don't need Aru, but it would be nice to have him, but they won't have
भैया
him
वो
this
एक किल
game.
मिल जाता तो
Down to 3, AKOP able to get some stuff done
ये
there.
मिल गया जाओ अभी जाओ
Secures his third
तुम भी
elimination of
जाओ
the match
हमको
as
भी जाने
well.
दो
And Flash rock away with
Yeah.
Win, but in this case, they seriously took the L.
क्या रहा
Are they
भाई
hunting him down? Is Win actually going for it here? No way.
दर्जा सले
That would be insane. He's got him in his sightlines. We got a runner here,
जो
folks.
बंदा है
And it's OG Win making the moves.
इधर है,
Full
stopper
sending
है
it,
वो।
but at a certain point, yeah, surely these guys got to get away.
साला चूहा बिल्ली का खेल
They
खेल रही
absolutely do, and I mean, for OG, they're happy to go wherever they like, but for the Flash, they're going to have to head over to the hidden village with
कावला बावला कर
Naruto.
दिया ब्रो नहीं
With
पता
that new
कहाँ गई
Ninetales Fury Orc skin, which looks awesome,
कावला
by
बावला
the
कर दिया
way.
कहाँ गई
Two separate versions of the same thing, which is crazy.
He's
वो
hunting
आपको
him down.
ढूंढता
He's
रहेगा
looking.
कोई इशू नहीं
I know. This is some serious frustration coming through from the Flash. They don't want to lose out like
अरे
this.
भाई
He's got to keep the
कावला बावला
reputation
करते हैं
high,
यहाँ घुमा दिया
apparently.
पूरा
Wow. Win gonna go get some loot here.
ओजी को अरे
and the
टारगेट नहीं है
rest
ब्रो
of
ये तो
OG
अभी
get to
वो था ना
safety.
गाड़ी फाइट
So what a
ये target
crazy way to start things off. Aru
अब वही है
running
कि
for
भाई
his
इनको अपने वालों को
life,
पता नहीं रहेगा वहाँ
straight
बंदे
legged it.
My brother
कैम
was in
करके एक आधा
trouble.
उड़ा ना दे
Oh
बस
man, he
I ain't gonna lie though, he was feeling the tickle of the blade on
It
his
was
back. He was
on
यही मैं बोल
just
रहा था
ahead of
बच
them.
गया रे ये बफर भाई क्यों हो रहा है मेरा है क्या नहीं
I mean, he had to pull out the
बढ़िया
old
ये
flick of the
अपना, एक ही
wrist
बच
with a knife to get that thrown at point blank. The only way
एक
to
ही
get it
बच गया
done, I
भाई।
mean, he was impervious to
इस
blades.
पे अगर अच्छी गन रही तो
Quite
उतार
some
देता
time. Only the point did it.
भागो भाई भागो
That tickle
मुंबई
was
भागने
so close. He's like, I can't even run serpentine at all. I can't move. I just
I gotta
gotta
go
run
forward.
just straight
Really,
away.
the boys were coming to support him real quick though.
Yeah, they did.
That I respect from the
जोन
rest
अच्छा
of
ले लिया
OG.
बेटे
And they came in heavy.
But they know how
जैसने
important
सेंटर
he
पॉइंट
is.
है
They
Yeah,
know
dude.
just how important he is. So it's keep
एलिमिनो
him
नहीं है
up
कल
his...
होगा कल पूरी टीम होगी अपनी गॉड लाइक की ये बफर क्यों हो रहा है भाई हेलो
a really big thing.
Yeah, you were just talking about it, right?
नहीं,
Like,
मेरा
I
नहीं है,
mean,
इनका ही है.
it's so ridiculous to see your top fragger also be your IGL.
Yeah.
And you said it yourself,
It
and I
don't
agree.
happen.
It's
हो गया, चल, सही हो
so
गया.
difficult, right? You have so much to manage, so much to focus on.
Yeah.
But when you do have those rare
हाँ भाई,
just
3 kill
superstars
अच्छे.
that can
Yeah,
अब
Beowulf
बस
back in the day, that guy
3 man हो गए,
was
वापस से
unreal,
वो कल वाला
but they
continue हो रहा
just
है.
don't come around all that often.
you don't see it. When you do, though, I mean, talk about the trust you gain from your squad, right?
Yeah. He said go here. He's also carrying us.
Yeah, he's
so,
also carrying. I think we gotta listen. You know what I'm saying? So
Refresh
it
kill lo.
definitely
I'm a
does
sit
help.
for this.
Yeah, for sure. Like, yes.
Shots over towards Furia. Honestly, I don't think Furia's last game was terrible at all. I think they got fair far into it. And that was despite having a really, really hard start for them. I mean, their recall beacon was just so out of the way from the destination. And even then, they were trying to figure out it. I do think them getting in quite late was almost a blessing. They could decide on which side they wanted to head towards, but by that time, you have little confirmation of what's happening.
Yeah.
4T taking shots over towards KRX as they do pass on by. This is towards those yellows. On the southern edge. They're just moving through the forest, the south side of Pachinki, but Nigma Galaxy once again already flying out to a new location.
Yeah, a little rotation shenanigans early on. I want to talk about that point we were talking about earlier, though, right? Furia, 14 points in the last match. And they were one of those teams that was really critical because they're one of those squads we honestly were kind of expecting to see the top 5. Let's look at this replay, though, as Aru is running for his life. Saying, please stop, guys, leave me alone. And those shots strayed the rest of the team off. But, oh my gosh, Bose with the knife throw just said, nah, we're shutting them down.
You see, they could just see the death crate appearing. Man, they even had the vehicle in his face, right? Tires scratching the cheeks.
I think इन्हें पूरा बेट करके बाहर बुलाया उसको.
Bose gets that knock, and I believe Bose picked up that scar from Aru.
Really?
Yeah, because I mean he didn't have it, otherwise he would have definitely shot him. But I think Aru had the weapon, but he was just like, no, I can't even turn around right here. They're just too close.
It's a tough one. It's a tough one. But, I mean, OG gets away with it. They get some more points on both. 3 points total, actually. Drops to 69, which is nice. But only 3 players.
Yeah,
I think it's still doable.
Definitely.
And for OG, they get a really easy start off towards Yasnaya, which is very central right now. DK, though, up against Alula.
Gotta quit with the quick knock there. He needs it. I mean, 4 points. Ula are definitely moving up because prior to this one, they had 21. So with 33 now, that does give them a good boost. The problem going into today was there was a good little point gap between that, you know, 6th to the 7th at the bottom placement points. You know, GK, Furia, they had a 12-point gap there, and it kind of just goes down from there. So for Furia to get a good game in, they now balance themselves out. They still need a good couple games if they want to push into top 5. And starting off really strong here, now put themselves in a good spot.
Zone bhi achhe ho ji
hit the survival stage. Next zone does pop though, and it is going to be in that mansion, shelter, Yasnaya area. Teams like Aurora coming in all the way from military base are going to push on up. We're going to look at this heaven area though, and it looks like it is going to be X-Force Rejects. They're going to hold that down.
X-Force Rejects doing their best here. All gamers also moving out the way. But these boys need the points more than ever. Circle does shift over towards our eastern side, so we do have like some of these awkward compounds, some ditches over towards the eastern edge as well around the forest. Very playable for the likes of Goat, as well as Nigma Galaxy, who has set up, but you also have these winding roads. For Nigma Galaxy, once again, they're on that 2-2 split. They're on their wildness early on.
ये zone अपना आएगा decide मारेगा क्या बन रहा है.
But yeah, I think one team that I would love to see more out of right now is definitely Ulf.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people know that I'm a big fan of this team, but right now I think I have a small amount of disappointment. I think there certainly can be some better plays coming through. They have shown individually some clutch moments, but again, it's not what you expect of a team that gave 4 thrives such a run for the money over PMGO overall. So we can see a bit more of that, but maybe there's just some new teams on the block. I mean, for instance, OG just looks like a different team to me, honestly.
ये मैं बता दूं अगर आप पहली बार ऐसा देख रहे
Wolf, I mean, they're still not in the worst spot when it comes to the leaderboards. I mean, we definitely expect them to always be in that top 5 position, so anything less is kind of like, hey, you know, what's
ये भी है कि भाई बहुत मेरी क्या है कि ऑडियंस जो ज्यादातर है वो क्लासिक वाली उनको ये नहीं पता
spot. This could be it. I mean, they're in Yasnaya Fields right
अपने
now.
वाले
The
मस्ती
zone
वाले
definitely for some reason loves to favor that kind of area. So a hard shift goes in that direction. We could see them definitely pop off. But you know, you are right. There are so many teams right now. Like in this time, we've never seen the lobby just so well balanced. Right? In years past, we've seen, you know, a few dominant squads, other squads that are just kind of struggling. But now at this point, anybody can take it. I mean, Thunder talks at the bottom. What's happening?
मतलब दो ग्रुप है अपने A और B.
They just haven't played well, have they? I think
second में
that's we've already done to that point. There's been some missteps all over the place. I think there's been some bad rotations coming through, and then when it's come to the gunfights, they are being outclassed in some of them. I think Thunder Talk has a lot more in them to give. It shouldn't ever come down to AJ looking to win a 1v4. But again, it just shows that there is that potential there for Thunder Talk. But you're right, it is a fairly balanced lobby, but balanced towards being, this is a high-ranked game. Right? It's a high-ranked game. You know, no one's pulling any punches right now. You best get out the way. For Gaming Stars, they're playing on this 2-2 split right now. They were wondering if he's going to head over towards those fielded areas. Does not. So they're going to regroup off the back of this one. I would say right now regrouping is probably the best thing to be doing. But Yasnai getting cut out here is a little tough.
Yeah,
wondering what OG's next move is going to be.
That's going to be the question, right? What is OG going to do? What's Wolf going to do? Looks like Wolf, they were in the Yasnaya field. They don't get blessed. So they're going to go ahead and do a huge wraparound here to reposition. Well, let's look at Go. Yeah, Thunder Talk just getting picked apart once again. Awake running for his life here. Does get a little fortunate with that player from Goat getting knocked. Maybe that's from Enigma Galaxy. Moxie up close and personal with Jean, catches him slipping, and that is Thunder Talk out. Another rough game for them.
Yeah, I mean, Goat's just too good of a team. That's all there is to it.
Goated.
They got the Jackie blessing.
That was it, honestly. Once that happened, it's over.
He's wrapped him in the golden jacket. And they're ready to go. I think for Go, it's been all right. Again, I think for Go, the main thing that worries me about the squad is the inconsistency. But hey, if you can have 16 Elim games with a chicken dinner, bosh, you're good to go.
Yep. And it was kind of crazy because we saw in PMMI, Goat, they took the slot for 4 Thrives and weren't able to really honor it in the way that they wanted to. But they come here into the World Cup, and at least at this group stage, they're looking good, right? Second place so far after these eliminations they have. Hey, just a little bit more work and they can end up on top.
A little bit more work, yeah. I think we really do need to have to wait to finals, though, to see that come through. Because...
On top of group stage, yeah.
On top of group stage, right?
They got
a long way to go.
They want that, they want that watch, that belt.
Hey, I mean, at this rate, though, they would go straight to finals in the current position they're in. They would play the group stage out, get that direct qualification, which would be nice.
90 पकड़ो यार.
If they can keep things up, that is.
90,
we do have a few more games
90
left
easy
today.
जा रहा. Top 5.
A few more Arangles.
That's right.
Into our Miramars to close things out with the wonderful
90,
John
92,
Jackie.
93 ऐसा कुछ पकड़ो.
Dude, crazy prize pool.
Thanks for 1,000.
It's so wild. You have, you know, $1.1 million in the group stage alone, 152 grand onto the survival stage, and then we get to the finals, $1.7 million. This is what I'm talking about here, folks.
We're definitely going to be handing out some big prizes at some point.
100 मुश्किल लग रहा है. क्या पता बेटा आप भी जाए.
Yeah.
Say it that way.
मेरा 90, 95 maximum लग रहा है. 95 से ऊपर मुश्किल.
Again, I think that that money should be reinvested in the team.
Yep. Well, but also, to say you were the team, right? What's the first thing you're reinvesting into?
Zone निकल गया bro. But OG के लिए
get those boys a better scrimming area.
Yeah, that'll work.
Give me the refrigerated drinks. All right, I want vending machines for free, as well as, you know, all the rest of the cool things. You know, the white balls, the black balls, everything you might need. tablets, etc.
Coaching staff, personal masseuses.
Your
right?
favorite phone.
Yeah. Yep. You gotta have it all. I mean, to really make it happen here. And that's the thing. Is like, I've had the pleasure of looking at some of these top squads set up, and you know, teams like Alpha 7 who live together and have for years.
They did reinvest in a really good way, actually, from all the wins they went through. Go on, sorry.
No, I mean, a lot of these guys, I mean, for those that don't know, I mean, these mobile gamers are treated like athletes. I mean, some of them have personal nutritionists, they have exercise programs, they play for 6 to 8 hours a day with a coach staring at 4 monitors, just analyzing, figuring out how these guys can get better. And, I mean, you got millions of dollars in prize pool on the line, right? You got to give your players as much advantage as you possibly can. And one thing I do love, especially I've noticed about this tournament, is adaptation. Prior to so many different squads, we'll see like, okay, a bad performance, no change, just the same old kind of play style. But now we're starting to see some teams like, all right, hey, let's make some adjustments, like Team Flash. Let's hunt down some squads in Rondo. Let's see if we can take them out. 4 Thrives ended up going out in the last one here. But they're still in a good position, you know, but Aaron Gale is always going to be that map to where that's where championships are made.
Yeah, absolutely. I think for adaptation-wise, teams have to get a lot better as times go on because we are having more 2-day sets. Used to be in the past, you could get away with first day,
that's a great point.
Second day, and then adapt into third day. But now it's a case of you got to do your research. It's why we see teams coming back so late to the hotel, right? They go through all the VODs together here in the arena. But we're getting back in towards the action. Things are starting to pop off in a big way as Ulf does open up. RQ's looking quite good here. They have been putting the work over towards Aurora. Now taking some gorgeous shots over towards All Gamers.
Gonna look at KRX there, getting some more eliminations. Yeah, as AGAL getting punished here. Just 8 people left for the squad. Vinny gonna try to throw that through the window and not hit the mark, but the rest of the... Oh, that one actually did. Maple's hurt. He's gonna back it up as his whole team is now gone. Gonna have to do a crazy 1v4 here. QXZZ's got that S12K though. And yeah, he's waiting for his team. He's like, you know what, why don't we push up as all 4? Guarantee this elimination. Sounds like a good idea.
There he goes out the window, goes way too far. Maple's just going to drop down, get towards the other building. This is a cheeky play. You have expected to get blasted on the approach. Smaller building, one way up the stairs here. A better chance for a 1v4. I mean, you love to set it up, but is it really going to happen? Enigma Galaxy heading over towards RQ. These guys have been making a lot of noise so far, and Enigma Galaxy, they're looking to turn that music down.
Yeah, Enigma Galaxy putting that work. And we saw them coming super late last night. And I was saying, like, hey, what were y'all guys doing? Y'all guys studying? Y'all guys were talking it out. And they said, ping pong. You know what I'm saying? And you know, sometimes you gotta build up those team building exercises, get that synergy going.
You're telling me they did? That's why they were there. Ping pong.
That's what they said. And it looks like it's working out right now because they are in a good position in the zone.
Did you just expose their secret sauce? Okay, now everyone's gonna be on the ping pong. Now Enigma Galaxy can't get on the ping pong tables. Look what you've done.
You're right. What have I done?
You got to take that back.
You know what? It was VOD review.
It was VOD review. That's right.
That's what we were doing outside.
Exactly.
Yep, as well.
Yeah.
So that's what it's all about here. You got to pull out all the secret sauce, all the stops here.
Yeah.
Oh, Goat though, look at that. Force on the roof, getting these little bank-nades in, causing a problem for Gaming Stars. Yusuf gonna have to do something. He's only got the pump shotgun. Oh, he just turned to check his back and gets turned on as Goat team are just making it happen here. Once they got that Jackie blessing, these guys just can't stop.
Well, I mean, man, imagine just giving them so little respect that you don't even check the corner there and still winning the fight. Yeah, if you're Gaming Stars, we need some more ping pong.
We need it. We need it. We need to do something here, right? Got to make sure you're locked in going towards the end. That hand-eye coordination, those thumbs are just rock solid here.
Kind of like mine.
Yeah.
Well, medium rare.
Medium rare?
Yeah.
I'm more of a medium guy myself.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Something I could play with Sounds like the Rock.
ये लोग ले लिए डिप ले लिए अब बस ये है कि ये फाइट जैसे खत्म होगी 40 और ये उल्फ की तू अपने को डैमेज
to the top though towards 4 Thrives.
इनके फाइट खत्म होते ही अपने को डैमेज
Nick Galaxy taking the fight over towards Goat in the meantime. 4 Thrives have
जब तक
been
ये
under
फाइट चल रही
pressure
होता है
from
अपनी
above
टीम एकदम
before and they
सेफ है
immediately start scattering. Do not want to fall prey to the same situation they did versus Nick Galaxy over on our angle yesterday.
Uzaifa. Oh, catch getting ran over by our IQ there. And 4 Thrives were just circling them like sharks. And they are putting in the punishment on Ulf. Man, Ulf just can't seem to get something going here. As 4 Thrives now with 5 eliminations are looking good in Erangel.
I mean, right now for Ulf, I don't think they're going to drop to the bottom 3. Getting them towards that top 5 is going to take some special towards the end of the day, though. But they haven't played bad, right? They are a dead center team.
अगर इनका वो रहता ना फाइट में एक दो मर रहे होते ना तो इतना डैमेज नहीं पड़ता.
Did make their exit from Yasnaya earlier on, moving down towards that southeast side currently. X-Force rejects in front of them, playing in heaven.
ADS तो मिल रहा है अपने को.
The problem with this is that we still have the top 4 teams in this circle here. And if they all do well in this game, that's going to start creating a little bit of a point gap. And if that happens, especially in the next game, oh, it's going to get wild.
Yeah, I kind of feel what's going to happen here between 4 Thrives as well as Heaven. This is the type of team that would just send it. They're going to send just underneath, though. And actually try and deal with OG.
नाइस रन रे दो नॉक दे दिए विस्कॉट ने 2 दिए 3 रे मार दिया रे एक ही रह गया लास्ट रह गया और मार्किया फ्रीमैन भी पावरफुल है रे
Getting out Huzaifa, yeah, now it's just IQ.
Bro, बाहर दिया रे
OG with the stiff arm there.
फ्रीमैन भी दिया
Getting it done. Trying
last
to hold
day,
on to that top spot. Now they got some good solid points. If you look at them right now, they're at 71. That is a good almost 20 points away from 6th place. If they end up strong here, that could be a straight lock for the top 5.
Yo, you know what happened? I reckon Ari went to this game, he was like, guys, you can't perform without me. Then we got some serious problems. I'm going to go drop over here, you guys drop over there. I'm going to get knifed up. It's going to be okay. You guys are going to play on a 3, and we'll see if you can make it work. Remember everything I taught you. And it looks like they're doing it proud right now as 3 players. They hold off 4 Thrives. Leave IQ as just 1. Maple's still going, miraculously, by the way. Can't believe he even made it to 8th there.
He's going to go ahead and take at least 1 point home with them. He'll take that as Aurora and Mansion are completely hard stuck. You got Nigma Galaxy staring at him. Yeah, look at that Satan from downtown. He's got some good coverage here. And this is outside of the circle, so I'm not surprised we're going to see Nigma Galaxy just kind of wait it out, look to maybe get these last 3 eliminations, and then push into the zone from there. You got Coops up close and personal. Keeping an eye on things, but you got to be careful. You cannot afford to get knocked. Igor, though, actually from Furia is staring at this as well. Man, Aurora, this is worst case scenario for you. 2 monster squads looking at you. You're outside of the circle here. Man, they're just going to try to do what they can.
अरोरा का मुश्किल है यार ऐसे निकलना गाड़ी लेंगे मरेंगे रुकेंगे मरेंगे नेड मॉली से पीट गए इनका अरोरा ना निकल पाए गाड़ी लेंगे फिर भी मरेंगे
Coops is feeling it right now. He's been a fantastic player for the squad. Steps up now 1v1 versus Rufus. They're down. It is Chief to find the final shot from far away.
Top 6 आ गए भाई लोग अपन top 6 आ गए
circle in a long time. Usually it's a little bit of a feature, but never the ending position.
4 4 3 2 1
See exactly where stage 7 heads over towards. Does it drop down towards that southwest side?
Let's get it going here. Nigma Galaxy.
Goat और 40 दोनों का एक बंदा बैठ
They have the edge of the circle here. We'll see where exactly it's going to go ahead and shift on to. But they got coverage right now. Protect those vehicles. That's so important because if the zone hard shifts away from them, they're definitely going to need them.
ये जिंदा रह रहा है.
So keep those protected. Wait for that next zone. You got 477 still up from Goat, trying to soak up some more placement points. Next zone does pop though. Where are we headed?
Nice रे, अच्छा zone
towards heaven. Gives OG another chance here as well on that western side.
RJC ऐसा कुछ नाम है.
They're looking for the turkey here, dude.
Hey, the OG fans were happy about that one. I heard
OG third party.
The second that zone shifted. Let's see
ये
how
हो जाए
this
ना,
all
हो
works.
गया
Yeah,
फिर,
they are
ठीक है
looking for that turkey. 3 in a row here.
हो
Here
सकते।
comes Pmwc though on the drive. 477
Enigma
stuck
अपने
out,
पे
and
ना
they
आए
actually
बस।
pass him up completely. They're driving straight towards
हाँ,
OG.
Enigma अपने पे आ रही।
OG's gonna have to hold them off. Round the
मारना
average
पड़ेगा OG
things.
को वापस से।
It is a 4v3
अरे।
here. Tanky the first to fall. But
It's
Wizgod
not
actually
Dia,
is able to
not
get
Dia.
a bit of a clap back over towards that way, and Ralph is left
Confirm ही मारा, बढ़िया।
behind. So only 2 players for Enigma Galaxy, possibly
Enigma को पड़ा है bro,
allowing
कहीं से
chance
पड़ा है।
for OG to reset.
IQ last player up
भी
for
मर
4
जाए, जल्दी
drives
मर
as
जा।
well.
At least
OG
top
are
4 आ जाए।
hurt though. That nade looks good. Wizgod. Ooh, barely getting out of the way of that one. Coop's gonna throw another though. Coop is hungry. He finds a nice headshot there. That one stung. He knows exactly where they are. This nade is an eviction notice saying hello and goodbye. Gets the knock on a tanky.
They're on their last legs right now. I think there was a bare moment.
थोड़ा
where
सा
everyone
कर
was
लेना,
off practically 10
हाँ,
HP.
nice रे, Wizgod,
Wizgod
top
will
4 आ
finish
गए।
off IQ off in the distance. That felt personal.
Coop's throwing a quick Molotov down low. He needs to start doing some of that low toss action we
कितनी
saw
नीड है
earlier.
भाई।
But he's got another nade locked and loaded. Let's see if he can throw this heat-seeking missile down south. Oh, he's got to watch his back, though,
अरे
and
यार,
he gets
बहुत
him.
needs है भाई।
Coops is doing some damage right here,
बढ़िया,
all
मार
by
के बढ़िया।
himself.
Lemonade goes a little bit too far. Wizgod takes another nasty hit. Smokes
कितने
running
नेड
forward
है
here,
भाई?
trying to keep AKOP alive, but a 4th place is still
मार
fantastic
दिया, चल।
for OG. Setting
हो
goes
सकते
down,
हैं,
that
हो
will
सकते
give
हैं।
time for potentially Wizgod to move up and pick up AKOP in the midst of all the smoke here. Makes the dash now.
Devil gets a knock onto Satan. What is going on right here? We got Coops
साला
gonna
लूट रहा
hopefully
है,
try to
नेट फोड़ रहा है,
get
लूट रहा है,
that
नेट फोड़ रहा है।
res.
But demon on demon action. This is crazy.
ये NGX गई।
Meanwhile, Furia is going ahead
Furia
and
कराएगी
putting
तो
some
NGX
work in
गई।
silence. He's got that MG3. That's the gun to have here. Furia.
Top 3 आ जाए अगर
Man,
इसको मार
looking
दिया
to
तो।
finally get a chicken dinner.
Top 3
As
अच्छा, top 3
Silence
अपन।
gets another knock there, and the finish actually Coops down to his last single
लेकिन अभी भी आ
HP.
सकते हैं।
Does, oh, nice little vehicle switch there. Hops in the
Top
vehicle,
3
hits the
confirm.
passenger seat, ejects, gets himself to safety for a little bit longer. But, oh, looks like that nade
Top
is
3 आ
going
गए।
to do it.
They'll take a 4th place
Top
though.
3 पकड़ो, top 3 पकड़ो अपने, top 3।
OG secures
बढ़िया
at
खेले, बढ़िया
least
खेले।
a 3rd.
नहीं क्या हो रहा है, मार
Goodness
के
me,
मार रहे।
AKOP is kind of tearing X-Force Rejects apart, but finally they get shut down, and this is a free game for Furia.
मारा भाई, मारा है, OG
Take
के
down
लिए तालियां हो
Satan,
भाई।
friendly fire. Game's gonna end just like that.
जाते
And
जाते
Furia
एक ने
will
2
pick
नॉक दिए,
themselves
1
up
किल
a
उठाया।
win, and it feels good for them. Put
W's
back
भाई,
that Rondo
nice try,
into
nice
this
try।
Erangel. A real turnaround today.
That is how
भाई,
you get
खेल
it
रहे
done
यार
right
अपने
there.
बंदे।
Furia, you know, that was just a sigh of relief because yesterday they were just hunting circles all day long, couldn't catch a break, and here they get the chicken
कितने
dinner.
पॉइंटर है?
Speaking of breaks, hey, X-Force
एक किल और
Rejects,
यार।
right? They
भाई,
stopped
मार रहे,
into
भाई, मार
heaven,
रहे।
they held that position.
Yeah.
Zone ended up getting locked onto them. And for a team that
I
was
guess एक
pretty
किल
much
आया उसके।
last place,
या वो
right?
last वाला जा
That gives
सकते
them
हैं।
an opportunity, right? To make that could
तो
be
नेट
that
से
door
बड़ा
open for
last
them
वाला
to at
किल
least
भी आ
get the
सकते हैं।
survival stage.
Yeah. But Enigma Galaxy though,
I guess
again,
क्या last
it's
वाले 2
it's a
किल
decent
ऐसे को।
move. I mean, Ralph
वहाँ
gets
क्या
caught on the
खेल रहे
back lines
भाई।
there, but it's understandable. That's a hard bit of terrain to push through.
Yeah.
Coops does a
भाई, मजा आ रहा
wonderful
है।
job though. The team's going to be massively proud of him.
भाई,
With
मजा आ
the way
रहा
he
है।
handled that ridgeline versus OG. Goodness me, I mean, if it wasn't for Fury,
गन पावर है भाई, क्या होल्ड करके मार रहे ब्रो।
yeah, for Furia, they were very quick to
क्या
the mark.
मस्किल
I
रे,
think that's the
नजर
main
ना
thing
लगे
for
भाई।
Furia. They analyzed and saw where the opportunities
team आ रही,
were
defend कर
there,
रही।
pushed over the top, and as soon as X-Force Rejects pushes out that building, goodness me, did you see how quickly Furia marched to the other side? That was wild.
Yeah, they
Bro,
knew
push
that
करने
they
नहीं
had
दे
a
रहे
chance
किसी
to
को।
win it, and they
मस्त
took it.
मस्त मार
Furia
रहे
is one of
भाई।
those squads that are so high IQ
ये game
when
में
it comes to
कितने
those
kill
kind
आए
of
वो देखने
opportunities.
हैं।
They're not going to miss it, that's for sure.
Yeah.
And,
मैं
and you're
देखता हूँ
totally right. I mean,
the point shift
once we
बनाया
saw
था।
that zone shift, Enigma
बात
Galaxy
का
knew they
preparation
lost the
की है
stage,
bro।
right? They're like, hey, you know what? We
आरू
just
ने
got to
preparation
try to
पूरी
do
की
whatever
है।
we can. Those kind of rotations, you're going to
Yeah.
have a sacrifice, right? Just to be able to even get there. But they did utilize that opportunity to its maximum, that's for sure. That's what it's all about. But Furia, they knew they had that one in the bag.
मेरी लास्ट
and
बात हुई थी
they took
आरू
it.
से, वो भी यही
But
बोला
yeah,
था भाई,
it's
इस बार
nice to
पूरी
see
जान
some more
लगा दी।
aggression coming out of Enigma
वो एक
Galaxy. It's
tournament
nice
था
to see
हमारा फन
OG
वाला
on the
उसके
front
लिए।
lines taking some good fights and
है भाई,
without Aru as
अपने
well
बात पे रहे
towards
भाई।
that end there. For X-Force Rejects, I need a little bit more to be convinced because you are playing from heaven. it's a god compound at the end of the day.
14 pointer
It
से
was luck,
14 है
right?
क्या?
It was luck, but you know what?
रुको अभी पता
Sometimes
लग जाएगा क्या है क्या
luck
नहीं.
is all it takes.
It's just what you need.
It's
yeah.
just what you need, you know, and
अभी
they
पता लग
just
जाएगा.
happened to get it, and it's good for them
He's
that it
got
happened
1v4.
now
I
in the
guess
second
1v3
game
या
of the last
1v3
eight,
मारे.
right? So we've seen
14
it in the
pointer.
past where teams
66,
that are coming in a
80
little bit
touch कर लिया
nervous,
फिर.
don't have that as
अगर
much
14 ही तो.
experience as some of these other guys.
80 points
They get a
आ
lucky
गए
game,
14
and
हुए तो.
sometimes that just gives them the confidence they need to actually.
भाई
do
खेल
something.
रहे हैं यार, खेल
Yeah,
रहे हैं
but,
अपने बंदे
you
खेल
know,
रहे हैं.
No, it's true because you certainly start to play a little
Like
bit more
करो भाई
different.
लोग, like करो. And
You're
free
especially
12 जाने दो.
nervous teams as well
Non-stop
coming
आने
into
दो.
this. No. It's a big stage. We have fans from
भर
around the
दो
world
free
here as
12 से
well.
वहाँ क्या पूरा.
Sometimes it could be hard either disappointing your fans or trying to uplift them in the process. So you get yourself a lucky win, Bob.
पूरे
you're good to
14
go.
पॉइंट है भाई लोग.
Yes,
14.
indeed, and
अपने
man,
हैं
it's so good to
80.
see these teams, right? Be
Second
able
पे
to
Geo 80,
pull
Gold
out all the stops
69.
here towards the end. These
Third पे
leaderboards
40,
have
69.
been bouncing
और fourth पे Aurora
all over
64.
the place here. But you know what? We got
एक अच्छा match.
Polaris with Flash.
Finals.
Let's go ahead and hear what these guys have to say.
एक अच्छा मैच फाइनल्स.
That's me. Thank you very much, Hot Jukes. Yes,
चार
I am
में
with
से एक
Top
अच्छा मैच
Z
सीधा
from
finals.
Flash after these two games because I really wanted to talk to them about a very unusual circumstances that have been happening.
रहा है,
But
अरे
first,
भाई,
let's
खेल
start
रहे
with
भाई.
day number 1 and the results there. It was kind of mixed results here and there, but then you got a first place.
अब
on
नॉर्मल
the
लॉबी लग
Erangel
रही है
yesterday.
भाई. अपने
So
वाले
talk to me
खेल रहे
about
ब्रो.
the
वन
team's
साइड खेल रहे.
approach
वो
to
लगेगी.
yesterday. Are you happy with those results from yesterday?
वन
What
साइड
do you
खेल रहे
think
तो
overall?
लगेगी.
Ngày hôm qua á, thì mình đã làm khá là tốt và đang đứng ở một cái vị trí thứ nhất ở cái map là Erangel á, thì mình cảm thấy là cái màn trình diễn của mình ngày hôm qua nó như thế nào, mình có hài lòng với kết quả ngày hôm qua không?
Đối với em thì ngày hôm qua bọn em thật sự là
कौन सी लैंग्वेज है भाई लोग ये?
In my opinion, yesterday, to be honest, we haven't done a very good job on the maps, I would say.
Okay. That's fair. And coming into
ये
day
कौन सी
2,
language
you
है?
got a second place on the Rondo after holding on the east side, and then that was against Rangatan. And then game 2 happens today,
मेरे को पता
and
भी
then
है team
Orangutan
कहाँ की है ये
hits you
वाली.
guys on Erangel as well. So what's your thoughts about that? And do
Indonesian.
you want maybe some revenge on Orangutan after all that?
Với ngày hôm nay á, thì mình đã đứng ở
मतलब
top
आपको भी
2
नहीं
ở cái
पता है, आप भी अंदाजा
trận
लगा
đấu
रहे
đầu
समझ
tiên
गया
á,
मैं.
và sau đó thì mình lại bị đối thủ là Orangutan á, đã ném bom trúng cho mình á và hạ gục mình. Thì ở
आपको
trận
भी
thứ
नहीं
hai
पता,
thì
मैं
mình
समझ
cảm
गया.
thấy như thế nào, liệu rằng mình có muốn trả thù đối thủ của mình hay không?
sau trận 2 thì bọn em cũng rút được kinh nghiệm nhiều hơn. Vì trận đó cũng khá là không có may mắn. Nên mấy trận sau bọn em sẽ cố gắng đạt được thành tích cao nhất.
On the second
इन्होंने
match,
ये बोला
I
है
would
कि हम
say
लोगों
we
ने
were,
पूरा 100% दिया, हर
pretty
गेम में
luckier
ट्राई कर रहे,
than the
बट ये
first
गेम
match,
में
and
वो
we
वर्क
also
करके
like have our
स्ट्रेटजी
own
हमने चिकन मार
experiences based on
ये
the
बात
first
हुई.
map. So we did a
मेरे
good
को
job
समझ
on
आ
the
रही,
second
थोड़ा-थोड़ा
one, and
समझ
I
आ
think
रही.
like based on that result, we will keep continue, like pushing harder for the next round.
Okay, thank you very much, Top Z here. Good luck with the next games. And that does it for us here, down on the stage.
फिर ये भी बोला कि अगली गेम में तगड़ा खेलने की ट्राई करेंगे, ऐसा बोला. मैं समझ गया. भाईचारा. समझ गया ब्रो. यही है. और बीच में ये भी बोला इंडियन टीम क्या मस्त खेल रही ब्रो. वैसा भी बोला बीच में. કેમ છે બાપુ ભાઈ બાપુ આજે એકદમ મોજમાં છે જેવું ચાલે છે હમણાં એ જોઈને મજા પડી ગઈ ભાઈ बस अभी बाद में देखिए बातचीत कर लेते थोड़ी आगे जवानों लाइक करो एक साथ मिलके ठोको लाइक बटन एंड जो भी नए सब्सक्राइब ऑल्सो मजा आ रहा है कि नहीं है बताओ देखो वॉच पार्टी में अपन इतने किंग नहीं है इतना अपने को आता नहीं है बट देखो जो आते हैं अपन वो कर रहे रॉ रख रहे अपन ज्यादा करेंगे सीख जाएंगे धीरे धीरे बट मेरे को मजा आ रहा है कल मैं देख रहा था उससे इंटू 2 मजा आ रहे आप लोगों के साथ देखने में बस वो है कि वॉच पार्टी की परमिशन मिली है ह्यूज थैंक्स टू ईडब्ल्यूसी अपने टीएजी मैनेजमेंट को भी ह्यूज शाउट आउट भाई उनकी वजह से ये पॉसिबल हुआ है कि अपने को इतना प्रॉपर्ली वॉच पार्टी करने मिल रहे तो एक बार डब्ल्यूस हो जाए मधुर भाई के लिए उन्होंने पूरा ये अरेंजमेंट किया अपने लिए कि भाई तू कर कोई इशू नहीं आएगा तो डब्ल्यूस कर दो एक बार मधुर भाई के लिए मेरी लाइट गई है वो अभी आ जाएगी मौज पड़ी बस एकदम हो ना ब्रो मजा है देखने में और मजा है बाकी भाई लोग लाइक करो एंड जो भी नहीं सब्सक्राइब ऑल्सो सब्सक्राइब बटन रुकना नहीं चाहिए भाई कल स्क्रिम्स में सबसे ज्यादा किल किए बातें हैकर तो अरे कल मजा आया था भाई बट वो लाइट होता तो और मजा आता आप लोग भी देखते कल मस्त मैचेस गए थे स्क्रिम्स में स्टार्टिंग के बहुत सारे मैचेस अच्छे गए थे फ्रेंड एंड में थोड़ा तुम्हारा भाई अगना शुरू किया था कितने मैच है और अभी और 4 मैच है ना और अगर एक अपन कैलकुलेशन लगाए रफ कैलकुलेशन 8 मैच हुए 80 पॉइंट 10 का एवरेज चल रहा है ब्रो 10 का एवरेज चल रहा 10 अगर ऐसा जनरल देखने जाए तो अपन बड़ी बात है भाई 10 का किल रहे आपका साउंड ज्यादा रखो भाई ज्यादा ही है अभी मैं एक काम करता हूँ एकदम पास में ले लेता हूँ और ज्यादा हो जाएगा ब्रो बीजीएमएस वॉच पार्टी प्लीज अगर हुआ परमिशन मिली तो लेंगे करेंगे कोई इश्यू नहीं आ गए अपने भाई लोग आ गए थोड़ा बातचीत सुन दी
They are bringing it. Oh, they were sleeping day one, but now they're wide awake and they're back in the fray. It's so good to see them play around heaven. Hey, maybe making sure they clear their backside and then just pushing into heaven, playing the high ground spot. And we'll have a clip later on of how they wrapped up that game properly. But Furia, it's so good to see Brazil is showing some presence here in this group. And 16 points. Oh, that's going to put them way higher up on the rankings.
And we're looking at the second place orangutan with the points. Honestly, the consistency that we're seeing out of this squad is exactly what we want to see. And if they're going to continue on like this, pretty soon we're going to be saying that that squad is going to be going straight to the finals because they're creating a bit of a lead there all the way down to the team that's in 6th place.
Yeah, it's looking very, very good for Orangutan to come in today with a win and then a second place. As far as the match rankings go, right? The second place in terms of points, just 14 points is a big amount to be coming into the first Erangel fort. I mean, we've got 2 more Erangels for them to come on through here, but yeah, Furia able to really just wrap things up. I do want to say big ups to X-Force Rejects as well. They had Heaven and they kept it.
No.
Oh no.
अगर आरू भी रहता ना ब्रो
the
ये
replay
चिकन
coming
कमेंट हो
through
जाता
of the oddest fight I think we've
Stand
had so
still.
far.
Chicken हो जाता
No. And then the rest of the team going, how
बड़ा कंट्रोल गेम
dare
पे हो गया
you?
थोड़ा
No, we're coming in hot here. Just going to avoid some trees, go around a little bit, and just pile in.
It's a very dangerous game of tag with knives. Who does that?
This shows the camaraderie, you know. You're like, oh, you took out our leader. How dare you? And this is the energy that I love seeing from OG. I do want to sort of touch on if we go back to, sorry, oh my God, I'm having a break. X-Force.
12-15 पॉइंट की बात है बस
They were from the bottom. Now they're here. This was something. Okay, this is something that they needed to do. I guess a little bit earlier on in the stage, but look, you were saying they had Heaven, that was good. They were able to have line of sight even when the contention started with for Thrives against OG. They were able to grab a couple of eliminations from that position. But the mistake that led, obviously, having that they were pushing out of the building was Furia, obviously, with their
भाई वॉच पार्टी यार वो लाइन से देखो मैं जा रहा फाइनल्स के लाइन पे जा रहा अगर अपनी टीएजी हुई जो कि होगी जो ग्राइंड किया हम लोगों ने
so being having that game
pushes
pushes them out of that bottom 3, which is exactly what they need to do. But is it something that they can sort of carry on into these next matches? I do feel that they rotated incredibly early. They didn't really have the utility to sort of back up these fights that were happening down on the hill, which any sort of grenade, I think they would have taken that home. So it was a little bit difficult, too early of a rotate for them. Little bit of luck mixed in between it, but let's hopefully we can see more of these adjustments going forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I do want to jump in here though as well, as I think this is exactly the game that they were needing to now push them forward into the next couple of games. You know, if you've had kind of a rough day, you do just want to get into the top 5, have a survival game, be assured that you actually can get in there, and then you can come into the next game going, okay, we've made a top 3, we've got some decent points, there's a little bit of pressure off our shoulders, we've reminded ourselves that we're able to actually compete at this level, and we can go on forward now. So I'm hoping for big things coming in.
Yeah, and for X-Force, honestly, I don't agree with what people were saying in regards that they got lucky, they were able to defend it off against a lot of people. But moving on to some of the other squads, I actually know we got a clip about Furia that you've been wanting to see, Max. Oh, you know what, before you even show it, how about show some stats stats. They were passive, but the thing is, it ended up working out in their favor because they
चार
were
बन, छः
playing
pointer
that to win it.
I just wanted to see a win from Furia.
Total
Genuinely,
2 lakh.
that's all I wanted.
They gave it to you.
After yesterday, we didn't get it, but here
Caster
we go.
से
Looking
मिला
at the
दो
final
भाई.
clip.
ए भाई
You know, you
मैच
might
पे
be thinking, oh,
focus
they're just going to
कर,
go from
fight
cheese
से
compound straight
इनसे
into the side of
किसी को international lobby
Xbox
में
Reject,
घिसने
but
की
no,
जरूरत
they put themselves
ये
between
सब
the
करो.
outskirt of the circle
तुमको क्या करना है
and the middle
Caster से
portion of the
मिला
circle,
दो.
meaning Xbox Reject, even the side of NGX, Orangutan are all going to be
भाई
forced
सुधर जाओ यार.
naturally into their position.
यार
So
अभी
we have to do set up a
सीखो
very
यार
solid
कैसा
defense.
खेल रहे
And you do
हैं
that, by the
ये
way,
नहीं करना.
with an MG3,
Caster
which
से
is the
मिला
best
दो.
weapon to have for Mr. Silence himself. My
Yeah,
MVP
भाई.
prediction of the tournament. I loved it. They now see the number of players is down to just 2. Just nail it down, take home that win. That was literally a perfect finish in terms of execution from good old Furia.
Yeah, and see, that was, I
Chicken,
just want to touch on
chicken.
that. That was a
Chicken
great sort of
मारे.
overview
Yep.
of what
Moral
I
boost
was
हो गया,
sort of
ऊपर जाएंगे वो लोग.
explaining. Like, they didn't need to leave that position.
नहीं जाने
Fury
चाहिए, अपने से ऊपर नहीं
obviously
जाने चाहिए.
capitalized on that, which is excellent from them. But yeah, I mean, Xbox
Furia भी आ गई
Reject
ना
should
competition
just wait.
में.
Yes, we're looking at the
People
overall
should
here.
see what
Orangutan now with 80 points, and that's just what
Mark
I'm talking
किया
about.
Indian
Like,
team
right
अपने
now,
top
with
पे.
this squad, they have a 25-point lead over 6th place. Top 5 is where you want
मजा आ
to
रहा है.
be if you want to end up going to the finals. You could end up almost same because the way that they're currently playing is so consistent.
मजा
Your
आ रहा है
squad
bro, ये
could
देख
be
के मजा आ
already
रहा है.
going to the finals. I don't
On
care if
top,
it's too
bro.
early, but they're playing like it and they're looking like it
Pascal
too.
Godlike भी भाई
I mean, honestly, I
अच्छा
think we
करी.
get to the halfway point, and I think that statement is
अपनी
going to
दो
be
Indian
very
team
true,
finals
just
में भाई
based on what
माहौल
happens
सेट हो
in the
जाएगा.
next game, right? 4th Thrives as well. You know, they're starting to go down the
माहौल
leaderboard just a
सेट हो
little bit.
जाएगा. मानिया पे भरोसे पे
RRQ, I
कर
mean, yes,
लेगा वो.
X-Force Rejects have made it out of the bottom
16
3
से
by quite
जीता
a
है
bit,
तो
actually.
भाई
But Team
कर लेगा वो कर
RRQ,
लेगा.
that's not a team I was expecting to
8
see
मैच
down
में
here,
कमबैक
Max.
लेके 8 नहीं
Please, we're in
12 मैच में कमबैक
I want to see
लेके
some
ट्रॉफी
presence from
लिया
him.
है.
Though we did see a
कर
little
लेगा,
bit
कर
higher
लेगा.
up on that second page, this Ulf, and a lot of people would say that's disappointing, right? For a team that was second
मजा
place
आएगा.
back at PMGO Season 1 and did so good, especially during the PMGC finals. Let them cook, right? They're slow
Ooh,
starting team. Yang Tashol, right? I don't know how you say it in Turkish, but they're slow starting team. I wouldn't be too scared for them, at least as they don't make in the bottom 3. We're fine. Ulf will come back eventually in this tournament.
I was gonna say I don't want to flex on my Turkish just yet. All right,
We're not there.
Let's hold on to that one. But before we even move on, how about we talk about some predictions here? Because for everybody currently watching at home, you can go to the EWC Play app and do your predictions if you haven't already. And if you do end up winning something, make sure you use that hashtag EWC and hashtag EWC26. I want you to tell me quickly predictions. Who's going to be winning the next game?
Winning the next game is going to be 4th Thrives.
अरे ओजी बोलो यार.
Stop asking me because apparently I get it wrong and then I get roasted. So don't ask me that question again.
Such a cop-out.
X-Force Rejects, that's who I won, all right? X-Force Rejects, show me, keep on that momentum going. But we're actually going to be going to none other than Barty with the defending champions of PMWC, Yangon Galacticos.
OG.
Right you are, Seven. I've got the defending champions of
मैं भी था bro, interview
PMWC
में
joining
मैं
me
भी
on
था.
the main stage here.
मैं भी
I've got
caster बन गया
Yangon
था.
Galacticos. Smile, let's have a quick chat. You know, cast your mind back to PMWC last year. You guys managed to secure the championship. The way
मैं
that
भी
you
बैठ
did
गया
that
bro. मैं भी
was by
बातचीत के लिए.
consistently putting up placement points. You didn't play too aggressive. You just played your game. Now we've had an entire year since then, and you're going to be joining the group
Traditional
stage tomorrow.
कपड़े
Has the
क्या?
strategy changed? What's the plan coming into this year's PMWC?
Especially for the strategy, I don't want to use wine or repeat too much, but we will prepare for every possible situation, every scenario that, including the we experience in 2025, any new situation that might happen. Also, we don't rely on the same strategy because this is strategy. Yeah.
Okay. Keeping the cards close to your chest. I like to hear that. Now, let's talk a little bit about what you're wearing. This is very, very cool. Now, your Yangon Galacticos skin has just released in-game a few days ago. It's traditional Myanmar dress, if I'm not mistaken. Please tell us how it feels to have this kind of representation in-game.
I mean, I'm so proud to be here representing Myanmar and wearing Myanmar culture clothes on the international stage. And also, that is so meaningful for our fans and Myanmar people to be Myanmar traditional clothes on the international stage.
And if you could say anything to your fans who are watching and preparing themselves for you guys to step out onto the stage tomorrow and compete, what would you like to say to them?
I mean, cheer for us.
Cheer for them, that's what they say. Now, for those of you at home, if you want to get your hands on this incredible
Respect
skin
करो
in-game,
यार,
just go over to the
respect करो।
PMWC event
पहले इसमें तो कर लो,
in-game,
बाकी
okay?
ठीक है,
Now,
बाकी
redeem with
तुमको जो करना है
perk
करो, चलिए।
vouchers, and once you've done that, you'll be able to get your hands on the Yangon Galacticos
भाई वो
champion
अपना
outfit,
traditional कपड़े
Ancient
पहन के यहाँ पे
Charm
लाइन
set.
पे आए,
Yangon
वही
Galacticos,
सबसे बड़ी
thank you
बात
so
है
much for
भाई।
joining me in this interview.
समझ
I'm going to
रहे हो?
shake all your hands, boys. Thank you so much. The gloves are really cool as well. And with that being said, let's head back over to the casters to continue day 2 of the group stage.
I don't know about ancient charm. That guy's got new school charm. What a sweet guy. And what a fun team Yangon Galacticos has been last year in EWC 2025.
हिंदी वाला कुछ दिखा ही नहीं अरे भाई इतना इंटेंस जा रहा है कि हिंदी वाला खुलने का टाइम ही नहीं हो रहा है ब्रो
But we're heading in towards Erangel next, map number 3.
चलो
Let's get it going here, man. Hey, I want to say one thing, right? I love,
Third match.
you know, good
जय माता दी
esports jerseys. I
Hopefully,
want that, though.
ये
I want
मैच
one of those,
डिसाइडर हो
man.
अपने लिए
So,
क्या
if you
कि
got that
फाइनल्स जा रही
a triple XL,
और कुछ नहीं
bring it on down. But you know
It
what?
looks comfy, this.
सीधा फाइनल्स की टिकट कंफर्म हो जाए
These guys are looking fly.
अगले लास्ट टीम मैच में जो करने के लिए
Speaking of fly, I think it's time to get this
ये
started here.
टिकट कंफर्मेशन
into
मैच हो जाए ये
the
वाला
second Erangel of the day. Only 3 more matches after this, but this is going to be a crucial one.
OG up to 80 points now, and it's going to be difficult
Yeah,
to knock them out of
Venus,
that
क्या
top
बात कर
5
रहे?
unless there's some incredible shifts up in the rankings as thing goes on. But honestly, I think OG they're riding high. Right
चलो
now.
इस बार
They're feeling good.
तीन मैच चाहिए सीधा भी
I don't
ड्रॉप पे
think
जाएंगे
anyone's going to challenge them too much. They might drop out of first place, but I love
सोचो
to see them stay
FL
up
आ जाए और
there
ड्रॉप
throughout the
ड्रॉप
entire
क्लैश
survival
करने
stage. And I can see Hoxie currently has taken our top player spot in number 1 with
आएगी नहीं क्योंकि
17.
उनको ही points चाहिए
Actually, Aurora top is doing a
That's
huge
okay.
amount of work for them with 16.
थोड़े
Let's
फ्लैक्स
get
हो
it
जाए
going here.
चैट
You
में
can take a look at the top players. Yeah, top with the most damage.
Wow.
4,357. Unbelievable performance right here from him. Fortunately, we don't see Aurora on top of the leaderboards here, but they're right there. They're still in 5th place. But OG already now have a nice point sponge, like you mentioned. The Golden 14, nice amount of points as well. Completely tied up in 2nd and 3rd. This is going to be a close one. It's really going to come down to the last match to see who's going to be in our top 5.
Absolutely. Now I'm looking down towards the bottom of the leaderboard.
Zone मिलता
RQ
नहीं
in
पहले देख
4
लेते उसके बाद हम
teams.
प्रेडिक्ट करते हैं चलो
RQ
एंड
qualified on a technicality.
एक zone बनने
They've
दो,
been
फिर
working
predict
hard, putting in
अरे
the
एक में क्या
time to
predict करूं भाई
try and get
कहाँ
through
भागा है?
towards that group stage, potentially through to the finals. It'd be a shame to see them go out here in survival stage, but right now they are
ये
not
तो
playing
कहीं
up to
बन गया
scratch.
bro,
So
ये
they
predict
do a
करना ही
little
नहीं
bit
है
more here. 28 points to the 32. The X-Force rejects have
मुंह
been
से
able
मीठा
to
निकला तो
grab the
मिलता
back
की
of that
रेडी है
last game. But we do have Naruto games, Naruto skins in game at the moment. We've got the Ninetales Fury Org there as well, so you can draw for the Naruto character set 2 and become a sage yourself in game. As we all know, all of the viewers of PUBG Mobile are filled with wisdom because you're here with us, of course.
That's
अभी
right.
तो मेरे को लग रहा है यहाँ पे क्या करेंगे सब लोग भागेंगे वो ऊपर फील
Naruto
उठेंगे
Jutsu, what would it be?
I told you. Wait, John asked me this question yesterday.
Did he?
Yeah.
I asked him the same one.
You asked that. I have the same answer.
What is it?
Rasen
Vizgard.
Shuriken.
Ah, very nice.
I had like such
Vizgard.
weird deja vu for a second there.
Vizgard.
Damn, let me.
भाई इससे सुनता ना भाई थोड़ा
I'll tell you what, I'm going.
Give me a
खाता
sec.
बोलता
Okay,
हूँ
you know what?
2 seconds. Give me 2 seconds.
You know what? I'll tell you, it doesn't have a couple secs, and that is going to be Thunder Talk Gaming once again. Losing players super early on. Sitting is knocked.
गणपति बाप्पा मोरिया
And
yeah man
Shiva with
गणपति
the
बाप्पा
vehicle
मोरिया
swap's going to go ahead and get that confirmation. But he's actually going to have to watch out
ये
because
कौन
Zing is
है?
already there, putting that punishment down.
यहाँ पे
So
लफड़ा हो
Thunder
गया है,
Talk,
breach पे ही लफड़ा
X-Force
हो गया है।
Rejects battling it out, back and forth. Reverb is going to get thirsted. Sitting did survive. And he looks like he is going to crawl to safety. Are you kidding me? So Thunder Talk shutting down that push from X-Force Rejects. One little mistake. That's all it takes.
अभी तो मैच शुरू हुआ है
Absolutely.
Building set है bro
Rejects leading 1 there.
सेट है बिल्डिंग सेट
I
है
was looking up jutsus in the
Okay,
meantime.
all right.
Yeah.
Change your decision?
अरे
No,
कोई
but
अगर
if it-
आया तो पेटी है ब्रो ये
Hey,
तो
I actually have this tattooed on my bag, but it's the
Game
Dead
शुरू है
Demon Consuming Seal. That one's cool.
Nice.
That one is cool. Unfortunately, I wouldn't use it because I would knock
तुमको गन
myself
कहाँ
in
से मिली
game
साला ब्रिज
using
लूटे क्या
Maybe lock down your lunch so no one takes it, right?
I know. I have to.
That's right. You know what? I'm going...
I need a res, bro. I need a res.
I need a res.
Need a reanimation treatment.
NGX को पता है वहाँ बंदे.
I'm going with the flying Raijin, dude.
Yeah, that is cool. That is big.
You can't. I think it's just too dang good. You know what I'm saying? Anytime you need me, I can have you marked, pow, and I'm right there. But what can I say?
I mean, Minato is the GOAT. So
yeah.
अभी तो पहला जोन चालू हुआ है उसमें
we
इतने
do have to
फाइट
talk
हो
about
रही
this.
Yes.
We do got to talk about this because this is fun
हर कोई
to
जोन के लिए भाग
watch.
रहा.
But it is also the first time we've actually seen it down towards Sosnovka. We get to watch these players duke it out on day 2. Down towards the south side of the map. Thundertalk already making their cross right now. Enigma Galaxy also looking to move across. And Fourth Drives, they're just not holding it. I think they were much more concerned with having a spot right now. They're on 69 points, which is great. It is good. But we want to see a bit more for themselves. They don't want to end up dropping out on a catastrophic turn of events coming through towards the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, top 5 is definitely the goal. More placements, the better, for sure. And with 69, they do have a little bit of a gap from 6th place. But with how these teams are playing, I mean, that we've seen gaps like that get shut down in just a game alone. Especially when you got Furia climbing up the leaderboards. They have 54. They're within easy range of Enigma Galaxy. Enigma Galaxy, as a matter of fact, they're one of these teams that really need this game right here because things are getting spicy for sure. Looking on over here, especially this is a very difficult zone. We have a nice hard shift down the military.
My boys have got the double hovercraft.
Double hovercraft.
That is actually a massive advantage on Sosnovka. You want to keep those up as long as possible. You can sort of hide them down towards the south side if you wanted.
Yeah, especially if you can go hunt down one of those welding guns. Man, that's going to be so good for them here towards the end. And it looks like out of 2 teams that are already in military base, Fourth Drives and Enigma Galaxy are mighty close to each other here. Meanwhile, KRX is going to be storming the beach here in a little while as well. So that's going to be interesting to see.
India finals में confirm है.
Yeah, KRX actually heading over
12 पॉइंट चाहिए 4 मैच में 12 से 15 पॉइंट पकड़ो. सेफ खेलना है तो 20 पकड़ो.
Ulf is yet to
4 मैच में 20 पॉइंट आएंगे confirm.
At the moment.
वैसे तो confirm ही हो गया.
There is a jump to be made for Ulf here into
But
top 5. They want it in this game. Similarly for KRX, Furia, the Flash. You're right, Enigma Galaxy is right on that cusp at the moment.
Yeah.
Keep a white-knuckled grip to keep this one going.
Dude, these last 3 matches coming up are going to be so insane. You know what? I'm excited. Me too, and I am just so happy that... Oh, look at this. GOAT going down. Killer Joe is out. Moxie is hurt. So X-Force Rejects do cross the bridge. They head to Novo. And they end up getting the better of GOAT. Meanwhile, look at this. They're on
welcome to international.
A glider. Getting themselves in position in this next circle.
It's going to be Fuchsman as well as Force. Going forward.
welcome to international.
Can't play as you want. There's also a
glider
here too, so it looks like GOAT was double gliding. KRX is double hovering.
2 glider उड़ा रहे भाई ये लोग.
But yeah, I think for X-Force Rejects, this was cool. I like this from them.
I
gotta disagree with
glider
7,
देख लिया bro.
Okay.
Yeah.
अपन glider को ignore करते ये लोग उड़ा रहे.
Honestly, you play Heaven, and they sort of immediately lost as soon as they moved away from Heaven.
Yeah.
Okay. There is, and that's okay. It's okay to get lucky sometimes. It really is. But it also feels bad when you instantly lose players running out into a singular side. I want to see more of it. So that right there is more promising to me than anything. And it's coming in at 8 minutes into the game. Capability to take down a squad moving in and have the wherewithal to set up it.
And actually get some eliminations.
Yeah.
I mean, all I know is that if I get zone locked towards the end, I'm feeling lucky. That's for sure, right? But you got to still put in the work even if that happens. This next circle does pop all the way down to military. So yeah, now there's no question of where this zone is headed. And
thank God.
Yeah, thank goodness. So I think we're tired of these like crazy water in the middle of the island circles. You know what I'm saying? So no splits here. It's just going to be who is the best in order to get this win.
Emergency back
Right now,
chase में नहीं होता
obviously
भाई.
the center
ये नहीं होता.
of airstrip is pretty
अभी
strong.
बस वही है कि zone
Good
अपने
place
को
to
ऊपर जाना
play.
है.
You could even head over towards
कैसे जा रहे हैं वो देखने का.
C block too. Not a bad spot. Worth playing going forward. KRX with the double hovercraft have a ton of capability to move in, but it seems like they may have ditched them somewhere.
यूरिया मार के लास्ट गेम चिकन मार के पागल हो गई है ब्रो. सीधा
boy.
अटैक.
Look to see the action is starting to ring off those. Furia's getting mighty close here. Geekay gonna go ahead and find a spot in military. They're gonna be holding the satellite position as well as Doxy. Oh, nice jump shot. Ragnarok though. Oh, it wasn't nice enough because Hoxie shoots him out of the air and shuts him down.
Aurora trying to make the cross here versus Ulf. Ulf got across a little bit earlier.
सेट है ब्रो.
They rung the bell on this one, and Aurora starts to move up. Reaper's already down. Zjol trying to hit some mad shotgun shots. Don't know what he was thinking. And out top with his signature Mini 14, it's not enough as Kelsey from behind will find the shots towards him, leaving just Doc, the last player alive here for Aurora.
कोई चांस नहीं है ऐसे
Man,
बचने का.
tough cross and a bad time too. Match number 3 here for the second day. Aurora in 4th place. Going out like this is going to be tough. It's going to really be those last 3 matches for Aurora if they're going to make it into the top 5. So worst case scenario for Aurora, Nick Galaxy, Flash, Yudia all pop off here. You can see Maniac looking for some cheeky angles. And look at him go. He's going to be able to try and jump all the way to the top, and he does. So Maniac busting out his parkour skills, showing people this is how it's done. This is how you get up on top. And Ulf's going to have to be mighty careful. Those footsteps are pretty loud, though. Let's see if they can hear him up there.
Doc's like, what the hell, man? You're making a lot of noise.
Oh, man, the coach didn't look too happy. I
Doc
saw
देगा.
that little coach's corner.
भाई गोटे टाइट है.
Make him smile.
Rolex भाई sorry.
As Rolex is
Sorry.
like, hey, nobody's here, right?
There's no way.
Nobody's here, right?
Are we trigger discipline on this one? That's
goodbye.
crazy.
Oh, gets the thirst, though. And he did get shot in the back, right? Am I tripping?
No, you're not.
Rolex
that
का
is
चेहरा
ballsy
दिखा दो.
to say that. Nade goes fully long.
कोई दिक्कत नहीं. Rolex का एक बार चेहरा दिखा दो.
The coach
मैं
corner,
खुश हो जाऊंगा.
No reaction.
No reaction.
No reaction.
Nil
on that
point.
Rolex का चेहरा
That
दिखा दो
is
एक बार.
correct.
Yeah.
Please.
He did get shot in the back.
He did, right?
Bro,
yeah, I was
इतना
like,
हुआ होगा.
My
Confirm.
boy just stood on the stairs.
just saying, you know what? If I'm going down, this is how I'm doing it.
I'm convinced I'm part of gaming stuff.
I'm safe. Oh, man, Yusuf getting caught out. Maniac jumped down? I thought he was on top of the hole. If he was on top of
टीम पे आते
it.
भाई थोड़ा
Interesting.
कम करती. थोड़ा.
Scarface, though. Yeah, I thought he was on top of the little tippy top of the bridge. But now it looks like we're going to see Ulf just hard commit to this
Alula's
gatekeep.
coming in here as well.
So Ulf got a lot of points to grab. I think they're going to hold on to the spot for a lot longer.
I mean, why not? I mean, Ulf right now, feels like people are feeding them points. Ulf's like, they're not even trying to make this difficult for them.
No से जा
It's
रही. मैं देख नहीं पाया.
just meals, free meal tickets arriving on the bridge. Yeah, I'll eat that up every time. Circle does move far down towards the southeast, though. X-Force Rejects did try and pick up the buildings down towards the southwest side of C Block. But KRX is nice and set up. However, a lot of these teams are going to have to make their way out of airstrip, and quite a few times that can be a difficult task. Getting out across that road, you're massively silhouetted in that situation. Question for anyone else as the sideline. This is a big move from RRQ. They are flying through teams on the southern edge.
I like this play, actually. I think if you're RRQ, you're right now at 28 points. Top 5 is going to be really tough. Like, you need to pop
We got to
off.
make a play.
Yeah. You got to make a crazy play. And in order to make at least to the survival stage, this could be it, right? Like, hey, let's take the risk now. Especially with Miramar coming up. Let's full send it to the center, and they do make it there safely. So it looks like that bet did end up paying. Oh, as soon as I say that, AJ gets a knock and thirst onto one of the players from RRQ. So maybe a little bit too greedy on that rotation.
Yeah, well, I would say you should assume that players are going to be playing down towards these very much coastal edges. I think it's a very typical area to work with as well.
For sure. And they had so much space here, you know, I just think...
Yeah, there wasn't a reason for it, right?
FL बैठी है भाई उनको भी जोन जाना है ना अभी वो कहेगी निकल जाए तो बढ़िया है
A lot of teams are unwilling to move now they're inside
थोड़ा
the
मुश्किल है
circle.
जोन बट
I think it also seems that there's a lot of teams unwilling to move on the outer edges too.
That's one of those mistakes you point out, right? Because it's just a pure mistake. Like, there's certain ones that you could be like, all right, it was a coin toss. They could have gone left, they could have gone right, and they just made a bad bet. But that was one where you just kind of lost a player pretty unnecessarily on the side of RRQ. And it's those little tiny ones that they just like are a domino effect to your demise. So it could have been like, oh, we could have won the game with 15 points, but now we're stuck in a third place with 2. You know what I'm saying? Let's see it happen. So as we look at this, nice shot of that map. Let's see where the circle goes, though. Are we gonna have a crazy shift? Does it center up? That's gonna make things interesting. Oh,
man, that's sad for RQ though.
That is tough.
You make a big play for the south side and assuming it's going to move out away from airstrip, it runs straight back. And KRX, honestly, for them, they were pretty happy with their spot.
Yeah.
They're even happier now. And if they still got the double hovercraft, they will be very well set up going to this late game. Not that they need to move much, but they can create some really good impromptu cover. All gamers will fly straight across this bridge. Gamers realizing now they need to move instantaneously. RRQ flip to a new area. Fuchsman's on the other side.
They made the push quick.
A bunker each.
I like it. I like it. Your RQ, the zone swapped on over. Take those bunkers. Secure those spots. KRX, I believe they were holding those satellite positions with those hovercrafts. So that's a really good position, especially if the zone decides to go ahead and hard shift down south. So teams now taking some of their final spots. A lot of teams, though, still need to get into this zone. Our top of the leaderboard squad, OG, they are still way over there in blue, just barely crossing the bridge, super late. Ula is in the same position on the other side as well.
It's kind of was focused on towards 2 bridges there. They were really unwilling to move. So was All Gamers, a little bit scared of it. And I know that OG likes to really analyze how they want to go forward. So if they still think a team's there, like they did yesterday on Miramar Gaming Stars, they'll try and figure out a different situation. Now they're trying to wrap on the northern edge, which I do think this is kind of interesting. They could come down from the hillside and sling into the south side of C block if they wanted to. But it's certainly an interesting one. And I think when you see all gamers flying in towards that eastern side, maybe this is the play, and it looks like to be what they're going for.
Yeah, they're sending it right now. Igor is trying to survive this one. Serpentini, oh, looks like one of his tires did get popped out. He's in trouble. Quick, getting a knock on to Aaron. AGAL, yeah, just trying to send it to safety, but Ayala pops him out the vehicle.
It's not going to be. Fury has been marshalling this northeast road for a long, long time. Pulling out the badge.
Oh, pulling out the buggy.
Yeah. Badge has been put away, apparently.
Yes, it is.
By the Flash here. You are playing on that eastern side as well, so they'll double back. Again, I kind of like what OG went for. You know, just barrel down that hilltop. You out of the sightlines for quite a while until you in front of C block. It's not the craziest position, but you get a position at this stage.
Yeah.
It is kind of lit.
Yeah, dude, the fact that you even here with all 4 players up, it definitely is going to work out. Their med situation has to be super low because they blew.
Good point.
They blew through them just getting into here. But you know what? The fact that they are here and have such a point punch on top is a good thing going for them for sure. You know what? I want to say one thing.
Go on.
These next 3 matches, I was talking about it. They're going to be so wild, right? And I'm just very, very happy that John got his rest before them.
Oh, he needs that nap. He'll need that nap because you better be bringing the thunder going into those next few games. And the talk.
I think you know.
I just keep seeing these coach cameras.
Yeah, the coach corner cameras is that they're shown for about 2 seconds. We realize they're very sad, and then we take them away.
Dude, they're just sad or serious, dude. They're just like...
I think the production should keep the coach corner cameras up for a good 15.
Yeah.
We got to lock in with them. Okay.
Good 15 seconds. Oh, I would love to see the coach's POV too, like in the middle of a fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That'd be interesting. As Silence putting some shots downrange. holding this position. This is a tough circle here, especially if it does go down south. That airfield there's not a lot of coverage in that area.
No, you're pretty much playing against the fence right now. Playing off the back of vehicles you still have that aren't completely wrecked. Dragging the bumper down the side of the road with them.
अबे ये सी बिल्डिंग आ गए ब्रो ये कहां से घूमे
They just have to be absolutely proactive. They're down towards the south side of the fence. But we're here with Furia looking to crest into the building alongside with KRX. Can QXZ hit a nutty grenade? Pops it back in the pocket though. And it makes sense. Oh my goodness me. They were fast to this location. But wow, the utility, the vests, the ammo, that don't look great. We got micro Uzis on board as well.
Yeah, the good thing about where Furia is like it's pretty much almost impossible to hit a nade on them, right?
भाई ये rotation देखना पड़ेगा ये मैच के बाद
देखता हूँ. So difficult, and you can just see them just holding those utils, throwing it out, going back to that little coverage. So, but Team Flash full sending it here onto Geekay, a hard commit. It's up to them to win this fight. Oh, great teamwork there with a 2v1. They are fully taking advantage of Geekay, catching them off guard. I don't think they really expected them to push. And if you're Geekay, it's kind of your fault there. You had to make sure that you got at least some shots onto them coming on in. But they were able to fully push this easily. And now with that bounce nade, Team Flash is pushing up little by little.
Zone भी बना रही ले लेंगे. Obstacle बहुत
है. Naughty pincer that came in with Zeus around the corner, still on fire. Oh my goodness me! They toast him up a little bit. But he crunches back down on them with a couple of shots through from the DBS. Lovely to see here from the Flash. But yet there's only one stairway to get up on that building. You pincer on both sides. It's hard to deal with if you don't have a player on the bottom floor. And that team was already hurting. So it's a good identification from Flash. A good identification of how that building is best aggressed upon. So yeah, well done. Very, very well done. And now they have the ability to hold up both KRX and Fury in the near future.
Yeah, I mean, we had to see Geekay up on that top floor. And you could see exactly that's what Flash is doing. They have two up on top, just keeping an eye out so nobody pushes up on them for free. And that little mistake allowed Team Flash to just push up and get it done. Silence throwing a smoke right onto himself here. We know that was on purpose.
Damn, well, that is a nice nade. We're just trying to get the M79 over towards the player who's knocked, but it's kind of just given away where he's playing. Got the pumpy. And a nade. This has to be a special one. But the door's closed on him. Oh, dear.
Oh, and that nade's going to knock him out. It's just up to Chief. Next zone does go on over to the wide open field. Chief barely getting outside of that Molotov range. KRX, they want this elimination. They're just scared. Oh, never mind. Goodbye, Chief. Dinner has been served, and that is Furia out of there, roasted to a crisp.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Chief was not the chef in that scenario, that's for sure. But now we have Enigma Galaxy down towards that southwest side. Their basic big task here is pretty much to hold everyone out coming through airstrip. There's a lot of interesting terrain. The airplanes themselves as well in the way.
वो बंकर ले लिया है बस वही एक बंकर के ऊपर कोई ना आ जाए.
So easy to dodge away from a lot of the nades. See how Ulf is able to play this one out. Get a quick replay on this one.
Boom!
Nice nade from XZ. Over towards Sitting and Thunder Talk.
Thunder Talk just can't catch a break here, man. Oh, they need to do something crazy if they want to just even get to the survival stage at this point. Top 5 is just way too far away with only 3 matches left.
Back clear है chat अपना back clear
into this game here.
This sorry.
RQ shutting down X-Force Reject, saying nope, that is going to be it for you guys. But look at our leaderboards here. We got so many people in the top 9 still alive. These leaderboards are going to get crazy. Ooh, up on top, Scarface with so much lay of the land here, throwing the nades, not trying to give away his position, and gets the lock onto Lord. He's got another though.
I mean, they must have passed all the nades across to Scarface. He's up on high, he's dropping bombs. At the moment, Enigma Galaxy struggling to hold up. Fourth Rives decide they'd move over in the midst of all the chaos. Satan very low. My goodness me, 40 bullets left basically. Eren will finish off Satan. Kelsey takes a big hit here. But for Ulf, this is a large game. 8 eliminations coming through. an almost impossible push for them that they're making happen here.
Heart attack aane wale.
Oh, they needed this one. They needed this one so bad. 24 gets the knock on the Scarface, and that is that critical angle taken away. So now they no longer have the high ground. T24 is starting to push those nades through and gets the lock. He's down to half an HP though. Gets knocked in return. Falak is here, and he came to play. 1v1 situation. Falak up close and personal with the shotgun. He's got the range. He twitches to the M4 and shuts him down. Falak with 1 HP, making it happen for his team.
3 legendary players on the same location. It's Falak, Aaron, and Coops. And Coops comes out on top.
वो solo बंदा आके मार गया. पूरा game खराब कर दिया.
They needed him to dunk it into the hoop here,
ये
and
कहाँ मर
he's
गया अपने
certainly
वाले?
done that. Looks to move away, but now has to deal with RQ, who rocks up to the location. They're on set, they're on deck, and they're looking to get themselves out of the danger zone.
Woo! RRQ just sweeping up the dust after that one. That was wild. So many superstars just going at it. And look at our top 3. Still in the game with only single players alive. Next zone goes on over to the left. This thing is ping-ponging all over the place.
The Flash, though, they've got no real spawn in this one. They just have to deal with KRX in the near future, and KRX, they are low on supplies. Team Flash has got a lovely little watchtower to make sure they aren't rocking up to them too quickly, and then you're right, it is very much open space. Likely the circle pulls away from both WizGod and the Flash.
But WizGod का सही है,
No one wants to
कोई
move out
चढ़ेगा
to
नहीं
this open
WizGod
zone.
पे.
This is a very difficult circle for everyone. I am more surprised
WizGod
that
actually आ सकते
Koopsman
हैं.
has been left unimpeded inside the bunker over towards the eastern side for so long. And it certainly kept him safe. All right.
Dude, he be fooping right there. Foops, man, just holding it down. He ain't moving at all, I'll tell you that. The second he walks out, he's done. Honestly, just go out the blue zone. He's got a smoke in his hand. He may try, but...
I mean, they're not at the point. That run
just
out.
don't try,
that
honestly.
Run out
like
is
this,
hellish. I mean,
it's over. If he makes it even into that white line of this circle, then I'm talking about GOAT are going to win this whole tournament.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
It's a hard push. I mean, there is this tiny ridge line you can play. But by the time you show your face, that happens.
The second he even looked.
ये देखो, ये देखो.
Check this setup out.
Setup है पूरा.
KRX, I wish you come to the door right now. Nade goes through, looks to be fairly decent, but Hoxie doesn't jump out the window. But the Flash, they've got a nasty surprise waiting for them at the door.
Look at that. And then the nade plus all those gas cans. They wanted to make sure they had the perfect setup if they did push in. But now we're going to see KRX get beat up by 4 Thrives. Trying to make something happen. Team Flash, though, punishing up and wiping them out. KRX not able to make the push.
I think Hazaifa stole a lot of those heliums, though, unfortunately. RQ still going. Hazaifa gets himself up in towards. Strong position in the game here. RQ, Gemforce, WizGod, Hazaifa at least secures himself a 3rd place here. But RQ absolutely will pull themselves out of the bottom spots this game. It's a certainty at this point. But we are centering up over towards horrendously open ground.
Zypha, man, last player up for 4 Thrives, does get this just one piece of coverage in this circle. What can he do with it? Especially if he's very fortunate to catch RQ and Flash fight each other. Who knows what could happen? But Flash are going to have to push on out of that position. You can see him holding that kind of satellite tower position. So get a little bit of coverage here, but there's just nothing. It is all wide open field. Everybody just hugging the edge for the little bit of coverage they have.
You can see this is one of the most disgusting areas of the map.
Gross, dude. This is straight gross. There's nothing.
It really is. Yeah, I think gross is a good way to put it. RQ is moving forward, though. They get themselves over towards the ballistics. Flash playing up on top. It's a good shot from the par. Expect nothing less. Hazaifa, the pile driver, off in the distance. Looking to smash these two teams apart as a solo. Quick tap fire.
He's going to have to tap fire. He's only got like 70 rounds left, and to make it even less, trying to get another elimination, though. Genfoss actually gets that knock on the bows. He's going for the thirst. He wants all the points here, but it's not going to be enough. That's 4 Thrives out of there. Here we go. It's Team Flash versus RRQ.
A nice interview with Flash earlier on. They were looking to find some more success today. There were some decent games yesterday. But can they secure the chicken dinner here at our halfway mark of day 2? Try and get themselves towards a position to get a direct qualification through to the finals in the top 5. Zeus playing off the back of the loot crate. Has the ghillie suit. Might actually be insanely important.
Advantage RRQ पे पूरा.
But they know, they've spotted him. RRQ, a lot on the line for them right now. Win the final player left alive.
It's all up to RRQ here. They needed this win so desperately, especially with only 3 matches after this. They're trying to make that last second run into the top 5. And a chicken dinner here.
Bro, ये chicken मार लिया मान जाना.
Well, Team Flash, they're pushing themselves big up the leaderboards.
ये chicken मार लिया ना.
He's got the last rock, but it ain't gonna be big enough. It's RRQ getting the chicken dinner right when they needed it.
Playing off the missile, they certainly will rocket up the leaderboard with that one. It's an important moment for this team at this stage of the day, but the fight is not done yet. They do not want to drop back down towards that bottom 3. There's still a chance of it happening, but right now they can breathe a little easier.
Ooh, yeah, I mean, they definitely are. They didn't breathe well enough to where we saw no pop-off right from that win. It's just like, it was just...
रुको, रोटेशन देखते जरा. भाई मैं खुद देखना चाहता हूँ कि क्या हुआ है. रुको. इसको थोड़ा बड़ा करता हूँ. इतना रख रहा हूँ, ठीक है अभी. और जरा अपन है ना रोटेशन देखते क्या मारा है. मैं खुद ऐसा थोड़ा शॉक था कि कैसा है. यहाँ से है. इसको मैं कर देता हूँ 3x. ठीक है, ये यहाँ पे थी जी. अब देखना, ठीक है. थोड़ा होल्ड किए ये लोग, इनको जाने दिया. मेरे को लग रहा है ऐसे ये पार से ऐसा इन मारा है, ये पार से इन मारा है. आतंकी भाई जा रहे ब्रो, आगे जा रहे. ओके, मैं बोला ना ऐसा ऊपर जाके इन मारा है. साला प्रेजेंस ऑफ माइंड तो है. लेट रोटेशन कुछ था ही नहीं उन पे, तो कुछ था ही नहीं, चांस ही नहीं था. ये तो चलो ठीक है, घूम फिर के जोन आ गए. क्या रोटेशन मार है भाई, कहां से कहां आ गए. फिर 2 नॉक हुए थे ना अपने, वो भी यहाँ दिख जाएगा. दो नॉक कैसे हुए थे. एक ही यहाँ हुआ. अच्छा, क्लोज ही एक बंदा घुस गया था. ओके, एक सोलो बंदा आ गया था बिल्डिंग में, वो था भाई. रोटेशन था भाई. डब्ल्यू भाई कैसा जोनिन मारा है भाई, सुमड़ी में.
Towards that group stage, they would much rather just go straight to the finals. It's so much easier, so much more prize pool there as well.
बहुत वो मुश्किल था
but again, it requires you to make those moves, make those moments happen. But yeah, I do want to see more on Nick Galaxy. I think that they're a team that actually can secure a spot in top 5. There's been moments where these awkward compounds, some ditches over towards the... They're playing well, man. They are playing well. And hope they continue to do that, because we'll be back very shortly. And we'll see you soon with JJ.
अरे वो मैंने ऑन रखा था. फटाफट 12 आने दो भाई लोग. इसको बंद कर दे. एक बार देखिए क्या पॉइंट टेबल में देख के बताता हूँ क्या है. अपन टॉप पे है या फिर सेकंड हो गए. स्टिल अपन टॉप पे 85. अभी कितने 3 मैच है ना. आई गेस यार हो गए रे 65 75 85 और 10 पॉइंट काफी है. अभी 10 पॉइंट काफी है. एक फाइनल से हो जाएगा. अपन 85 पे है. ओजी 85 40 83 फ्लैश 72 वैसे. लोज भाई ओजी पे AWC एंथम बनाया है इंडिया से पेरिस तक, एक बार रिएक्ट कर दो प्लीज। परफेक्ट मूवमेंट एंड सॉन्ग भी अच्छे है, यू विल लव इट। डेविल भाई एक बार मैं देख लेता हूँ क्योंकि कॉपीराइट एवो का सीन है, एक बार मैं देख लेता हूँ, हुआ तो अपन कल बजा देंगे, कोई इशू नहीं, टेंशन नॉट ब्रो। क्या लगती है लोल्स भाई, हो रहा है क्या फाइनल? फाइनल देखो 10 पॉइंट, बैर मिनिमम 10 पॉइंट चाहिए, वो मिल गए 3 मैच में, कंफर्म हो गया। नाज़मीर भाई थैंक्स फॉर ज्वेल्स, शुक्रिया। पहले आने दो, ज्वेल्स आने दो, रुको मत, स्पैम कर दो, अपना ये चाय समोसा आने दो। सीधा वेडी ब्रो, मैप स्ट्रीम दिखाया तो अब वही देखना है क्या नॉन स्टॉप? गॉडल किधर है? गॉडल कल दिखेगा आपको।
The road to the esports World Cup is about more than qualification. It is about finishing the story this roster started last year. At 2025 Pmwc, they established themselves as one of the most mechanically gifted teams in PUBG Mobile. Their aggression
नॉर्विन ने रीजनल वॉच पार्टी रजिस्टर ओपन किया है BGMS का, प्लीज कर लो। मैं ना एक बार देखता हूँ क्या है, आफ्टर स्ट्रीम में बैठ के देखता हूँ, फिर मैं बताता हूँ क्या है क्या नहीं। मैं आपको कल की स्ट्रीम में बता दूंगा कि भाई क्या है क्या किया है, क्योंकि फाइनल्स तो मैं लैंड पे जा रहा हूँ, अपनी TAG रही 100% मैं फाइनल्स लैंड जा रहा, तो मैं वॉच पार्टी नहीं करूंगा।
자, 미트릭 그다 들어올게 작사선 저긴 그 메뉴부터 яг тэр үеийн яг сэтгэл зүй жоохон тийм байсан болоо тэгээд ер нь зоонч тэр rotationч тэр ер нь тийм болоог баха.
Then came
मैं क्या कर रहा था, कुछ तो कर रहा था।
Another huge international performance, another MVP level showing, and another third place finish. Two of the biggest tournaments in the world, 2 podiums, but still no trophy.
कितने देर में होगा मैच? बस अभी यहाँ पे 5 मिनट ही होते हैं, 5-10 मिनट का ब्रेक होते हैं और नॉन स्टॉप सेकंड, आई गेस 4th मैच शुरू हो जाएगा। 3 मैच हो गए।
Now, they return under Aurora Gaming with a new organization, the same firepower, and another opportunity to finally win.
जॉनी वॉच पार्टी करेगा क्या? अरे भाई वो खेलेगा ना, वॉच पार्टी क्यों करेगा?
Their MVP titles have already proved that.
वो तो खेलेगा ना भाई।
The question is whether multiple stars can now play as one complete championship team. Their qualification run showed promising signs. Aurora still played aggressively, but their rotations looked more controlled. Their pushes had more support, and the team appeared more connected. That growing coordination was on full display in the final match.
Oh, the nade of Reefus, the 1v4 from a range.
They wiped out the last team and won the EECA finals by the smash rule with 145 points and finished first in the regional qualification ranking.
That will be the tournament going their way. They've done it. Aurora are your champions.
자, өнгөрсөн жил ондоо зүйл гэвэл одоо манай багийн хувьд ер нь сэтгэл зүйн ер нь нэлээ өөрчлөгдсөн. Одоо яагаад гэвэл өмнө жил одоо 2 том дэмжлэгийн 3 дугаар байранд орсон болохоор одоо жишээ нь аврага авахаас одоо нөө хой суугдсан алдаануудаа ер нь тэгээд бүгд засч орж ирсэн. Тэгээд аврага авахын төлөө ер нь чадхаараа хичээнэ.
The MVP awards are already there. The international podiums are already there. Only one thing is missing, the championship. Aurora Gaming arrive at PMWC 2026 as the uncrowned kings of PUBG Mobile, ready to break the third place curse and finally become global champions.
लो सीधा मार क्या की?
Jangan diadu, Chef. Jangan sampai kedok, Chef.
Gue calling
zona ya. Gue medan smoke ya. Gue ambil kanannya, gue ambil smoke-nya, gue ambil smoke-nya. Ambil gate. Dari batu kanan deh. Oke, dari batu. Tanda, Chef. Nice.
अरे अपने ओजी का भी ऐसा था क्या? चिकन भी नहीं था ना?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to
PMWC
26, day 2 of Group A, as we're just 3 games away from crushing Keys. But talking about Keys that don't want to be crushed, RRQ, the team that needed those points, the team that needed to be able to get out of the top 3, I think with that win, they should be able to.
I mean, agreed. I mean, these teams, you can see the desperation that are flowing through all our teams at this present time because they know that this is their last and final chance. They don't get another opportunity after this. They don't get to have a second chance. They're already on day number 2. Now, this performance from RRQ, obviously they were incredibly quiet in our first 2 matches, so having this sort of comeback for them is not, I'm going to say, a miracle. It was obviously well determined and planned. They were able to sort of cause that chaos and that contention right here in the ends of the stages and basically position themselves in such a fantastic way whilst our juggernaut teams sort of fell from there.
Yeah, still really good to see RRQ get a bit of presence here with that massive chicken dinner here on the outskirts of military base.
भाग के रुकवा दिया मैंने.
We saw during these replays, Coops, oh my goodness, Coops.
Why is
Enigma Galaxy there trying to just survive against their grenades and also 4 thrives coming in late. But what a clutch from this guy. But eventually can see the circle very open-ended. Flash just throwing everything against the wall, hoping it sticks, but nothing really stuck for them. And eventually the angles they had was enough to finally secure the very first Indonesian win here.
Yeah, and for Flash, I mean, for them to even get second place, this is good as well for them. Being able to get those eliminations. The other squads,
यही सुनने का अभी क्या सुनोगे अभी थोड़ी बातचीत कर लेते मैच शुरू होगा खुद मैं वॉल्यूम कर दूंगा टेंशन और मैं
seen it now none other than the team that just ended up winning RRQ do better to get themselves out of that
28 CR prize
as we're looking at a head-to-head here from Flash and 4 thrives and 4 thrives. My gosh, Falak can definitely do his thing. He's still showing that they want to go for that first place because they should be able to go for that first. Is that Glitter? Glitter! Whoa, wait, come back. I actually want to see if we can get a clip. Is there any clip?
Oh, no. But I'm literally going to get one right now. So stay tuned.
Thank you. Glitter Explosion, our championship update person.
Yes.
Just the girl. She knows everything about CC. But going back to some of the other with 4 thrives, right? They're still battling with OG for that first place. If you end up being in first place, you will be able to crush those teams.
Total वो तो मैं समझा. Prize pool है वो.
Few games today because the finish is always just a solo of 4 thrives. We're not seeing like the dominant force 4-3 players alive just steamrolling every team in these matches. No, it was Huzaifa.
फिर तो सिर्फ खेलने के ही पैसे रहेंगे ना. सिर्फ finals के ही पैसे रहेंगे.
Dominance of 4 thrives back in these games because right now it's been a bit silent, but day 1-7 was just so good for them. It should still be enough.
पर अपना वो टारगेट नहीं है. देखो पैसा सेकेंडरी है, but इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट कर रही. वो सबसे मेन है.
Even currently in the top 5, if I'm not mistaken, when we get a chance to end up looking at the overall, it's Ulf. Ulf is a team that a lot of us were expecting to go straight from groups to finals because of the performance that they have had this year.
85-83.
It was about a 3.3 average for yesterday, just eliminations alone. And for a squad of this caliber,
यहाँ पे टॉप रह गया फायदा नहीं. यहाँ पे क्या है कि
achieve sort of like 10 points,
टॉप 5 रह जाए.
#1 कोई भी रहे चले. But it's unusual coming out of this match, and they were able to have that control over the western side. They had that little bit of defense.
मैं एक सेकंड आता हूँ भाई लोग. एक सेकंड आता हूँ.
And place it on the hill against 4 thrives. But they were so incredibly grouped in that contention. It just took one of these opening nades from 4 thrives to be able to eliminate that, and then they just didn't have the ability to maintain that spot. And this squad should be able to do that. I mean, at the end of the day, it was about 8 eliminations coming out of that match, something that they needed, but this is something that they should be doing every match.
They definitely should be doing that every match. Now we're looking at the bottom 3 max. We got Alula, Gaming Stars, Thunder Talk Gaming. Thunder Talk has been pretty much non-existent, so I'm sorry, Thunder Talk fans. I'm just gonna skip it. Gaming Stars as well. Alula at one point showed us that they could maybe even try to push for the top 5. That's not the case right now, as they're currently sitting at the bottom 3.
I gotta say, unfortunately for the side of Alula Club, it's just 2 players doing most of the work for their side, so I need to see presence from the other 2 players. Hopefully it'll be enough, because right now, 7, it's a 2-point difference between those teams in the bottom 3 and the teams just above them. So Alula, it's not game over, but they need to get these points on board right now. Their non-games literally are 0-pointers. You can't afford to do that at PMWC.
Yeah, you cannot afford to do that kind of stuff at PMWC, especially with 3 matches left. You can either make it to the grand finals, you can make it to survival, or you can end up going home, going into this final 3 match. Oh, what is this?
Oh, bro, thank you.
What's this? What is?
I am back.
Thank you, James.
I will not throw my
You can give us a thumbs up.
check 1 पर finish किया तो 3 crash. 3 की crash करने का मौका मिलेगा. हाँ, उसके साथ अभी मैंने एक कमेंट भी देखा था कि 71 के $71,000 में मिलेंगे. ऐसे बनाई जाए.
You ready for this?
I want the pink one.
Max is already going.
Oh my god, you guys are already ripping it.
$71,000 मतलब कितने हुए?
Pick it up after this.
90 रुपए भी पकड़ो, 90 से ऊपर ही है वैसे $1 का।
Oh, there's a card in there too.
70 lakhs पकड़ के चलो।
Get the one I wanted. Oh, no.
Hey, I got
Wait,
the pink
that's the one. Is that what we get? Let's open it. I got the. Gonna have to put this.
95 चल रहे।
Sorry,
बाप रे।
What do I get?
We're clearly not good at opening blind boxes.
ऐसा बात है bro।
ASMR, if you like ASMR, here you go.
यहाँ तक कर ही लिया है, अब कितने 3 मैच है, 3 मैच में।
Wait, boy. Wait, did we get twinsies?
स्टेवन रह लो बात के तुम। कोटी को गाली क्यों दे रहे भाई? बेस्ट टीम मैंने कहाँ दे दी?
Yes.
भाई मैं यहाँ पे लफड़े करने नहीं आया हूँ, मैं वॉच पार्टी करने आया हूँ।
The rest of the day. Because we're now
आप प्लीज आप अपने एंड से ये सारी बकलोली मत करो, तो बेटर है।
PMWC 26 Group A. Who's going to be making it? This is awesome.
I'm loving it. Some excellent blind box openings coming there through from our analyst desk. And they're having a good time. Our teams probably less so because it is getting.
चलो फिर।
Yeah, that's the thing about
ये जो चौथा मैच भी शुरू हो रहा। जय माता दी। भाई ये गेम दे दो यार, अभी कंफर्मेशन दे दो, बात खत्म भाई, स्ट्रेस भी कम हो जाए। कंफर्मेशन दे दो कि भाई अपन जा रहे फाइनल्स।
Right now, hot contest on the bottom bubble, and it's going to be a real fight for them to try and join some of the teams maybe in the survival stage, not to mention the top 5 going straight to those grand finals.
चिकन दे दो ना, एक मैच चिकन दे दो, बात खत्म।
Erangel for the last time of Group A. As the plane path sends on over, looks like we're coming from North George, cutting down towards Novo way, towards that military base. We saw that military circle finish in the last match. It did get a little bit messy around the runway. Let's see if we can tidy things up here.
Yeah, see how we're looking and what sort of sauce we're going
चलो
to
फिर
be
भाई लो, लेट्स गो, जय माता दी। ये गेम को एंजॉय करते।
For some teams,
होपफुली भाई
brutal reality of the situation.
एक स्माइल के साथ अपन बोल दें कि भाई क्वालीफाई
Could be the last few games
for
they play
final.
this entire tournament. And obviously for what we've been building up for throughout the season, throughout this year, back-to-back
वापिस
grinding
वही गाड़ी वाला लफड़ा ही थोड़ा।
to really arrive in Paris, France here at EWC 26, John. If it's taken away from you in the space of 12 games, it's going to be such a gut-wrenching feeling.
Well, that's going to happen. It is going
गाड़ी का
to
लफड़ा है
happen
वापिस।
necessarily to at least 12 players.
Yeah.
Because 3 of these teams are going to be going home as the
Pink color है अपना इस बार। इसने pink नहीं है, sorry।
on that bubble
कहाँ
right
गए
now.
अपने?
33 points to 35. They need to jump up a little bit further. It's a little bit further to go for the teams beneath them as well, but it is still.
अरे मैं अंधा हो गया क्या? नहीं हो गया, ब्लू कलर है, ब्लू।
Over military base.
Sound बढ़ाता हूँ मैं, ठीक है?
Teams dropping out. Goats will be heading on through, trying to make their way over to Novo. A very heavy west plane path.
Yeah, it is a bit. Ooh, shift
Zone मत
on
गया,
that as well.
yes,
God,
नया।
we've had some kind of rough
वापिस से थे मेरे
circles so far. I don't know if you'd agree, mate.
second
Past
matches
day,
are good.
especially today again. It's been a bit aggro. This is one that I imagine for GOAT team you're probably going to look up and go, you know what, it's not that bad. We love a late rotate, guys. This is the dream.
Yeah, grab some of those hovercrafts, pull a KRX, send in 2, and get in late into the game, or at least try to. Looks like Flasher on the hunt. They've spotted 2 players in a buggy. Out of the window he goes, waiting for the spray down. Doesn't quite connect on the first one. Reload, leaning out the windows, 3 players in the car, trying to chase them. But it looks like X-Force rejects are wily to it.
Yeah, Win looking for the lineup. Full gangster level plays as he leans out the back seat with the boys tracking nicely. That's going to be the bonnet over the top of Reverb to get their first Elim hard hammered in. It's not ideal for Reject, John. You've dropped into a field and you've been mowed over by a vehicle.
English आती हो ना आती हो,
Absolutely
secondary
do want to be keeping all your players
India को
alive
represent
right to
करके
the
आ
very
जाओ,
end, Jackie.
last
That
year।
is a top tip for PUBG
आप
Mobile.
पैसे
But
दिए,
they are going to be
40 रुपए
playing
की
on
सुपर जेडी गिर
right on the
पाओगे।
bubble as
जहाँ
well
पे
in that
English बोली होती
13th
है, वहाँ
place
मैं बोल
position.
देता हूँ।
It is rough stuff,
Tension
especially
मत
given
लो।
that they're one of the few
ले
teams
bro।
who's already dropped up towards this
यहाँ
north
पे
side,
represent करना
right?
था
With
अपनी
4
इंडिया
players,
को मैं करके
they
आ
have
गया।
such a better opportunity with Saverni
यहाँ पे हम लोग
to
खड़ा ही
grab
थे।
everything that they want. And if you guys want to grab everything that you want, make sure that you're joining the Uzumaki Naruto event to make sure you
अब
can
करो
get the
सुपर जेड
chance
करो, कोई
to
issue
draw
नहीं।
those beautiful skins that have been added to the game over the course of it. And see
इंडिया का
if you
झंडा
can
लेके गए थे
take
bro।
the top spots here. Well,
इंडोनेशिया
you
के
have
स्टेज
to
पे।
wait for that probably. Next qualifiers.
Yeah, maybe another year, maybe another time. But obviously for the squads that are battling it out right now, I do like the point that you established, the idea that for a team that was thankfully gifted a position that was far closer towards zone, you've got a quicker rotate to actually get yourself set up, find some safe ground, get yourself truly looted rather than just with scraps when things kick off and you're forced to run into a team on rotate. Well, that would be a lot easier if you had all 4 players. Even one at a pivotal point like this makes it far harder to actively fight. And Rejects, I mean, not, being rude, John, they need the extra level right now. You need the full squad. 3 players, this is going to be a bumpy ride.
Yeah, they're only 2 points ahead. They definitely need to have everything play into their tune if they can get it. Team Flash very happy to be able to add another point to their tally, try and solidify themselves in towards the top 5. Because of how the plane path was sat, it did exacerbate those vehicle drops, which is why you see that sort of conflict. And then trying to break out to the east, you kind of are going to expect it on a situation like that where you start all the way out on that northwest side. So, yeah, brilliant stuff for Team Flash to be able to hunt that one down. I just hope they didn't waste too much time. It was pretty quick though, so I don't imagine that they have. They also have all of Yasnaya to be looting through. We are seeing the classic Nigma Galaxy send 2 out and see how far you can go. I'm expecting to see them in Kameshki in about a minute.
Yeah, this has been, you're relatively working for them. It's been something they've adopted far more with a 2-2 split, being a bit more proactive. We've seen that over the course of the flow of games today as well. Opportunity that they might run into some bystanders and possibly get a read on it. Avoid early interaction if possible with this setup. It's TTG just nearby, Ulf and then Flash in the middle as well. Another squad that's there though, John, OG. Been looking a lot more exciting as the event's gone on. A lot of fanfare behind them.
Yeah, absolutely. They have really picked things up today.
मैप लगा अरे वो जब रहेगा जरूरत तब मैं लगा दूंगा इसे अभी क्या है कि बढ़ जाएगा पूरा स्क्रीन वैसे नहीं रखते क्लीन रखते ताकि देखने में आपको अच्छा लगे
But for both of these 2 teams, it's about that top 5. It's brilliant that you have that sort of step up for Orangutan, for 4 Thrives. They have really been putting that pressure on towards the top of the tables, and it's been great to see that they've been able to ascend to such heights. But yeah, for Orangutan, they're looking much more coordinated today. They're looking like they really have it figured out in a lot of situations. Quick refuel there for 4 Thrives as I forget some target practice in. Getting ready for it. And I'm assuming, yeah, I'm just going to top that one up right to the tippy top, and off he goes. Falak on the road again. Falak was kind of crazy with it at the end of that last match, right? Sending forwards over towards, I think it was Nigma Galaxy to try and sweep through, obviously. No, sorry, it was Coops who took him down from Nigma Galaxy. Yeah. But yeah, it was really quite nutty, what they were able to pull off there. Unfortunate that Coops did roll them down, but you can see why people talk about Falak the way they do from the play in the end there. I would say a little bit too much risk for my liking, but that's why I'm not in his shoes.
That's fair enough, man. I think, at certain times you've got to dial it on, right? And if you can wreck yourself in those moments, we've seen when he does need to it's time to play a bit slower, be a bit more defensive. He can hit that switch, but he's so damn slick with it. Honestly, I'm pretty excited seeing him giving it. He started off day 1 with an absolute fanfare of performance, and that's not gone anywhere. Chance they might run into some uncomfortable water, though. You got this wrap over the bridge from Aurora, KRX just up ahead, and 2 of the 4-man split from Nigma, not too far away either.
Yeah, still in Pachinki though, and if I know anything about them, they're going to stay there until zone 2 and then see where they can go. Okay, no, they are on the road now, so they have finally looked to leave Pachinki. As we hop over on board with Geeke, they are currently moving out towards the east side of Roshok, trying to find a way to maybe have a chance to cross the river later on. It looks like Orangutan are further ahead in that pursuit though, and that's going to make things difficult. Will cause a bit of a roadblock there. Instead they post up in some of the buildings. At the moment, with the river as it sits, you're more going to look to prioritize the eastern side of this circle right now because it's so much more mobile. Teams out there are going to have the opportunity to send all the way north nice and quickly, or drop down south if it comes to it. But the teams around the river, they're going to be blocking each other. It's going to be a lot harder to move. It's very, very difficult to try and make that rotation. But sometimes that's just where you have to find yourself. That's just where you are going to end up going. I'm looking at the teams on the east and thinking they're going to have a better time of it towards stage 2.
Yeah, it's fair enough, man. As much as the ideal situation is always presenting itself, sometimes you've got to just roll with the punches. We did see a little bit of a
क्योंकि
read
अभी मैं सबका नहीं कर सकता ना, किसी को कम चाहिए किसी को ज़्यादा. ये अपन रखते perfect है.
in situations where they want to instigate, he's always keen for
ये वाला
a fight.
perfect है, इसको
Took
इतना ही
some warning shots over towards OG, won't really invest much into it, but info goes both ways. They don't need to all out
92
right
कट
now. They'll avoid
ये मैच के बाद वैसे
encounter.
अंदाजा लग जाएगा. ये लास्ट मैच है, इसके बाद पता लग
Soon, though,
जाएगा.
John. A lot of space that's going to be taken away. Tons of squads getting neck and neck towards each other, and that's the crunch that comes in.
Yeah, keeps Yasnaya on the north side of this circle. Again, those teams out to the east side going to have better access to this one, but I'm looking at RRQ and wondering what their moves are here. It's a difficult spot for them.
वहाँ पे third parties बहुत आती है, बहुत ज़्यादा वो
There's
रीचेस पे.
potential for them to get a good start, but as time ticks away, it's going to get less and less likely that they can make it unscathed. However, they have managed to send forward a scout. Actually, the compound to the south of that bridge looks fairly uncontested. They might just saddle themselves with a really quite brilliant compound on the west side of those Yaz fields. Very, very central. And potential to backswing if they do need to end up going to the north side in a crazy circle shift.
Oh, 10 points for that one as well. Lovely work there, John. He's probably damaged the vehicle a little bit in terms of resale value, but hey ho, for what it was a nice rotate right up the ramp.
You know what? A chicken dinner's worth any resale value drop, so we'll see if they can leverage that position over on the east side. Very stylish, though, and you're right. Yeah, style points definitely super important here.
It's pretty on brand for 4-5s as well, isn't it? Style, from what we've seen. And I wouldn't be surprised if we get a bit more of that. Right now they're looking over just towards the ridge line. Got a bit of a read on TTG, but once again, you don't want to throw the first domino and have it blow up in your face. But Flash,
don't know what sort of dominoes you're playing.
They're really big ones, but they're full of those, you know, the things you used to buy from the penny shop, they blow up. It's like that. Yeah. Bangers, John. Bangers.
Absolute bangers. Let's see if we've got a banger of fight on our hands here between Team Flash and Gaming Stars. Win pulling the pin. It looks like the opener has gone well, but Bozy has already fallen as well. So it is not looking super healthy. You've got KRX also poking their noses in from the south side of this fight, Jackie, which is going to potentially force it into an uncomfortable scenario. Well, more uncomfortable than it already is. To try and find themselves locked horns now. Gaming Stars trying to rebuff Team Flash. Yeah, KRX going to continue to just slyly creep around the wings of this.
Now on the periphery, keeping their eyes open. Swash going in, trying to swing the broadsword there on contact. Top's good for one quick flash back. Rolex with a heavy artillery doing damage as well. So trading blows right now, but this is a pretty good recovery for Flash, John.
Yeah, it looks that way indeed as Gaming Stars go down and Flash hold their nerve in the fight. Some really cheeky angles being held there. The two ghillie suits on the inside of the building, not going to matter too much, but it does probably feel a little bit more insulting when you see a little bush Wookiee coming around the corner, taking those shots at you. In the meantime, we saw a player earlier drop from
सबके चौक हो रहे कि मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है कि मेरा देखने का नजरिया वैसा होगा कि हर एक स्प्रे में उतार देंगे.
As they rotate towards the Wizard Tower here, this is very, very central.
ये gig का solo बंदा खा गया bro.
It is completely isolated, and Saf G has nades for days. He's got one more.
Gig का एक बंदा खा गया bro इनको.
Man, that's clean.
Match for SSS.
Straight on target.
Last do मेरा मारे.
Knocks them down. 10 points for that one. As he'll be walking away with his head held high if this was basketball. PUBG Mobile though, and they're living their movie. Two elims chimed in. They did lose easy for bad points, so it's a three-man squad from this point forward.
तगड़ा zone है. बस वो है कि थर्ड पार्टीज बहुत आती है. रन ओवर करेंगे गाड़ी ले लेंगे.
Galaxy rotate that we saw, the wide split. The forward duo actually rotated back around the side and re-injected from that south edge. And now Nick McGalaxy sit on the south side of this one. Should potentially have a pretty good position into the circle, but 4 Thrives moving in from the east side. This is an interesting rotate coming through from AGAL, right? They are actually going over the north side of the Yaz Lake, followed by Alula.
Defend proper,
they're going to have to try and cross the bridge. It looks like that Roshok bridge is going to be available for them. But are they going even further west? Okay, fair enough. If they don't have the scouting information, you might expect that Roshok Bridge could be sat underneath.
Yeah, I suppose the paralysis by analysis on that one, overthinking it just in case. We'll see if they take a bit of time for a slightly longer rotate on it. Right now, more of a scouting party mission to read things. Alula going to double back as well towards Yaz as they don't overcommit on the chase. I'm looking at this very slow rotate we've had from
Bro,
Goat
Android
as well. This
teasing
is more
issue.
classic
अरे
Goat,
वैसा नहीं है,
John.
कल
They
मैं देखा, कल
weren't
सब लोग
wasting
उतार
the
रहे थे,
time
आज पता
dialing
नहीं.
it down. And a potential fight versus
देख के लग रहा है
4
कि उतार
Thrives is
नहीं पा
something where Killer Joe loves to stick his
Right
face into
away.
the mix.
और ये
But look
FL
who
मार्क
gets the
क्या कान
first
खुल
knock.
के खेल रही है
Falak
ब्रो.
outswinging.
जहाँ फाइट दिखी
And
रुक
the
जा रहे
flash
ऊपर.
as well comes
उतर ही
on
नहीं है.
through. Falak on the broadside though, in a team flash.
उतरा मारा
to crack
गाड़ी
him
लिया
open.
भागा.
And it will go down, not quite getting the flush, but he's very, very low.
Second thought है ही
Immediately,
नहीं कि पीछे से कोई मारा तो.
swings on wide, the spray down needs to come through, but the rest of
पकड़
Flash
लिया रहे
not
हो.
quite in position. It was a cheeky pick, but I think they're going to be able to get
पकड़ लिया रहे
Falak
हो.
back to his feet. Zeus moves into an off angle though, and that could be the high ground they're looking for with Goat in the wings. 2, there is danger on every front. Falak will be back though, and he will look to get some healing done. 4 Thrives look to maintain position on the east side.
Yeah, I want to see if they can really dig their heels in and hold on to this. Tops attempted to get a large dash on the nade, but not enough distance to hit that one. And on the double back, he's spotted out. Easy connections from Hoopsie and Tree. That's going to be in left. Banged out in the field, John, as KRX clean up on that free elim.
No possibility of recovery there. Playing a player down now as well. 2 players down now for
भाई
Flash.
लोग थोड़े हार्ड हो जाए
Looking to
chat में
hunt down
अपने
the
भाई लोगों के
third
लिए.
as Zeus heads
Spam
out
कर
to
दो
the blue
मार
with his comrade on the east side, really getting hounded out of town now. 3 circles in. We're about to see that next stage coming through, and as soon as you start getting knocked in the blue zone, it's not going to work out well for you. This central area, Ulf's compound, super important. With this next circle shift coming on through, if it heads out to the east, okay, it's going to guard a lot of access for the teams on the north, out to that west side as well. But I'm looking at Enigma Galaxy here, and I'm thinking they found themselves in a pretty solid spot, as have 4 Thrives. Geek as well, holding down that area, could potentially be onto a winner. But might just have what they needed, because X-Force Rejects, they're down and out already. We'll see if they can make it happen.
Pot shots being taken towards RRQ as well, with Alula finally making their push down. We had that split from either side of the squads with AGAL. And Alula being thrown into the blender. RRQ attempting to get the shots on target. Furia third party as Chief starts to strike. And they might be able to clean up onto this as well. Force the issue back onto Alula following the damage they've taken from that investment, John.
Trying to recoup some losses. See if they can consolidate, re-engage. A little bit stronger. That north side does need to conclude fast though, because the circle has just started closing. AGAL on the west edge. That slow west side swipe is going to work out well for them in terms of staying alive, but the west insert may be a little bit more tricky. On board with Furia as they take a tumble, but it's 1-for-1.
R3B, what can he do here? Closing the gap with the shotty, quick switch to the primary as well. Tracing not quite on point to get the back tag off as Furia do dip out. You can see the damage is already done. It's only a solo that barely might survive. Survive being the operative term, and not this time. Alula wave bye-bye to Furia as they are down and out.
And they say hello to the top 13 with that as well. The 7 eliminations they found, they are making that break for the survival stages here and now. In match 10, takes until double digits apparently, but an inch is as good as a mile when it comes to qualification. And that's what they're looking for. As far as they can go in this match, they will start to put a buffer between them and the 2 teams beneath them who have already been eliminated from this match, which is brilliant news for them. And they might be chasing down Geek and potentially
Exactly. See how far you can force this one. Do not leave fate in the hands of the other squads that are nearby you, vying for survival within today's games here. The PMWC, give it your absolute all and write history for yourself. We've got the POV of Force right now. There was that 2 split players at the further back side from Foops and Moxie that were watching the rear. They're going to move up onto him safely in the compound. AGAL not too far out either. Been a whole lot quieter from 4 Thrives, sitting pretty for some time. Alula meanwhile has been forced to fight. Seems like again they are willing to do so. Brief opportunity to loot. Yasser further back, vehicle taking some shots.
Do need to get a healing done nice and quickly. It's just not going to be quite enough. The play zone takes him down. Some tags coming on through. And he will fall. Unfortunate there to lose one, but yeah, for Alula, this may be as far as they can go. I was hopeful that they could find something maybe against Ulf, pushing in nice and quickly from that north side, but yeah, the doors are starting to close, the windows too, locked and bolted. They're going to have to smash something if they want to break their way through. Falak now in contest again, peeking over the ridgeline as KRX may have their attention diverted down to the south side.
Oh, they're so low, though, from the sustained damage they're taking from outside of the blue and the pot shots, even with R3B getting that tag into the back of KRX. They don't have the gap closed to get in their face and convert from it. It's just one man left, effectively. R3B tries as he might to get anything more here. At least make it a dire game for KRX. That was the closing play.
He does manage to get the knock onto Hoxie, and Binny, hang on a minute. Is he just, he's taken quite a hefty chunk out of the team there. KRX going to have to try and recoup something out of it because they do only have 3 players now playing into the match. The circle's going to push them away from their position. Ulf on the north side is a major roadblock for them as well. This 2-1-1 split that Ulf are holding right now, it feels a little bit greedy, but with Eren on the oversight, they know those knocks have come out to the east side. With Kalsi on that west side, they're trying to guard out Orangutan. I think the Kalsi will be the first to move if it comes to it, but Eren also needs to jet on in. Once they consolidate in their position, they're going to have a pretty good time on the north edge.
OG को है ना अभी जोन मैं लोग थोड़ा मुश्किल लगना है.
Aurora, good shots there to be able to split the squad into only 2
effective
players remaining alive. AJL hunkered themselves down towards the ditch after taking a few shots on target from Nigma. Ooh, backstab though as John gets eyes on Ralph. This could be interesting, John.
You've also got Goatsy on the southwest of this to potentially play spoiler to Nigma Galaxy if they get too embroiled to the north side. Ralph also does need someone to move out and pick him up. The rest of the team further out to the northwest, and it might just be too far for them to go. Giving up on their compound, that's a really tricky decision to make, and Aurora and Goat are going to fight for the opportunity to take down the rest of Nigma Galaxy.
The nade protocol's been good so far. Let's see if they can do it again. Aurora lining that one up. Good splash damage into the back. Force fighting from a distance. Moxie so low as Force gets knocked. And Force living on a prayer there, but the double nade is enough to stop it. Only really Moxie that remains alive, but the nades don't stop, John.
Oh dear, that old Goat does need to try and stay
alive
as long as possible. The continues, and Aurora stay alive with all 4 of their players. They're going to swing up towards the north side because Reefus is engaged now with Geeke over the top of the ridge. Doc wants to get stuck in too. Maybe a little bit more reticent now, though, as Reefus does have the challenge. Steps forward, Safji wins it, and Doc just wasn't there. The rest of Aurora, they weren't there either, and Reefus will be the price that they pay. But is there an answer? Is there retribution? Zjol looks to try and find one. But Geeke managed to get back behind the head and a nade on in. Let's see if it's good. It splits the difference, takes down one more, and Safji now fighting for his life.
Anything but safe in the position he's left in. Trying to clamber over the top of the bonnet. Low on health, about a quarter of his HP remaining. Shots on target as well to keep things uncomfortable. No moment of respite. No opportunity to catch your breath. Gone. Silenced on this one from Aurora. But other sharks are in the water, John, and they smell that blood.
Eren out in the open, not gonna matter though, because they've got backup. Doc takes a tumble, the knock is sent over their way. KRX are trying to scout out, could maybe be dangerous for Ulf as they don't have their wits about them, but I'm hoping that they do right now. They will try and maintain that control over the northern side. Thunder Talk Gaming have just been so quiet over the course of this whole match, Jackie. They've been in this position for a long time. They can stay there for a little bit longer, but I imagine you're going to have Aurora and Ulf on your doorstep pretty soon.
And that's not a collective that you want. It's going to get messy pretty quickly. Top with the eyes locked on as well for the exit side towards off. TTG just trying to keep their tails tucked between their legs, sitting pretty for at least an opportunity that's given to them. KRX that suffered heavy damage from that backstab. Alula making it uncomfortable. With Binny. So only a triple threat left. Vehicles for the rotate, but smoke coming out the bonnet.
Meko Nigma Galaxy lag rahi.
You'll take it. It's the only thing on offer.
40 को अभी zone निकलना है ना.
KRX.
तो 40 को fight निकालनी
पड़ेगी. The most difficult position here.
Nigma पे क्या है कि proper zone है, compound है, उनका एक बंदा off angle पे भी है.
Both going to have to move. The question is where do they target? And if you can find a cheeky little insert into the back of a third-party fight.
सब लोग fight लेंगे, Nigma बस बैठेगी, क्योंकि कोई slam नहीं देगा, direct slam कोई नहीं दे रहा
उनको. Are much more preoccupied with clearing out that backstop because they haven't taken that move just yet. KRX might just be walking straight into the fight. They want to try and take it down, Jackie.
They want to get stuck into this one, battling down the ditch, but let's see if they can withstand the blows from Ulf. Scarface lines up one, Kaus buckles to Oxy. There's a reply from Falak as well from range onto QXX, so he's able to steal away some points amongst the interaction between these two squads. Panic stations now for Ulf. They've got to play medic, John, and 4 Thrives, their eyes are lighting up.
4 Thrives are already setting out. They are on the hunt. Zypher and IQ following this one down to the bitter end. As only remnants of these two teams on the north side will still be in action. And Zypher is all too happy to take those points, push OG off the top spot as well. And they are back in first place. On board with them, they got 4 players alive, playing from outside the circle. They'll need to find a route in.
Living the dream right now. Further damage done. Meanwhile, we switch over to the POV of Aurora. Nice nades on target. Takes the brunt of the damage. Ulf still attempting to fight versus 4 Thrives, but they're silenced as they cut their way through them. Lord battles back on the top, up close. Ralph can't withstand the fight from Joel. Good play with a shotty, and he's got space to be able to calm this one down, John. Tuck into the limited cover. AGAL from the sideline, though.
Oh, getting stuck in. Sure, why not? Aurora down to 1. Just Joel remains. Doc is a goner. There is no way that he's going to get that player back up. Surely not. Has to try and play on this high ground. The zone will keep him in if he moves forwards to some of these trees, but going to stim up first, allow the blue zone to creep in. Doc, he's not coming back. That's going to be confirmed now. AGAL will take that point. Coops, the solo for Enigma Galaxy, who ruined the day for 4 Thrives last time around. Let's see if he's going to do the same thing here, but they are on opposite sides of the circle. Might be a little bit harder. Zypher, though, wants to try and get all over this circle. It's not going to go well, though, as they do take a tumble. Down 2.
Yeah, this is looking brutal now. 2 players removed. It's all on IQ. Brains at the operation as he sprints through the smoke. Looking to get a lineup onto them. Shotgun special, but not enough to deliver the payload, John. AGAL withstand the fight. Shut down 4 Thrives. And can they reset from this? No one in immediate vicinity to attack onto them. They might be able to reset cleanly. TTG advancing up onto Joel as well.
They finally found a second elimination. They can leave here. They are the only team with 4 players alive. The pickups coming through on the east side is going to potentially give them a threat here, but this flex out needs to go well. It's only against 1 player, but that 1 player is Joel. So we'll see if he's got anything left in the tank. They disengaged from it. Interesting. Prioritizing staying in the zone, I guess.
Yeah, for TTG as well, right? It feels like you're in such a risky position in terms of the overall standings. You've got to get out there and give us a little bit more of that confidence, but still trying to grind this one out all the way to the bitter end. Keep themselves in the contest of a fair 4-on-4 firefight, I suppose. Thinking about AGAL as more their big competition than risking it versus Joel.
I mean, that high ground would have been great to try and suppress the rotation from AGAL for them. I feel like there's a lot of merit in trying to keep that hilltop going for you. You're right, it could have been dangerous, but I don't think you're going to win tournaments if you don't like the danger. And that's just not what's happening. AGAL making the cross against the duo from Enigma Galaxy. And that's how you want to hold. Nice little opening spray down, but 2 players unload right next to the compound. A third on the flip side as well. Maple looking to burn Lord out of position. Uses half HP as well. Immediately catches him on the egress. And now Coops is looking for more, but what has he got left? Because Lord is down, and now Coops is the next to follow.
Really cleanly played there from Maple. Nice setup with the molly, instant switch to the rifle to hold the angle. Joel, meanwhile, has been crouching around all the commotion, but he's found Jimmy. Dispatches him, and we get into that final 4-on-4 head-to-head. AGAL looking slightly more green around the gills with a single knock onto the roster, leaving them with an effective 3 to fight back versus TTG. Jimmy already got a bit of his power rising off the back of the knock onto Joel. What more can he do here? Nades chucked out for defensive maneuvers. They're committing to get this res off, and there's no aggression to punish with the advantage.
The nades not quite connecting for Thunder Talk. This is sort of getting a little bit messy. Look at this flex out on the east side, sitting, trying to find an angle, but regroups back in. They're sort of putting themselves on the northwest side of this circle. Not as much pressure as they might need. They do know the full lay of this fight, though. They know where all of these players are for AGAL, so the full information is there. They would hear those vehicles. They would spot the runouts coming through with Jimmy's angle there on the high ground. They might just be able to do something here, but 5 eliminations for AGAL, 3 eliminations for TTG. These are some fairly quiet games from these 2 potential winning candidates.
कोई बंदा आ जाए उसका ले दरवाजा बंद कर
man, looking to set up on the angle. I felt like that was your one opportunity at least where you had an advantage in the engagement. Now as time ticks by, it was a nice setup from XEZ on the top side, just scanning over the periphery of the building. They've got nades to play with as well, so if you crash onto this, TTG are going to have a bumpy ride through, dumping some of the defensive utility out as well. A few Molotovs into the field.
Trying to hold on to a little bit more for later on
when
you get closer, when you get forced into known nade range. Much more tricky to hit it around the buildings. I mean, when you don't quite know exactly where they are, you can argue that it would be good to put them in now and maybe find an opening knock against AGAL.
So like the intense हो गए कौन लेगा chicken?
They're going to look to try and levy that later on. Liu getting rezzed up there was a massive benefit for them. It means that they have this outpost all the way on an off angle. It's covering off so much ground and limits Thundertalk's position really heavily. Not following through for that flush may have just been a crucial mistake for Thundertalk.
On the other side of the coin, it's a play that could pay dividends for AGAL. This is the worrying duo setup as well. Zone crunching in. We'll see if Maple's forced to advance over the hard cover towards the fence just as it stops on the mark.
Flower का एक proper need.
Still looking on the top side for the peek up. Sitting on the door. That's the nades in as well, and you're starting to take damage here. The shoe could be on the other foot, John. It looks very uncomfortable for TTG. And the double nade on target. Flower and Maple blowing away too. Suddenly you were at panic stations.
Down they go with their backs to the wall. What more have they got? It's all up to Singh for Thundertalk, but he does find an answer for one. Let's see if he's got any more. A 1 versus 4 would be necessary. He's going to start out well, but it's not going to go his way. Thundertalk cower on the northwest side. They just are too timorous to take that one down, and instead AGAL take the top 19 points, 9 eliminations. A nice close down for them.
A big result in the final fight, and it felt problematic. TTG paying for placements for so long, hoping that it would pay off.
आगे भाई लोग like कर दो. Let's go 50 के likes पे चलते.
Commit to it. It was the biggest opener they found in the space of that 5-minute final game sequence. Didn't commit to it. Comes back to haunt them.
Absolutely. I mean, not committing to trying taking down Zhol's position out on that west side. I think that they could have done a lot more there.
बोला TTG पैनिक करती है कल से.
They would have been able to spot the AGAL run up towards the Enigma Galaxy duo. They would have been able to do so much more damage. Maybe even flush you out. And then flex out towards the east side. They had such a massive opportunity to do that with Sighting moving into that area earlier on.
भाई अपने को 2 मैच में 10 पॉइंट चाहिए रे.
That one all the way, to be honest, Jackie. And when you're at the bottom of the tables, you need to be throwing caution to the wind.
10 पॉइंट चाहिए 2 मैच 2 Miramar.
Yeah, it's brutal, man, because obviously that's the thing.
Top 5 हो जाए ना भाई.
Nothing to gain, nothing to lose.
अपनी एक टीम कंफर्म हो जाएगी भाई फाइनल से आ रही है. कल
being down towards the bottom side.
अपने क्वालिफाई भी कर लेगी. पक्का कर लेगी.
Opportunity present itself, but the indifference there, that paralysis of just overthinking the situation.
ये यार it's ready. AGAL इसका full form क्या है?
The late game as well. Yeah, it feels like that's kind of the difference maker, man. You know, hindsight's 20/20, John, but in those moments, a new pair of glasses.
AGAL इसका full form पता है आपको?
Or at least contacts, at the very least. Yeah. Because they need to be seeing clearly. Some shifts coming through towards the bottom of the tables as well. Some players, some teams rather, jumping up to try and get into the survival stages. A couple of our teams towards the top as well, making a bid to confirm themselves, to lock down one of those 5 direct Grand Finals qualification spots. So really interesting. Moving out of Erangel now, we're going to be moving over to Miramar. I'm very excited to see what our teams are going to bring to the table on this one. The desert is going to be more rotationally focused. We say that all the time, right? So hopefully the smarter players are going to be able to bring something to bear. Who has got the brains behind the brawn?
Yeah, exactly. You're going to need that large IQ to help you get through these kind of games. These are our replays from the final moments
sponsored, okay, got it.
as well. Of course, Thundertalk.
All gamers, समझ गया. All gamers at the end वही उनका नाम है. बाकी sponsors जो भी है.
From AGAL, and then they just ran through with it, John. The nade opener absolutely crippled them.
मार knock दिया घुसो चल मार दे फिनिश तेरा माइनस हो जाएगा आगे जा मार नेट कर रहा है उसको फिनिश दे दिया लो गया चिकन डिनर ले
Seemed happy, seemed confident with how they played it. Good shutdown towards the end. I like the position as well. We have that 2-2 set up. Yeah, XEZ basically just on the top side looking over the ledge of the hut. The way you had the as well
calling
further out,
खतरनाक
you
थी भाई.
mentioned, just giving them so much more map control that really did give them that extra edge.
Yeah, well,
like करो भाई
that
लोग,
is,
like करो
that
and
is
जो
what
भी
you
नहीं
need to try
subscribe
and
करो,
find.
अपने
I mean,
free
how
jewels
many
आने
nades
दो.
were in the pockets?
Redeem करो
You
free
reckon?
jewels and भेजो.
For TT, right,
But
when they
भेजो.
went down, it felt like they could have used that utility a little bit earlier on. Sure,
देखो,
it's not like the perfect
85
place, but
और 71.
I don't think such a thing
14
really
point के
exists
difference
when
है.
it comes to this.
ठीक
You
है
do
भाई,
just
थोड़े
need to be
points चाहिए
throwing those
अपने को.
down range. There was more that they could have done. It was not to be.
ये नीचे
And
वाली
credit
team
to
सारी close ही है.
AGAL for being able to leverage that advantage, right? They were able to read
Please,
into that. They were
पाँच,
able to send
छः-
out,
छः- 7 point
right,
चाहिए
and
अपने को.
grab their player back up because they felt
दो match में-
yeah, they're not putting pressure on us. Let's just go for it.
I know that's the thing, right? It does kind of feel like we're
65
really
गया था.
tagging on this one point, but when you look back
58.
at it in hindsight now, that was the pivotal moment of it's the big edge they had. Following everything else that went on
Kal
from
था
there, John, there
47.
was no advantage taken.
फिर
It
गया
was very sort of,
54.
cowsome in the setup they went for,
54
hoping
से गया
effectively
58.
they'd find a pick on contact. It
58
doesn't go
से
that way when you're eating
65.
shrapnel. So yeah, the one
8 point.
opener that did give them an edge, not
65
followed
71
through
6
on.
point.
That
मतलब
indifference
every game
certainly hurt
6-7
them in these
6-7 के average जा
Yeah,
रहे हैं ऊपर.
absolutely. Some of the rotations around that west side as well worked out well
6-7
for them,
6-7
right?
point ऊपर नीचे जा रहे हैं.
Early on, I was
तो
talking
दो
about
मैच का अगर
AGL,
अपन
they're going
maximum
all the
8
way
पकड़े
out
16
west,
point.
and they were later into the
तो
zone.
2 point पे
They
save
played
हो
a
रही है, but
slow
फिर भी-
game. They played the only team really to go for
फिर
that
भी
sort of thing, and it's
थोड़ा
obviously worked
safety
out
के
well
लिए
for them in
और
this
10 point
instance.
निकाल लेना दो
But I
मैच में
feel
हो
like if
गया.
another team was in Thunder Talk's position, might not have been as
Yeah,
easy.
anything
But
can
either
happen,
way,
भाई.
they do manage to
Last
make it
match
work.
तक
So
कुछ
yeah,
नहीं पता
very,
भाई
very
यहाँ पे क्या
smart
होता है.
stuff coming through from AGAL. Looking to try and get one of
90
those
कट ऑफ.
spots for themselves
अभी
as well.
कितने हैं? रुको,
I'm loving
मैं
how close
exact
all
बता
this
दूँ.
is, Jackie.
I know it
71
has
है.
been exciting, right? Obviously,
इसके
a little
अंदर
bit
16
different
ऐड
to
कर
the
दो.
usual spin of
16
things when we're at
71
such
में
a
अगर
prestigious
16 मारे
event
अपन
like
ने
this with a back-to-back
तो
games. The
87
fact
हो
we're
रहे हैं.
going into a day two with the risk of not only having teams qualifying through
88,
having that
89.
sort of, you know, our dream
89
moment,
से
this
ऊपर
is
नहीं जा
great.
रहा.
But the
क्योंकि
sheer
मैंने
defeat, the
maximum
sheer
पकड़ा है.
panic of sitting there and realizing that's it.
89
2
पकड़ के
days of
चलो,
play and
जा
it's
रहे.
over, mate. You know, you're thinking about
फिर
airports,
मुश्किल
John,
है,
not
89 से
thinking
ऊपर
about
मुश्किल है.
trophies, about the history, about actually giving that solidarity to your
क्योंकि एवरी गेम इतने
organisation
ही है,
with a
कट ऑफ
big
ऊपर
result.
इतने ही है.
After
8
what's been
8
quite a
9
grind to
मतलब
get
6
here for
7
some of
8
these
इतने ही है.
I mean, at the end of all of
मैं
this,
89
right,
बोल
we
रहा
do
हूँ.
crush the
89
keys, but
yeah,
if you're
करीब ही
in
होगा.
this sort of situation, you can't let your mind be crushed already. There is still an opportunity, I think, for any team to make it into at least survival stages, given how we were sat
मुझे
before
कैसा
this.
गेम है?
For the
6 मैच
final
अपना
two
खराब
matches
गया.
to be so important is
0 pointer
pretty
आया.
important.
But कोई
It
ना.
is going to be good news. We're
उन्होंने
going to be
अपना काम
jumping
कर
down
लिया है, बस
for an
अभी
interview
थोड़ा सा
with
एफर्ट और
Alola.
and confirmation अपने
Yes,
को
we
मिल
do.
जाएगा.
I've got quick here from Alola Club Esports here for a very quick interview before we go into our final two games here on the Qadir City Grid. Sandstorm, thank you so much for joining us as well to help translate.
भाई लो मैं पानी
Let's
भर के
talk
आता, ठीक है?
about what the issues have been so far
10
over the
point
last
लेने
2
हैं, हाँ, वही
days,
मैं
or the
बोल रहा हूँ.
points of
10
contention.
points
What's been
save हो
stopping you
जाएगा.
guys from gaining momentum over the past few days?
أنا भाई लोग थोड़ा
أول
पानी
شيء
भर
شكرا
के आया.
على
तब
تواجدك
तक
معنا
आप लोग क्या
كويك
करोगे?
وحابب اسالك بخصوص
Like
الاداء خلال اليوم الثاني
subscribe كده.
احكي لنا
معايا.
ايش المشاكل اللي عم بتمروا فيها يعني بين انه مو عندكم مثلا اي نقص بالامكانيات او القدره لكن يعني في عندكم مثلا نقص من ناحيه الفرص انكم تبنوا عزم في المباراه فايش المشاكل اللي عم بتمروا فيها
والله المشاكل يعني ما عندنا مشاكل انه استراتيجيه وجن سكيل عندنا يعني كل شيء موجود بس عندنا انه نحتاج ندخل بالجو وجاي ندخل بالجو وان شاء الله الجيمين الباقيه انه راح نأدي اداء ونتاهل.
I want to say it's not that we have an issue when it comes to our tactics, our strategies. We just need to get into the flow of things. And with 2 games left, we're hoping to be able to get into it and get it done within the next games.
I mean, speaking of getting into the flow, even that last map on Erangel, sorry, you guys appear to have better flow, better pacing. You coming down through the north side of Circle, obviously, it pulled away from you guys. You took out Furia, everything seemed to be good. And then the pacing slowed down. What happened?
هلا بخصوص المباراة الماضية كان مبين انه في عندكم يعني بوش قوي من المنطقة الشمالية قدرتوا تشيلوا فريق فيوريا كانت سرعتكم كويسة لكن بعدين بطأتوا وتم اقصائكم بالزون ايش كانت المشكلة وقتها؟ هل مثلا كانت روتيشن بطيئة ولا ايش المشكلة اللي مريتوا فيها؟
अपनी स्ट्रीम होगी क्या? यस, ये स्ट्रीम के बाद अपन अपना स्ट्रीम भी शुरू करेंगे. टेंशन नॉट, अपना अपना रैंक अप चलते रहेगा नॉन स्टॉप. उसके उसका टेंशन मत लो.
انه ما عندنا وقت نجمع عنف وندخل على الزون. رحنا يمين شفنا كوتيم ضغط علينا.
ये स्ट्रीम जैसे ही एंड होगी
بوجهنا
अपन शुरू कर लेंगे.
رحنا يسار تيم لازم علينا ومتنا من كثر الضغط علينا بالسيارات.
After we were able to make the push and take down Furia, we tried to rotate in multiple different positions, but every direction we took, there was
अभी वे क्या ले भाई? What's up? लास्ट मैच नहीं, अभी और 2 मैच है अपने पे. More 2 matches to go. उसके बाद फाइनल रिजल्ट आ जाएगा अपने पास. डिनर करने तो जाओ. अरे ऑफ कोर्स भाई, खाना खा के ही शुरू करूंगा. एंड अपनी जो स्ट्रीम है वो लंबी चलेगी. करना पड़ेगा वो. क्या बोल रहे भाई यार मैं खुद को नहीं समझ आ रहा, क्योंकि एवरी टाइम नई नई लैंग्वेज आ रही. अब ये लैंग्वेज की अलग है. अगर अपनी ये क्या बोलती ओजी ने चिकन मारा रहता तो मेरे को पता चलता ये क्या बोल रहे. ट्रांसलेटर मेरे दिमाग में. वो चिकन नहीं मारा है ना ब्रो, तो समझ नहीं आ रहा है क्या बोल रहे.
بس عندنا مشاكل نريد نحلها وها هي يعني متأهلين الثقة موجودة، الحماس موجود، كل شيء موجود.
I want to say, as long as we are in the right mentality and
भाई एकदम मस्त.
we have the right state, we're in the right state.
अरेबिक बोल रही भाई नहीं आती भाई, यहाँ पे लिमिटेड लैंग्वेज आती है.
Like I said before, we'll get into the flow of it, and we believe that we have the ability to qualify, and we'll prove it in the last 2 games.
I like that. A bit of positivity. Thank you so much, Quick, for joining me in this interview. Sandstorm, you're a legend. Thank you so much. We have another interview here on the Gadia City grid before we throw it over to the studio. So let's go over to that one.
Yes, we do. Thank you.
भाई बट यहाँ पे एक चीज आपने नोट की क्या चैट? आपने एक चीज नोट की, यहाँ पे मैचेस फटफट शुरू करते भाई. 3 घंटे में 4 मैच खेल लिए, जबकि एक मैच चलते 30 मिनट.
Bugünkü maçlarda
3 घंटे में 4 मैच निपटा दिए ब्रो, खत्म ही कर दिए सीधा.
performanslarınız da oldu. Genel olarak bugünü biraz değerlendirebiliriz.
बहुत फटफट कर रहे.
Bugün çok iyi de oynamadık, çok kötü de oynamadık. Ortalama puan çektik bence.
Sound बड़ा var.
Onlardan ders çıkarıp son 2 maç inşallah iyi puan çekeceğiz.
As you said, we had ups and downs today as well.
English में
but we
translate
know our mistakes and we hope to learn our lessons from that and finish on the top in those last 2 games.
So let's talk about that then a little bit. Obviously, a lot of top 4s from you guys so far, but no wins, no chicken dinners just yet. But we're used to knowing that Ulf is always a contender for #1 and always able to get them chicken dinners on the board. So will there be any adaptations in these next 2 games, or what are you expecting?
Henüz bir win almadınız ama Ulf'u biliyoruz, her zaman 1. sıraya zorlayan bir takım. Top 4'de de çok oynadınız ama hiçbir win gelmedi. Bu son oyunlarda stratejinizde herhangi bir değişiklik olacak mı?
Yani bir değişikliğimiz olmayacak. Aynı oyunumuza devam edeceğiz. Sadece hatalarımızı telafi etmeye çalışacağız.
We will only keep playing our own game and we will try to learn our lessons from the mistakes that we made.
All right, fair. Thank you very much, Aaron, for joining us here. That is us done for here down on the stage. Time to head back into the games here for more PMWC.
ओके क्या शुरू मिरामार. कैंपर हो जा रही भाई, शर्म नहीं आ रही है तुमको ये लिखने में? 1% की शर्म नहीं है यार. अगर आप कहीं और से हो तो ठीक है, एक बार को ठीक है आप लिखी हो, बट अगर आप कहीं और से हो तो कहीं और लिखो, यहाँ क्यों लिख रहे?
Promise you all some more updates while we've got them, because we swung by the Allianz Vault. We grabbed Trav to give us a little bit of some insight into what's been going on, because you guys are already 3 days into your group stage, so break it all down for us.
Yeah, as you say, we're in day 3 at the moment, which means the brackets have kind of reset, the groups are back to the start, and the players are on the same standing again.
Okay.
But the same can't be said for some of the clubs. Team Falcons coming into day 3 of competition with 3 players left alive. They came in with 4, so lost 1 along the way. But other than that, their biggest competition, you're looking at Twisted Minds. Arslan Ash has pretty much done everything you can in this game. So he's just 1 EWC win away from being the GOAT, and that is just a crazy statement for him. But over, obviously, we see AGL competing across quite a few stages this week. Zubair is one of the favourites to take this competition now. He beat the favourite in his group. So he's kind of taken that pole position at the moment, and I'm really liking AGL to go far
क्यों
here.
hate करना है ये समझ में बाहर है मेरा
Exactly. And like obviously in the position they're in
इतना
on the
अच्छा
club
खेल रहे
championship
भाई,
leaderboard
इतना
as
अच्छा
well. A
कर
couple of big wins, they'll be leapfrogging above the rest. Vitality, however, haven't had the best couple of weeks, to be honest with you. They've put all their faith in one player, Jean Ding. So it's a question of whether or not he's going to be able to get it done. He's been looking kind of hit or miss so far, but obviously with it refreshing and being now in a similar standing, he might have a chance.
So this could be really interesting when it comes
Skip
to
करो, अरे
our
क्या वो
club
ad
championship
चल रहा है कि
standings.
skip
Obviously, like you
करूँ?
mentioned,
ये
we've
देखना ही
got
पड़ेगा bro
AGL in
आपको.
3 out of the 4 stages this week. One of the teams we're paying attention to in PUBG Mobile, you mentioned Vitality. We've got them. We're going to see them tomorrow kind of to kick things off for their group as well. So lots of these clubs could get some massive points this week, kind of shake up the overall leaderboard because so many clubs are chasing Falcons right now at the tippy top of it. So still lots of action left in store for all of you at home. And of course, when we have some winners, some more points on the board, or some big changes, we'll make sure we're keeping you updated on all of it.
See, I told you Glitter will be able to deliver with the club championship updates. Also, shout out to Trav for letting us know what's going on his stage.
I think push नहीं करोगे करेंगे ना भाई. सीधा hashtag बनाओ what होगा अपना. समझ रहे हो?
Joined by none other than Mr. Black. He went from casting and now here at the studio with us. And none other than Neptune as well, the 7WG. Neptune as well, the 7WG. We got to talk about that last game. AGAL putting themselves in contention for that top 5 Natura.
Isn't it nice? It's so nice. I mean, we've been wanting AGAL to do something for how many games?
chicken आ रही है.
8 games so far.
भाई यार chicken आ जाए तो बहुत मजा आ जाएगा, बहुत बड़ी बात भी है.
No, they're doing a very, very good job.
मेरा भी ये कि भाई 2 गेम में 10 पॉइंट आ जाए.
Going a little bit more
अपन खुश है.
right? I really like
Top
how they
5
did
में
that
आके खुश है.
South wrap around, and I think that's really going to be something that we're going to see, hopefully, from them a little bit more as they're being able to actually, you know, think outside the box a little bit, do those wraparound rotations, able to see those opportunities and do it all over again. So maybe in Miramar it will be happening. But 19 points, I think that is the incentive that they need to do that again.
Yeah, solid from AGAL to maybe, hopefully, they'll be able to make it to.
इतना बफर क्यों हो रहा है भाई?
That top 5. We'll have to wait and see what's going to happen in those upcoming final 2 matches. One team that we actually had in the
ये क्या बफर हो रहा भाई?
seeing there that they ended up getting good placement points but not eliminations. Thunder.
ये क्या करते हैं लोग? स्कोपिंग करके मारते हैं भाई. शॉटगन मैंने देखा ही नहीं. एक का नहीं बहुत से लोगों का देखा.
Yeah, bro, why did it take the weaker Chinese team to let the stronger Chinese team win? What was that about?
I don't know.
That wasn't cool.
Thunder Talk Gaming was camping in.
अरे रुको एक बार रिफ्रेश मारता हूँ. मेरे को लग रहा है कुछ हुआ है. कुछ ग्लिच हुआ है.
Too much.
No.
I tell you what I do hate though. I'll tell you what I do hate.
What do you hate?
I really do not like Enigma Galaxy's push onto.
अब ये कौन सा नया ग्लिच है? फुल स्क्रीन ही नहीं हो रहा.
Biggest bro I've seen in quite some time.
अब सही चलेगा मेरे ख्याल से.
Bro I've seen in quite some time actually. There was no reason to leave where they left from. I mean, if we even just roll the tape back to what we were just watching just then, AGAL won from when Enigma Galaxy was playing.
That's true.
Like we could just sit there all day. We could sit there all day, twiddle our thumbs. We will
Light आ गई माँ की आँख light आ गई.
Aurora has to come off the ridge side into plain view. Got shot by someone else. So I don't really understand the call there. And we're still hitting these strange 2-2 splits.
Okay, भाई लोग subscribe करो, like करो. 50,000 like का goal रखती.
In that one, it didn't work.
50 के likes कर दो चलो.
If you are Enigma Galaxy,
मजा आ जाएगा.
one team that does need the points and was able to put up good points there in the last match was Alula. I really enjoyed the way that they were able to kind of rotate towards the north. And right now, we're seeing an amazing performance.
The last fight, अरे ऐसा नहीं है यार. प्यारे किसी को top 5 में आके सीधा finals खेलना है भाई.
Watching them
fixing
versus
कुछ नहीं है भाई.
take over in the garage area, and it was actually really, really nice to see that aggression come on through. It was a very strong sort of presence that they put themselves moving into the garage area over there, because there was a solo of RRQ in the garage, but it wasn't direct full-on push onto an opposite team. It was just such a strong presence with those vehicles that it was like, hey, we're actually going to be doing something. It's
9:30 के करीब अपन live आ जाएंगे.
teams. That's what you want to see from teams more
It's
often.
affordable to destroy
and
enemy tomorrow.
did a really great job of that.
Well, I think
मैं खुद excited हूँ. Power
well balanced so far.
Admin होगा गिन के देखने.
Very well balanced.
Very.
The thing is that there are some squads where the gameplay feels a little less
आएगा कल और मतलब मजा आएगा
That's what kind of worries
आज
me
तो
in a
OG
big
ने
way at the
4
moment.
चन लगा
Is
दिए
that for OG, I do think there has been some times where, you know, they'll find a good spot, they have some good rotates in, and then it feels intentional from there onwards. Like that's a passivity that they go for, and it tends to reward them in the late game. Yeah. I want to see a bit more proactiveness from them in future because I think that could really help improve their score lines. But right now they're absolutely fine. There's no reason to change. There are teams, on the other hand, like we're looking at RRQ, they feel like a team that's been forced to make plays. It doesn't feel intentional, and then they're winning off the back of some gun skill. And I think honestly, Lepar is massively propping up that team at the moment because he has some really good clutch moments. But it comes off the back of, ooh, did we really want to be here? Now Lepar's gonna have to clutch up.
Yeah, it's true. I think you're right there. It's like, and I'm seeing it from a lot of teams. I'm just trying to think of like all the lobbies that we've seen, all the groups, all the teams rather. It's kind of a lot of the same thing. I think OG in the beginning were doing it as well, right? Not so much today, but certainly yesterday it was a little bit of a let's see what happens if we go here and then see what happens. You know, it's not proactive. It's not. There's no plan to it. It's just kind of a bit random, and I think a few teams have been doing that. Like
for OG, they're not going to be that upset. All right, they ended up with the first place, third place, fourth place. This is just something that they're going to keep on improving. And going back to Alula, something that I actually really want, I was hoping you would end up pointing out. I really enjoyed how long they took to rotate in because they were making sure that there was going to be nobody behind them. I really enjoyed that out of them, which kind of allowed them to do that fight that you were talking about with RRQ. Another squad that we actually been seeing now step up as we're seeing the battle there for first place is 4Thrives. 4Thrives with those 2-2 splits.
It was very nice, and 2-2 splits are their big thing. The 1-3, the 2-2, they love doing it, and we saw it in some really good form there in that last game. I really enjoyed that. Very strong. Again, the same point I was making about Alula is the same for 4Thrives. Again, they're intimidating the rest of the teams. They've woken up in this game and gone, right, there's 2 games left. We would like to be in first place, so we're going to be more intimidating, playing those mind games, being very strong, not necessarily going full aggro, but being intimidating. Look at what intimidation gets you. 4Thrives, 92 points.
Not even just intimidation, just being proactive and making sure that they don't let anybody push up on them as KRX was trying to. But 4Thrives right now overtakes that first place. Orangutan still in that second place. Congratulations, Orangutan. You're going to be going to the finals. Aurora Gaming there in that third. And now we're going to be looking at that 5th place and that 4th place because I want you to see how close it is from 4th place all the way down to 8th. It's just 11 points. Which honestly, even through this, even through all as well, they can make that jump, Blank.
They can. I think for us, there's a big opportunity here at the end of the day to make it happen. I wasn't massively impressed with Erin's answers there, though. There was a lot of, we can learn from our mistakes, we can learn from our lessons.
Yeah.
What are those lessons? What are those mistakes? Do they even know what those mistakes and lessons to be learned are? And I think that's a struggle thing for me to listen to, really, because I think Ulf, they have good gameplay. Even watching them Erangel on Airstrip, that was really nice. They had a great setup. It's very creative at the end of the day. But I think Ulf, they have these special moments here and there.
Yes.
Right now, I just don't think we're hitting those yet. Ketch isn't really on his A game. I think Erin's doing a lot of heavy lifting. Scarface, funnily enough, despite having not these massive pop-up moments, he's coming in clutch right now. But Ulf can do it. For Nigma Galaxy, I really do want to see them get into top 5. Yes. They have looked very disappointed throughout these 2 days, which I've been, a little bit unhappy about because I'm like, guys, you've been playing very well at certain points in time. I want that team atmosphere to be a little bit up. You've got Coops with you. He's doing phenomenal work. Hype your boy up a little bit. That's all I want to see.
My boy Coops, because honestly he has been performing so well. But before we go into the next 2 matches, we're gonna be sending it to Kalaris and the man with the big energy, Hadouks.
We got Miramar on the way, and we want to talk a little bit about that. I've got Hot Jukes with me to talk about it all and how it's going to go down. Obviously, with only 2 games remaining here, Jukes, some of those teams on the bubble, they've got to make moves on one bubble or another.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, that's what it's all about here. It's top 5 or bottom 3. That's where our eyes are locked because everybody in between is going to that survival stage. But you're right, we're going into the desert, baby. The last 2 matches, and that is where you got to clutch it up. One team I gotta talk about right off the rip is Go Team, right? They won the second to last Miramar yesterday. The one thing though was that they landed at El Azahar area. Both circles in both matches ended up going down to that Lost Leones region. So I think that was advantageous for them here, but the zone could go anywhere here. Can they repeat that? They're gonna need to because you know
last game खुले
I
के
think they
खेलो
did such a good job west side of Impala to be able to have which compound that they did and then be able to rotate
वो
south
चीज़
on
डर
that. So
लगा
that was
कर
very,
लेंगे भाई
very
अभी तक कर लिया है
impressive. On
तो
the
कर
other
लेंगे
side of the bubble though, I want to talk about GK just a little bit, right? Because they started off the entire tournament for their group stage so far with a win, and since then it's slipping here, slipping there, and I would like to see GK do a little bit more. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think that it was really demoralizing for them in just that other match where it was down in military base. They had such a great position, and they were not able to put any shots on a team flash at all. They took it and won the game from that spot. So it's all about, you have to adapt, right? You're at the biggest stage ever. You're live here in Paris. You got to be able to calm down, settle down, and make it happen no matter what.
Well, between you and Jackie, I'm never escaping the GOAT team subject here from all of this. All right, no more barring, no more barring. Let's hand that over to the commentators here for the 2 last games of the day.
Hey, look, we don't lie, James. We don't lie.
W, drop me maybe
It's
W.
all about GOAT, baby. They're going to be out there swinging, but it's Miramar time. And I got someone that I described as
W spam karo, Jai Mata Di spam karo, heart spam
It's because
karo,
he's the best at
leg
casting.
spam
Get in there,
karo.
John.
Last second match शुरू होता हुआ.
I was looking on the other
Let's
side of you. I was
go.
like, what's going on there? Is someone else sitting on the desk with us? No, he's being
Chalo.
very kind to me.
I know.
That's a very strange feeling, but thank you very much. We are going to be heading into Miramar, lickety
Head
split,
blow.
and it is hubble bubble, toil and trouble. 5 teams will go forwards and 3 will fumble their opportunity to make it towards even the survival stage. But down towards the bottom of the tables is looking mighty dejected so far, and it is starting to open up a bit of a gap, a 6-point gap between 14th and 13th on that bubble. Towards the bottom of the tables, that's pretty significant.
It is. That was kind of slick with it as well with the wordplay, John. You were giving me some nursery rhyme type beats there, and you're spot on because it will be a crime for some of these teams if they don't get through because they can't make dimes here in PUBG Mobile World Cup, and that'll be a travesty. But with 2 games left, you got to smarten up quick.
Make sure that you're getting in and amongst it. You cannot afford to be timid, to be timorous, to be shy. And back off when you have a lot to play around, you know. That's kind of
me.
That's kind of, well, look, you know, as long as it's still in my memory, it's going to be yours too, because it is a real stain on that one. Play path goes from Minas del Sur over towards La Cobreria up on the northwest side. Fairly chill on this one, waiting for the circle to come on out, and I'm waiting to observe any hot drops, but it looks like for now, we're going to be kind of chill. Picardo, though, could be dangerous if Thundertalk do drop down, because 4th Thrives are on top of it, in and amongst it. But no, Thundertalk, we know what they like to do, and it is get away from other players in the lobby.
You got it in twice in the intro, but I can't believe
I've just got to twist that knife.
I know, you really are. You're
second place isn't first place, is it?
Yeah,
फटाफट लूटो और हाई ग्राउंड ले लो बात खत्म
first to lose
और दी सीरीज सेंटर जोन आया ब्रो
something like that
वो क्या भी हार्डशिप लेगा जोन कहीं तो
no it's not
साला यार जोन है भाई
oh dear they're on the road again with a big bang. They're going on through. It's the GOAT team heading on up on the South Coast Road, going to potentially move in over towards Puerto Pleriso and Impala, that sort of area of the map, but the plane path being on the west and the circle being on the northwest is going to make things tricky. But if you want to make things as untricky as possible, make sure you're grabbing those Naruto skins. You saw that flash up on your screens. Jump on into the game. Make sure you go for those draws because you can look mighty fine on the battlegrounds.
Oh yeah, you can look pretty damn slick. Come out there styling on fools with your plays with the mad skins that they've got. Wonderful collab. Everyone's very excited about it. So like John said, make sure you're checking it out and getting your solo peepers spotting it in game today. And of course, we'll be using our eyeballs to take the lay of the land with the teams here. Give you a run through of everything that matters as we get close. Going into the next game, obviously, it'll be a little bit more deliberation, right? We'll know kind of what we're looking like. Top spots obviously being drastically important, skip survival. And then the bottom side of the pack, because otherwise, John, it's not even a matter of survival stage for you. It's just outright goodbye, good night from the event. Yet to come, really, but it might get a bit defined from this very game of Miramar here.
Yeah, if we're going to see early falls from X-Force Reject, Thundertalk Gaming Stars, it may just be a death sentence for them to try and make their way forwards. Obviously, there is always those mathematical probabilities because technically you can get 60 eliminations in a game and get a chicken dinner, which gives you a 70-point match. But I've never seen it happen, Jackie. Not legally, anyway.
No, but you can't see air, and they say that it exists. So you never know, John. That's the funny thing. But hey, probably not, eh? Because that would be crazy.
I hate that you've just said that to me. Because it's right. But only if you're talking about the visible spectrum of light.
Yeah, I mean, like, we can prove it exists, but...
Yeah. Can you?
Guess.
Can you prove it exists?
There's a fan next to you. That seems to be moving some air.
You don't know what it's doing.
I can feel it.
If you can't prove air, how can you prove fans, you know? You've got to start from the basics. 1 + 1 = 2. Thunder Talk Gaming can't close out a game. That's the sort of situation we need to be starting from. That's the foundational elements of this universe.
Well, someone's giving you some funny juice today.
Hey, you know what? I had to do a lot of exercises.
You did actually, yeah, fair play.
I'm going a little stir crazy with it.
Yeah, you work really good up, mate, you know. No one saw the full takes of those as well. There's about half an hour of unedited footage of John getting that clip done, so I was rehearsing as well. It was good to see though, bud. Honestly, I think your rotations would be on point now. The amount of stamina you must have built up.
I've lost it all. I used it. I burned through that candle very, very quickly. Let's take a look at the lay of the land now, because it looks like X-Force Rejects with a chance to take a fight against Ulf. And remember, X-Force Rejects, one of those teams in danger. Reverb is down and out of there. So already a poor start for our bubble team.
Yeah, not ideal. That one's going to get popped instantly.
Match number
in the verbiage we're using here, which isn't what you want if you want to try and rise up and actually get yourself out in that danger zone. Devil up top side with the Mini 14 as well. Alula, we were singing their praises previously. They started to build a good amount of energy. Some of the fights we saw from them actually look good as well. R3B, that awkward encounter versus KRX, so far away in terms of distance, but hitting beautiful shots. So mechanically, individually, John, he looked like he was hitting some great form. Rest of the squad comes alive into this one. It could be a good reset. We heard in the interview as well, you know, yeah, there were mistakes, but we can fix things. We're going to come out on top. Would love to see that proven true.
They definitely want to. A lot of power from that last match to see themselves up towards the survival stage zone right now. On 41 points, they're in a decent spot on this map, up towards La Cobreria. They do need access to the hills to their south. And if they can win a fight with X-Force Rejects, that would probably be one of the best case scenarios for them, right? If they can take control of the Crater Fields area, get some of that high ground on the lock and key against one of their main rivals, there's very few better positions for a team to be in than to be able to find a little bit of confidence right now. That is going to be weighing heavily on the minds everyone sat around them. Nick Galaxy moving in from that western side. RRQ as well could potentially try and jump into the mix there. Orangutan as well have access to those Crater Fields hills. Got a little bit more time before we see things go really to loggerheads. We've only had that one casualty so far.
Yeah, crew moving up. Obviously, from what we saw, it was a little bit stale from some of the hits, more just getting stuck involved into fights when it was forced upon them rather than taking the initiative necessarily themselves. We'll see if that will change here with the approach. Down towards the compound now, having a bit of a loot up. Satan not too far away. No real read or need to engage onto each other yet. So opportunity to at least get themselves armed without an over-investment. Visual contact there as well. You can see the vehicle driving away, so Satan will clear distance.
Gets a little bit of a wider berth around the roadblocks. For Enigma Galaxy, they're very central on this already. Goat team, really not so much. Already out in the blue, over towards Impala. Coming in from that eastern side for Goat team, they are going to need to get towards it, but it's still very, very early days, especially here on Miramar. Waiting for the second circle can often be pretty impactful. On a Miramar, wait for that small shift and try and play for it later on. Get a little bit more looting done out on that east side. We saw Goat team dropping out and moving quite early on. So the looting phase will have been a little bit offset. Hopefully now, though, they are on the road, and I believe that they are, to try and move in, potentially sweep all the way up to that north side. Could inject towards water treatment, over past Cruz de Valle. But there is Geek in the way in El Azahar, so potentially be an unexpected blockage in the system for the next zone. Will reveal itself fairly soon, though, so we'll see what they opt to do with that new information once it's revealed.
See what we're cooking with if this one gets a bit of a shift on the go. Obviously, those later rotates coming up. Condenses relatively central, filling slightly down. So most sides still within a fairly comfortable amount of territory. Water treatment going to be cut out, so you're going to be giving that up for KRX and looking for an advanced path. You can see GK advancing a bit quicker now as well, speeding up on their rotate through the roadside. In relatively close by contest. And then that chance for AJL to potentially bump into Aurora on the late advancement.
Trying to push in on that south side. There are other options for AGAL here. Maybe not wanting to go past Montenuevo. They could send up, maybe try and play up towards El Pozo or swing even further north. But you know this side of the map's going to be really heavily occupied. It's a difficult approach. Confidently get a knock, and you don't want to overexpose here. You don't want to be losing players like this, especially with how tenuous GOAT Team's position is in 5th place.
Yeah, and it's not something they generally tend to force the issue on either. Historically, even with the roster being a little bit different to what I'd seen in the past, on Miramar, they were pretty good with late rotates. It's something they really enjoy playing, right? If they can avoid early game fights, they're going to be building into a big finish. It tends to work well for them. That sort of situation, maybe with the tumble from Ragnarok, if he had a clean shot, could have got an opening pick there, tried to build off it. Not worth the risk from the angle they were left in. So late chase, calm it back down. That's more the GOAT style. It'll give GK a window of opportunity to get into the zone. Is that Reject getting a knock over on the 4-5 shot? There we go.
I believe it was, yeah, but they're a little bit too far afield to really confirm onto this one. And not only that, but X-Force Reject really cannot do too much to get out of their position now. This is that high ground position that I was talking about. With Alula, actually Nick McGalaxy kind of in the way of it as well. Yeah. You can see there is this cabal of 3 players very, very close by, but they are still downhill from that super duper high ground for Alula. This is a brilliant spot to take points, to try and extract value from this early to mid game.
Interesting lineup, and like you say, obviously not the best position to try and get that follow-up from. So reset from 4 frags, they're going to be more aware and paranoid about the potential angle and not expose themselves. AGAL were slow on the rotate, they were trailing behind Aurora. That started to turn a little bit with them actually pulling up very close towards the Aurora squad, looking to block out the sun. It's a nice angle on the peak from top. A weapon he's very comfortable with. Takes the pot shot, but not quick on the response. XCZ with a knock job down.
Now Aurora can't really roll forwards. Doc and Joel immediately rolling back around to try and keep things together. Reapers with some good suppressing fire. There are off angles as well against this position that could potentially be causing worry for AGAL. Do not want to let their momentum slip. Could jump up into the top 5 themselves after this match. But it is still a long way out from the end of this one.
मैं आपको दिखा रहा हूँ जस्ट जोन अटैक
they can start to control this eastern side, but the hills for Alula are just so beneficial now. This is a brilliant game for them to try and make this one work. It's so hard for everybody else to try and move in. I feel like Thunder Talk are going to have a really tough time here trying to extract themselves from the southeast side where they sit, which is behind this engagement on our screens now, Jackie.
Yeah, this is something that could be really bad for them with the backstab building, scouting party play from Doc coming in around the rear, whilst the nades are just keeping them hammered into position. AGAL do get one knock onto top once again. It's a good nade thrown out from a key player from the team in Flower H, but on the hard commit, Joel is slick with it with a reply. Punishes him, pushing up daisies. That's the only flowers that are in his mind now. Leo on the reply, jumps behind the steering wheel. Off-angle push on the ridge. Let's see if he can do anything from this.
Moves out into position. Doc on the high ground has control of the angle, though. Liu does need to be careful. That smoke's just about to fade. Drops the Molotov to stop any forwards aggressive pushes as Reefus regroups up to the top. All of Aurora are here, and Thunder Talk are trying to loop around this one. Okay, put pressure onto the solo. Let's see what Doc's got. He's got backup now, and the rest of Aurora are trying to move on in. It's a breath of life for AGAL, but maybe they want to get stuck in too, because Doc is still fragging out. Nade out to try and find an angle on towards Thunder Talk. And this is a little bit more aggressive. This is a little bit more dynamic. That's what we wanted to see. But do they have the skills to back it up? Not stepping in fire. Kind of rule number 1, though, as Jimmy takes a turn around the corner.
Doc on the move up as well. Once again, armed with a shotty, but it's Joel with an SMG that puts AJ to sleep on first contact. Close quarters combat. Rufus with a hop up. Good to shut him down. TTG thought they'd finally got a breath of fresh air. An opportunity to push in an upset versus the lone player of Aurora. But the longer this has gone on, that thunder is being taken away from them.
AGAL moved up towards this fight, but actually took a harrying from KRX. That backstab that you were talking about, making itself known. Maybe AGAL overextending in that scenario and losing a player here, but they are in the zone. KRX not so lucky. They don't really have that sort of foothold. So for AGAL, all is not lost, but the fight may be coming to them from KRX on the north side.
You've got Top priming the nade as well up top right now. This shanty town could be taken down as the nade from Top's right on target. Goodbye, Jing. They know they've got to move quick as well with the zone coming up, so they want to advance and try and force the issue. Low HP for Top. Rufus with a bait play, opens the door, holds close on the angle, and the shotgun sings for one. Jimmy replies. It's getting awkward in the encounter, but it seems like Aurora can hold on for now.
No way to put that one back together. Jimmy just sat there and didn't really do much. Unfortunately for Thunder Talk, they will go down again, and it's good news for our bubble teams once more, who are looking to try and make that chase. As we turn our attention over to the northeast side, it is Orangutan, Four Thrives, and Ulf going at loggerheads to try and push past, because Four Thrives have control of this hill, have control of the ground. It's going to make things tricky in this area.
And that respite for Four Thrives has been very different from what we've seen throughout the entire event. Always looking for opportunities to force themselves into weakened situations to get advantage from it. Here, thinking about the big picture, knowing they're relatively safe, they're comfortable, they're happy. Let's see if a mistake is presented towards them before they play their card. AGAL on the wrap back up. That three-man squad that got away, realistically, John, with liberties in that situation versus the crunch in from Aurora. How long can they survive, and how long can Nigma hold off potentially this crunch from GOAT?
GOAT as well. This is the battle on the bubble. Remember, Nigma Galaxy trying to chase them. They've already found that opening knock. They're going to know that this is GOAT, and they may just be out for blood. Ralph also cooking a nade there, so they didn't have the barrels down range to take on Fuchsman as he peeks wide. A nade sent back on in, but not really connecting just yet. Does some damage, but it's only going to tickle. And they back off, Jackie. They are falling away from this, not wanting to get too far up and caught into this fight. You can get third-partied. Alola up on the high ground, a massive threat.
That's the thing. Killer Joe, usually so keen for the close quarters engagements as well. It feels like he's your entry fragger, someone that's going to take those risks. Being knocked early left them more susceptible, so they attempt to backpedal. Lord resets, very elevated angle to peak down. Bullets barraging on target, but the longer he takes that fight, the more exposed he is to the hilltop side there that you've got from Alula. So can't overcommit. Killer Joe with a knock once more, back on his legs. GOAT, it seems uncomfortable.
Killer Joe going down, Fuchsman backed off the angle again. And they are just getting forced into a difficult scenario here. GOAT do still have force out in the open, but Alola just making life so difficult. Nobody's having a good time around these cliffs, but nobody's going down either, which is quite impressive stuff. But Moxie finally clocked by Quick. Able to slide away unnoticed. No, he gets found again. That should be a flush, and likely Killer Joe going down too. So GOAT cut in half here. Enigma Galaxy with a big opportunity.
11.
There's just no exit path, John. You've got to stay close to the wall and fight up in person, or attempt for a quick getaway. Whatever you choose, Alula just leering over the edge, looking to convert from it. This extended battle between KRX and Aurora as well, leaving them worse for wear every minute that passes. The duo attempts to just get out on it, peeks away from the situation, but Joel not given that gift. Another connection, that time it's from Flash Gaming, catching them on the exit with a rotate of the vehicle, only Top left.
Moving in on that south side, a solo for Aurora. GOAT do manage to get back up to 3. I thought they were going to lose Moxie, 2 players. Killer Joe does manage to somehow get res there. A rotate in the shadow of the mountain, but the circle just keeps giving it to the high ground here. This is good for Enigma Galaxy, but Alola will survive for so much longer. The difficulty is the X-Force Reject are just still in this one. Still a threat, still breathing down their neck.
Seemed like that was nearly the go signal as well, called for. Enigma were looking right on the edge. debating whether or not they do swing off it if there was a peek out, a wide angle in play, but Fuchs is trying to keep himself close down to the ground behind the vehicle. Killer Joe in the back line, a similar situation. And they better hope they do it cleanly as well, John. Alula could peer over and attempt to clean up if they take sustained damage from this. No one wants to risk it.
RRQ in a really important fight right now. They're trying to push in behind Alula. If they get a chunk out of this team, things could change. But a stalwart hold and R3B on that long-range backstop angle is so importantly placed for them. He catches them on the crossfire, immediately shreds a player away from them. That is great news. Not only that, but it gets the information over the rest of his team. Where RRQ are approaching from? How many are they? What sort of angles are they playing around with? It is so invaluable to have that sort of stuff on side. As Nigma Galaxy look to get rid of the remnants of GOAT.
This time they clear on the edge. They knew Fuchs was not once again. The overinvestment from cleaning out the full squad isn't worth the risk. They won't go too deep into it. Stay in the angle where they know they're safe from the peak from Alula. Coops looking for a backside read as Killer Joe sits, staying warm by the burning building with Force miles away from assisting him.
Orangutan in the meantime tried to send forwards. They've lost a lot of health, but it looks like they may be able to res up to 3 if they're lucky. All while this is all unfolding, RRQ again suffering back and forth with GOAT. And I think that might just spell the end for them. Only Killer Joe now remaining. The last to stand, Nigma Galaxy all too chuffed with this because they are in that 5th place spot now. GOAT desperately wanting to try and stay in the running for our last match, which is yet to come after this.
Oh, Satan spotting it. Seemed like there was the clear there over towards the vehicle. Good shots on target. Stop Killer Joe. Remove GOAT. So they're out here. And that's the dream scenario. Licking your lips for Nigma Galaxy. They know that they'll be able to move themselves up. Cleaning limbs added to the total tally. The 4 players still remaining alive. We saw Force fall into RRQ that are trapped down in a divot right now. Resetting, playing inside the smoke. Such a wide berth of space though, with Silence keeping his sights on this position.
A lot of open angles for them to play around, but leaving this building is going to be so hard for Furia. With the angles that Nigma Galaxy, maybe not Alula, I think they're a little bit too far away to take shots out there, but the position that Nigma Galaxy have on this, they'll have the information. Actually, it might be pretty difficult for them to actually compete on that angle. So maybe AGAL could be more important on suppressing Furia's route out, but a swing down to the south could definitely be on the cards for Furia if they're able to find an opener, get rid of top in the process, maybe find a shot over towards Team Flash. So they do have options. But again, it just slaps bang on top of Nigma Galaxy right in the middle. And there's a big focus on the 5th place bubble with GOAT and Nigma Galaxy. But AGL are there too. And they are right in that bubble contest as well.
And considering how this one potentially could have gone for them with the run-up onto Aurora as well, could have been a very different game for AGAL. Surviving far later than expected off the awkward encounter with the nades that came their way. The backline play from Doc that could have spelled defeat. But ironically, it's Aurora that are down to just the solo outside of the zone, and AGAL that still look to fight on for another day.
Top trying to creep up towards the hills here, but has to go open broadside towards Team Flash if he wants to make it. Furia up and into the foothills now. Yeah, I don't think the angles are there. Alula picking up more points as well. They're finding shots left and right, doing a lot of damage, but they have to crunch down south now. So leaving that position has kept them safe for so long. On the north side. Oh, continuing to just lose a player, and now they're down to 1. And they may not last too much longer, indeed. They will fall. And it's Ulf out in 9th place.
Finished off there as Devil from Reject gets that last shot in with the Mini 14. KRX being shut down as the zone nips at their heels and the fight breaking out all across the battleground. 4 Thrives coming alive once again. See you later, top, as that's Nigma Galaxy with the spot from quite some distance. Up on top of the rock, Lord. Living is moving. There could be so many free points to steal from the position they've got themselves into, John, and you can't get them out.
Just not going to be available to you. Not on the cards. 4 Thrive still taking a little bit of punishment on the off angle, but they do have to make a move fairly soon. They have to get these reses coming through. Tops 4 Flash is doing a little bit of work at suppressing Furious position, but we're hopping on board with X-Force Rejects. This is the team looking to try and displace Al Ula, or indeed anyone above them, off of that top 13 spot, but they have to lead here with GK in the way. That's made very, very tricky. Ford Rise on the long-range angle, but Kevin opens up the bidding. There is damage pouring in, but no, not for sticking. Not just yet. Finally, the first falls, and now it's two of them left to try and put something together.
So many of our squads going at each other right now. 4, 5, 6. They fall one by one. Goodbye, good night. Reject could be going the same way as well as Geeky have overwhelmed them on the close quarters engagement and picked them off. In the midst of all this, we saw some pot shots hitting onto Nigma Galaxy and leaving them down to just one man. It's only Lord that remains up on top of the high ground.
Some big shifts when it comes to the tables. As you say, Nigma Galaxy going down to 1 and AGAL breathing down their neck on location. And on the points totals now,
7, 8, 9.
drop into 7th place as 2 teams have now pushed past them. Alola continue to climb, and they make sure that RRQ is now a buffer place behind them, and Geeky could be next up on the chopping block if they can transition towards this low ground. So a lot of really important dynamics unfolding here when it comes to moving into this final game, and that is a helping hand of a circle towards AGAL.
The benefit of Alula for so long finally starts to slip through the fingertips. Lord still in a position to play off the angle he secured for himself, whilst everyone else fights at the bottom of the tower, looking to climb over one another to guarantee themselves more from this match, trying to stay as tight to the wall as possible as to not be shot from below or above. Ayala with a vehicle looking for the move round. Alula having to advance as well. You got the split on either side, it seems. A stereo rotate for Alula and Geeky.
A two-pronged approach. See if the horns connect. Ooh, OG losing another. I feel like for the teams in first, second, maybe even third, they're going to start to feel safe moving into this last one, but everybody else playing for keeps here. Furia wanting to find these shots, but not quite connecting. The nades not quite getting the distance on the arm there for Flash. I mean, it's a bit maybe overzealous to try and connect onto this. But both teams out of the zone need to try and regroup. And AGAL want to be the lobby commanders to make this one work. And nade downhill has a little bit more legs to it, but doesn't quite find the target. Flash dropping into the hill, so it's just got a little bit more dicey.
Nades towards the top for a peek over from Lord, making sure it's uncomfortable for him and the solo from AGAL that's looking to defend that engage from Furia. Surprise Flash is still alive, and Lord actually does get the peek in onto Furia. Still no trade back towards him. So although it's only a solo, Nigma Galaxy being a thorn in the side of the squads beneath them here.
On that north side, looking to keep the pace going. Coming off of a strong game on the last one. Now they're up to 9 elims again as well. And on this north side, they've got that high ground command that they were looking to try and sequester away. How high can they climb, though? Furia backs to the blue. They're a little bit more desperate now. And around the corner they go, locking themselves into the vehicle. Team Flash suffering, trying to find a challenge, but it doesn't connect. Is there a third party from AGAL? Doesn't look they find anything, but Bose steps up. It's rebuffed by Lord. Nigma Galaxy up on high, still here to play.
Stealing away Elim after Elim in all of the commotion. That puts him up to 6 individually. 3 to his name. Make that 4 as he continues to spray. Lord with the eyes in the sky, punishing down now as Nigma Galaxy keep the heat on Furia. Switches the detention round to AGAL as well. They're coming in. Close the gap. Goodbye, Flower H. It's uncomfortable. Ayala holds his own. Good defense. Damage done. XCZ trapped.
You've also got Igor to play on the angle as well. And there goes AGAL. Dropping down. They do manage to ladder up, but remember the placements haven't kicked in for Nigma Galaxy just yet. So they will be in the top 5 going into the last one. And Lord is not done. Is there nothing this guy can't take a chunk out of? Everybody stepping forward, and everybody wants to find out just who's up on that high ground.
The Lord of the Mountain. Anyone that dares to challenge him has been dethroned. And the longer he lives on, John, the less ammunition remains. Running low. The economy now playing a pivotal role. How much more can he squeeze out of this? Switches to the mini 14. Bang on the head. Goodbye, OG.
Wow, goodness me. They eliminate themselves up another place, and 4 teams remain at this stage. It's Al-Ula who have done bits now here to solidify themselves into the top 16. They've almost, well, sorry, so the top 13 is fairly certain that they may have done enough here, which is a great relief for them, I'm sure, guaranteeing themselves a solid double-digit game coming on in. As Geekcake try to crawl their way around the edges. Oh, you can't be going out that far in the blue. Goodness me. Loses his footing somewhat, most of his health bar too.
More of their utility force to be reinvested to get themselves healthy to contest from here. Somehow living on borrowed time with the awkward fights they've had to even get this far into the runnings. Lord knowing he can't risk too many engagements that won't result in a clean pick with the low ammunition left in reserve. Kike and Al-Ula not too far from one another. This could all change in an instant, John.
A single pick. I mean, the fact that Lord is low on ammo is so important for Kike here. Their survival would be all but diminished in its entirety if they do find it. But there's the first knock over towards Kike. Dancing around. Silence does connect, but he has to go for the reload. In the meantime, Lord pitches a point away with some of his precious ammo at range, and he finds more too. Down to his last magazine though. 31 rounds for Lord. He's got 2 nades, but has to back off.
He's got an angle to get his HP back. Doesn't need to overinvest. He's already started to break the backs of everyone that's dared to defy him from this angle. Let them fight amongst themselves. Furia putting pressure on, but they're not ready from the peak from the top. Lord, 2 nades in the back. Let's see if these will pay off. Cooked nicely, rolling down the hillside. Al-Ula already still the point on the Furia.
One more nade for Lord. Drops it right on top of the heads. Looks for the shots. Gets one knock, but it's now up to Al-Ula, who are looking to charge themselves up. Gain some pace over, and they are able to find it. The high ground was indomitable, and Al-Ula take a 12 Elim chicken dinner.
The twists and turns on the narrative. Miramar delivering with madness in the desert as squads had to desert all hope the longer that went on, knowing the high ground was irrecoverable. Lord up on high.
And NGX लो अरे भाई ऊपर जाके जो उसने kill लिया ना bro, next level kill उड़ा है.
Running low.
6-7 kill उड़ा लिया.
And he stole far more points than it felt like he was going to get from that one.
Absolutely. I think it was at least 6 eliminations for him.
Bye,
7. So the team is going to be chucked to bits with a 3rd place off of that location. You can see Enigma Galaxy. They are happy. Yeah, okay, yeah, get that celebration in. You love to see it. And they are feeling good because that is going to put them nice and deep into the top 5, Jackie.
That's an unbelievable game of Miramar there. A lot of excitement, right? And you think about how awkward it was for them, constantly trapped with Al-Ula staring at them for so long. They're thinking, do we really commit to the fight versus GOAT? Lord made the heads-up play to climb up. The zone gave them a blessing, and they ran with that as long as they could. Shocking scenes from Al-Ula as well, just always making it uncomfortable for all of these squads. And John, I'm shocked Furia survived that long.
I am too. I feel like they were really on their last legs for so many times. But to get to 2nd place is a real testament to their transitional ability. From that location on the southwest side, they picked their path well. Taking that fight with Flash, it was stymied, it was corralled, but it was fought well and with good heart for Furia. Happy to see them getting later into this one. Al-Ula, though, the big news here is, of course, their ascendancy away from that bubble at the bottom of the tables. And with a game like that, are they not too far off top 5? I mean, it's possible if they could do it again. I feel like there is potentially something on the cards. It would be a miracle.
Hey, man, they said we can fix things in the last 2 games. That's 1 half already secure. Have another big performance, give us another reason to get excited. Come out here and wax lyrical with the plays that they can deliver. It could all change. It's why it's so enticing today. It's why it's so explosive. These teams know. One mistake, you could have your key crushed and your dreams going with it.
Yeah, 3 keys will be listed for destruction
By the end of today, we will have those 3 keys named and locked and loaded,
नीचे
ready to
bottom
go.
3
We
तो
are
confirm
going
हो
to
गई
go
है देखने हैं
and
तो
take a look at some of what our sponsors have to say before we come back with our final match. So
ऐसे
do
देखो
not go
देख रहे हैं ना
anywhere. We'll
ओजी
see
का
you
हो
guys in
गया
a
है
few.
कंफर्म बट वही है कि 3-4 पॉइंट अगर मिल गए ना तो कंफर्म स्लॉट है बाकी भाई लोग जो भी नए चैनल पे सब्सक्राइब बटन दबा दो वी आर वेरी क्लोज टू 2.73 मिलियन एक साथ मिलकर सब्सक्राइब करो एंड जो भी फ्री ज्वेल्स है आपके पास भेजो कैसा भेजना है वो अगर मैं आपको दिखाऊं तो स्क्रीन पे देखो एक वीडियो चल रहा होगा नीचे जो आप कमेंट करो उसके लिए गिफ्ट बॉक्स रहेगा उस पर टैप करो ऊपर 0 ज्वेल्स होगा उस पर टैप करो फ्री में रिडीम करो एंड स्पैम कर दो एक साथ मिलके सभी के सभी लोग भेज दो तो ये आवाज में ऐड के क्यों सुन रहा हूँ मेरे को भी नहीं पता बट आने दो फ्री ज्वेल्स फटाफट रिडीम करके आने दो आपका स्ट्रीम कब शुरू होगा देखो अभी 8 बज रहे मैच खत्म होते होते 9 बज जाएंगे 9:20 तक मैं खाना खा लूंगा कॉफी पी लूंगा एक कड़क सी एंड फिर मैं आ जाऊंगा फिर अपनी स्ट्रीम चलेगी रात के 4 बजे तक मतलब 12 घंटा स्ट्रीम नॉन स्टॉप इजी खींच लेंगे ब्रो कोई इशू नहीं निशांत भाई थैंक्स फॉर द ज्वेल्स आने दो भाई लोग ज्वेल्स आने दो डोंट एंड द स्ट्रीम अरे नहीं ये वाली एंड ही करनी पड़ेगी ये एंड करने के बाद अपने वापस से एक और स्ट्रीम चालू करेंगे और उस पे खेलेंगे 10 बजे तक आ जाओगे नहीं नहीं वैसा नहीं होगा 9:30 तक मैं आ जाऊंगा आधे घंटे का बस टाइम दो मैं खा पी लेता हूँ और आई विल बी बैक शिवम यादव थैंक्स फॉर 20 शुक्रिया भाई 6 घंटे की तो लिमिट है तो 9 से 4 6 घंटा तो हो गया वैसे 7 घंटा हो गया थोड़ा बहुत अपना बातचीत वगैरह करती तो उसके अंदर जाएगा टाइम जाएगा एक बार देखेगा भाई लोग कितना रैंक चल रहा है क्या चल रहा है देखो क्या बस अभी टाइम है अपने पे यूट्यूब पे स्ट्रीम हो गया या कल कहा तेरे भाई लाइट नहीं थी अभी भी आ रही जा रही वही से ना रैंक क्या है रे 8 रैंक है 8 7596 7696 7796 कितना ही जा पाएंगे ऐसे फटाफट लूट करके एरी ले लो अरे तो वो वैसे ही था ना वो जोन भी वहीं शिफ्ट मार गया फिर वो तो लास्ट वाला तो लग पे था जोन जो शिफ्ट मारा but अगर वो हाई रीच ले लेती
one of our teammates was sitting on the top peak there but for this team they clearly understand that these last 2 games are incredibly important.
Yes, man.
They have had a steady run throughout this. I mean, looking at this position here, they are actually sort of moving their way down on top of GK, which I thought, oh, okay. Obviously, they weren't sort of putting out that scout to see where Furia were at that moment. Furia were able to get like a couple of knocks on them, but they were able to reset and then get that win.
Chicken है bro, chicken ही है जो hashtag one पे अपना ban करवा सकते हैं.
Knocked back up, and they got really deep in that game. I did not expect them to make it actually to a top 2 finish. That is very impressive. Just highlighting how relentless Furia truly are here, representing Brazil in Paris for Pmwc. Finishing moments here, Yasser giving it his best shot, but Lord in particular here, Niptura, oh my goodness, making it rain from this peak finish with that mini 14. He was holding on to his resources for as long as he really could, but eventually the circle had a different plan in mind.
No, he was exactly the right teammate to be up on top there, right? I think he was really good at sussing out exactly where everybody was, He was really good at getting those nades. Some of them went a little long, but a lot of them were right on target. I love the mini that he had as well. That was a fantastic weapon of choice to be up there. So all around, a really, 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 really good play coming in from him. Really, yes. Really.
But really, and
But really.
really,
Even on
Lord
ese
was able to put up good performance for Enigma Galaxy, being able to secure some extra placement points as well, putting up those. Oh man, look at us, Tomash. Let's go. 8 eliminations there from Lord, and the damage there as well. And this is a squad that's currently in contention for that top 5, and they were securing the top of that mountain.
Yeah, I mean, it was great to do that 3-1 split. That's what they had in the mid game. 3 players down below in the thick of it, fighting all the teams. There was Alula. There was even a side of Go at one point just coming their way. But no, Lord was trying to keep his teammates safe. But he could only do so for so long, right? Eventually, teams are going to be encroaching on his 3 teammates to get eliminated, and Lord is alone. But I like what he did because he knew he was limited in resources, right, Nitra? He was not able to really take too many shots. He just held onto those resources until the very end, where he could maybe convert that into a chicken dinner. As
Chicken hai to price hai first में आएगी, but
as a solo,
40 भी है ना ऊपर.
huge regardless.
Huge indeed, as we're going to be taking a look at the overall. And I want you to keep in mind, top 5 go directly to the finals. Bottom 3 gets in home, and the ones in between get to go to survival. 4 drives, still in the first place. But just like, actually, let's just focus on 4th all the way to 9, because 4th place with Aurora Gaming, they have been playing great today, but they just haven't been able to create such a big gap, as they only have 82 points. 4 points more than AGAL in 6th place.
No, they do. It's going to be interesting. I have noticed that Aurora have been stepping up, right? They felt that pressure a little bit. They've realized, like, oh, it's not really going our way. We gotta up our game a little bit. It is working now, so they are at 82 points. Yeah, it's still going to be all down to the wire in this last game, but at least they're already there. You know, teams like Team Flash are also already there, but 2 points ahead of AGAL. Good team as well. Furia climbing up those ranks. They were not in 8th place a few games ago, Max.
Yeah, I mean, really looking at the teams in the top 5, 4 thrives, they're safe. We know they're going to make it. They're going straight into the PMWC Grand Finals. Orangutan, I would say, also somewhat safe, right, going out to this one, because right now they're above the likes of Enigma Galaxy, Aurora, Team Flash. We're looking at Aurora Gaming and Team Flash in particular here. They need a big game, Lace. If they do not get that performance here, all gamers, GOAT team, Furia, you know they're going to chase them down for that top 5.
Yeah, they need to make these opportunities for themselves. And what we're seeing a lot of teams do is kind of letting just the cookie crumble how it will. These players need to start obviously creating these opportunities and making the lobby play to their way. And I must say that from that game, Furia did that. I would kind of call them like the mountain goats of PUBG.
Last
they're
game,
being able to scale up a mountain, absolutely decimate in every way, which form. But it's good to see Alula here, obviously moving up with 63 points, definitely securing that place out of the bottom 3. Now, I do want to sort of touch on, I guess, a little bit more of like Thunder talk. Out of that game, this is crunch time for them. They're under pressure. And look, they had a push from Aurora in the building, and they showed no presence, Max. They just sat down there. They didn't create any space, no presence, and got absolutely rolled by Aurora.
Yeah, they have the cloak of invisibility, but no one told them to take it off. Right now, it's time to take it off. They're looking at this one. The point gap is 12 points between X-Force Rejects and RRQ. I would say your teams in the bottom 3, you have to hot drop RRQ. I'm sorry, it is time. If you don't do it here, you're going right home, right away, straight to Charles de Gaulle. And as we know, that is not where you want to be.
We usually hate to see the hot drops, but in situations like this, you gotta take destiny into your hands. And yeah, you're absolutely right, Lace. They have to do it.
Yeah, and look, this is what I'm saying, where create your game. Make these plays to position other players into moving and having you create that space. Like, even if they were to look at, you know, players like Alula, who were in the bottom, they actually forced GK to rotate into Furia. They made that play. And these bottom teams need to be able to do that as well.
Yeah, they need to be able to do that, and they need to be careful with teams that are going to be towards the top, like none other than... Who's that? Who's this? Oh, it's the best content creator for Pmwc. Come up here, baby. Come up here. You know what? You don't even have to go that way. Just step over the chairs. You got this.
Hey.
Parkour. The beast. With 4 thrives currently in first place. Oh, put him on. Put him on. Oh, you should have told me. I would have brought mine too. But my Naki is here. And Naki, the team is currently sitting in first place. How are you guys feeling?
Alhamdulillah, we are feeling great. We are having a great moment.
Ooh, yes, you guys are. You guys have OG currently chasing you for that first place. Whoever gets first place gets to crush some keys. But how are you enjoying Paris so far?
Paris has been really great for us. The weather here is so beautiful. The city is so beautiful. we are really excited to visit the sites.
You're really excited to hopefully end up lifting that trophy. Max, you got any questions for Naki?
What do you think of French people like myself? The locals.
Bonjour, bonjour.
That definitely answers my question. Thank you very much.
That is a great one. From what you guys have seen, going back to the game, from what you guys have seen so far out of day 1 and day 2 here, has there been anything that ended up surprising the squad?
OG has definitely been a surprise for us. Like, they're playing really good. Their decisions, I haven't really looked at them that much, but their decisions are really good.
Yeah, their decisions have definitely been good. And for everybody currently watching, don't forget that you can experience the PUBG Mobile fan experience because it is gonna be open from August 11th through the 16th. Go enjoy some of the exciting activities, not only PUBG Mobile and Naruto Shippuden, the amazing collab that we're doing, but also the PUBG Mobile, Spider-Man, everything cool going on there. You can earn some exclusive rewards, so make sure you check that out. But yeah, I'm with you, Naki. I mean, I'm with what you were saying in regards to OG has been able to surprise a lot of those teams. And then towards the bottom, you're seeing some teams that I thought were going to end up performing better too with extra rejects. But with this one, who's going to be your top 5? I mean, it's pretty much said, but who is actually going to be your top 5? Tell me your predictions.
I mean, there's only last match remaining. So I don't see that there are going to be a lot of changes to the top 5. But the teams on top 5, yeah. OG, definitely. 4 Thrives, as we know.
I mean, you kind of have to pick them. Come on now.
Yeah. And Aurora is playing really consistent. And I hope FL qualifies. They are really my best friends. And one remaining?
Yeah, one. I think, if I'm doing the math, Max, math right? One more? Yeah, one more.
Be good, yeah.
OG 40, FL, Aurora, and KRX.
Audience है कि नहीं लाइन पे यहाँ पे लिमिट में होगा audience होगा
KRX,
but अपने इंडिया जैसा नहीं होगा.
A different one like Enigma Galaxy. But thank you so much for joining us, Lace, Max Benatura, myself,
थोड़ा कम होगा.
But ladies and gentlemen, it's time we go into the final match of Group A. Who's gonna end up winning it? Who's gonna end up in the bottom 3 and get sent home? Let's send it over to none other than John Allen and Jackie.
Oh yeah, it's time to get stuck in the final map for Group A. 3 teams on the chopping block, but those initials yet to be carved. Who will be taking up that chisel and taking down their opponents? Only time will tell, and 5 teams
last game.
Right to the top. Cream of the cream, or creme de la creme, as they say here in Paris.
Maximum way. That's what I'm expecting to see here live in Paris. It's going to get explosive, John. It's going to get
exciting. And
from what we've seen over the course of the day, it should all build to an absolute blistering in our culminating game, our last battleground.
Last game, Miramar.
Cards.
Hopefully भाई अपना
that sharpened steel of
ये
the
गेम अच्छा जाए. Last 3 गेम अच्छे नहीं गए
अपने.
Last 3 गेम में बहुत कम points आए.
Barney will be there on stage, literally grinding all of these teams' efforts into a pulp.
Well, not all of the teams.
No, those teams.
Yeah,
just those teams.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, mate. Yeah,
I know we've got to chuck most of them into the grinder. Only one key will
55 के likes में चलती है. एक साथ मिलके like करो and
but we've
subscribe
got to
करो.
get there first.
चलो let's
go. Bit by bit. It's incremental, you know. But we do get to do 15 at once over towards the final. So make sure you're going to check that one out as we take our final steps onto the plane with Group A. Miramar is never been hotter.
Incoming. Bye, bas kal wala continue
to
kar le.
decide who will move forwards.
Now you can see the keys around the crusher. Our team's deep in 4 getting their last minutes in before we kick this one live.
आधे घंटे में 3 टीम घर जाएगी, 5 टीम फाइनल्स में जाएगी, बाकी सारी सर्वाइवल में जाएगी.
The atmosphere is good here in Paris. You can feel it. Tension. You could cut with a knife for some of these squads. And for the top end, John, as much as you're not fighting to lose your chance in the tournament, you certainly are putting your neck on the line to make sure you guarantee a chance to skip that survival stage.
Absolutely. Top 5 is so valuable here. Interesting predictions coming out from Noki back over on the desk as he found himself over the back of the chairs and immediately thrust into doing Max 7 and Neptura and Lace's job. You know, apparently we had to draft in some outside help there, but I think 4th Rise OG, yeah, 100% I agree on that. Aurora, I think is a fairly safe bet. I feel like not including the Galaxy in the top 5 was a bit of an outside chance. And then even further beyond that as outside chance, KRX being in the top 5.
इस बार भी blue color हो गया अपना. देखो ये देखना है कि अगर एक बार blue आते हैं पूरा blue ही रहता है.
Probably going to happen.
I mean, that's his personal ideal top 5, right? That's his take on it. So it's fair enough, man.
It's blue, man.
Exciting teams. They've certainly all given us something to rave about over the course of yesterday and today here at PMWC. Live from EWC. 26, big 26, John.
God, imagine.
I
remember when it wasn't 26.
सच बताओ तो अभी नहीं कर रहे.
Just last year, actually, it was.
आज जब स्ट्रीम शुरू किया था तब हो रहा था कि भाई क्या होगा क्या होगा. But अभी थोड़ा सा.
Come on.
अंदर जैसा है ना कि भाई हो गया है.
The plane path goes straight down the middle of this one from Partona up towards San Martin. It looks like we are going to be heading down towards that Chumasera Hills area, the Landry area.
मैं वो थोड़ी हूँ, टीचर थोड़ी हूँ कि
that western side. Going to be a major feature there. So transitional areas around there, highly coveted. A lot of ground on the south side is slightly treacherous. Potential to see teams rotating down through Partona, trying to get access to the west, but more than likely, we're going to see a long rotate over on the north side, coming down on that west edge, past El Pozo, to try and push themselves towards those Ladriata Hills.
आते ही गोली चालू है भाई कहीं तो.
With the stage set and the potential for the best, and the squads at the bottom established, so you know what results we'll be looking out for on this one. We'll delve into it.
Bro, blue color के अंदर white color डाल के mix करके game में डाला है.
You need to really invest that risk versus reward. You can't play it overly safe. You can't leave your fate in hands of other teams. That goes both ways, John. If you want to try and push into that top 5, or if you're looking to actually keep yourself in the competition, not lose those keys, we'll see if there's any forced fights, if the early game is a bit different. Some of the indecision we've seen from squads. You look back, right, what we saw from TTG, moments of difference where maybe if they just committed that risk factor, could have given themselves a little bit more stock to play with. We'll see if that changes here and now.
I mean, right now for X-Force Rejects, they're sat 12 points behind RRQ. That is a big gap to make up. It's going to be very, very difficult to do that, and even further behind for teams behind that as well. So I'm really not holding out hope. I feel like we may already have our top 13. I don't want to jinx it for RRQ, but I feel like I'm fairly confident in saying that, especially given where RRQ are on the map. Down towards Biodemar already, pretty much slap bang in the center of the circle. Yeah, it's going to be pretty difficult to try and jump up there and change things on that front. Would require something quite special, but there are quite a few teams, I think, who could realistically jump into the top 5 here, depending on how Flash, Aurora, Enigma Galaxy do in this game. There are potentially opportunities to jump on through and see what you can get done for maybe. I mean, maybe down to 9th, but maybe even Wolf could give it a fair crack, if not Alula, which is a very outside chance. But 17 points, as we were saying, you know, the 12-point gap feels pretty dastardly to try and get past, but with the form that Alula are on right now, it might be doable. 17 points.
Definitely guaranteeing themselves at least more of a safety net to play with from slipping deeper down into the depths. Rising, though, and attempting to climb does kind of rely, like you say, on a few of our squads that have been those point vacuums, those absolute hoovers towards the top side. Effectively just falling early, having some kind of breakdown that opens that door for an overlap, for a squad to find a way in. So a lot riding on it on the individuals. A lot of small storylines in this one. We'll keep you dialed in with the narrative.
Trying to play small ball and keep yourself rolling straight down the track to the top 5 at the moment. I mean, the differentials between these teams are really quite small. I mean, even up towards OG, an 8-point difference between second and fifth is very, very much surmountable. A 10-point difference from AGAL up towards Orangutan to jump up towards that top spot. So, very volatile, even at this late stage. 12 out of 12, we're at the full fraction. No more matches after this one, and it is still very much all to play for. Unless you're 4th drives, then you're pretty much guaranteed to be in already.
They've done more than enough with the plays that they've made over the course of the past 2 days, John. looked very, very exciting to watch. It would be a real shame not to have them there, to be honest, mate. I feel like it would be a big blunder. So glad they've already proven just how hard they're willing to play here live from Paris. We've heard the arena getting absolutely ballistic time and time again when you see pop-off plays. Hell, even just from one individual, right? Falak starts to go huge, this place gets loud.
I feel like Falak does anything, this place can get loud, I think. Because that's, you know what? That's exactly the sort of support that has seen them into the top place right now. It's exactly the sort of support that saw them to first place back in PMGO as well. A global title spurring them on. And a second in their sights. We'll have to wait a little bit longer to see if they can do it, but it's almost certain that they're going to have a crack. Aurora, in the meantime, a lot less certain, but in a scrap with RRQ and Furia. RRQ, remember, the bubble team at the bottom, do not want to be going down early.
No, you could see that kind of kicking in, the immediate reaction when they thought, hang on, I've got a line of sight to try and take a pick here over onto them. Throws a few bullets out, but doesn't want to overcommit. Far riskier for RRQ.
Bro, ये GSTR ने पूरा ट्रैक कर रखा है अपने को.
And Furia, if they see weakness, they might attempt to dogpile on top of that and backstab towards Aurora. It's calmed down off the initial shots that were fired out. Still nearby. No safety yet, and that's only the one man from RRQ as well with the split they went for, so it's a lot riskier trying to keep his nose clean and out of trouble.
A little bit of trouble finds OG though. Knock over towards themselves on the north side. Looks like a little bit of a traffic jam between two of our teams towards the bottom and our second place team, OG. Having a little bit of trouble here, a little bit of strife. And that's going to be another nade launched over the top. The knock not yet back up, and Swash does get flushed away. Shiva to be able to claim that one. Potential wraparound here for Rolex, but he's spotted an angle. Rejects seemingly in charge of this fight against Gaming Stars as another flush comes on through. Yusuf and Maniac trying to piece themselves back together. Boom goes the dynamite. Leaves Maniac flagging.
That was quick. It was clean as well, and that's what you need. Good plays made. They're going to be able to shut him down and remove G-Star from the competition off the back of that, make it far more uncomfortable for them, as they now know there is nothing they can do for themselves in this situation to rise up the ranks. They're left dead last in that position, whilst Reject claim 4 points. They've got to do a whole lot more, John, but that's a brilliant start.
They've got to get a whole lot further down south as well now for X-Force Rejects. They have to move from that northern edge all the way out the back. OG in the meantime did manage to get the player res, so they are rotating against a full 4 team there, as well as KRX out on their west side. This is a real gauntlet for X-Force Rejects. And if they're going to qualify, this is the sort of test that they need to prove themselves capable of passing, Jackie. So I'm happy in a way that they have that opportunity. I'm not so certain that they're going to be able to pass it, but I'm willing to be proved wrong, and I'm ready to be here for when it happens. RRQ are now only 4 points ahead.
KRX on the ramp over the top.
ये fight RJC के लिए main है. निकाल लिया तो
punished with the shots. Close quarters combat from Hooksy. Good for one, but a right hook straight back in his face.
Back to pavilion.
And for Reject,
he
went from a nice start to a punishing position. Damage done onto 3 players for KRX though. It's just Trey left. Spams bullets onto Reverb. Starts to put them in their place, but recovering from this is going to be awkward. Both teams suffering massive losses.
Shiva not in the
fight.
That's going to be a lot of points added to RJC's total, but they're losing players left and right. Now playing on us 2, they disengage. With 7 eliminations. They are getting closer and closer to RRQ as time goes by. And X-Force Rejects with a chance.
We are in finals.
Like I was saying, it's such a tough pass. The third party coming through.
भाई कितने टाइम बाद अपनी टीम फाइनल्स खेलेगी इंडिया की टीम.
But KRX falling in the meantime as well. A little chime in coming through from OG, helping them out there, adding some more points to the RJC tally.
इस बार finals. Let's go. मजा आएगा.
OG keeping themselves
finals में मजा आएगा और
position.
Qualified man.
Seeing if they
qualified
towards 4 thrives.
Hashtag बनाने.
See who remains
वो भी अभी chicken पे.
Come the end of today. It'll be exciting to see
who
our lobby leader is when it's all said and done.
क्लाइम कर लेगी।
PTG here as well. Another team that it feels like even the potential of them really grinding for
क्या
the spot
इंडियन
they've
फ्लैग्स
been
आने
left
दो,
in, John, is
शेड में से
unlikely at
फ्लैग्स
this
आने दो.
point.
We are in finals, bro.
Yeah, it's getting less and less likely for a lot of teams as time goes on. And in terms of top
कल
5
बस
qualification, I'm afraid
अपनी
that
गॉड लक
Nuki
भी
will
अच्छा
not
खेल
be
ले भाई.
correct with his KRX prediction.
दो टीम दो भाई दोनों दबाई.
He's going to be down in a 9th place spot, but they're going to be seen again in the survival stage. I think I can guarantee that. I'm going to lock that one in. Zypher spots Shiva from X-Force
Close range
Rejects, and that
fight
is
में
going to be
fail
a quick flush. Their run may just have been drawn short on the north side, and RRQ, all they need to do is hold their nerve, stay alive, keep things together, and defend their patch, slap bang in the middle. Although
मिल
it's got
जाएगा
a lot
जोन.
less central now
फटाफट
with a
रोटेशन
hardy
मार लिया ना.
shift.
बहुत चीजें खाली पड़ी है इनके राइट साइड.
Zone crunching in. Goat already in position. GK making the move up as well. Alula,
जय माता
Furia,
दी, जय माता दी
really
भाई.
just the dribs and drabs that remain for Reject over that side as well, with OG potentially in a position to find them on their late pathing in. An Enigma side that looked very talented into the previous matchup off the back of the skillful plays we saw from Lord on the elevated angle towards the mountaintop. Seeing what more they'll get from this. That's the park up from Devil. I mean, there is potential for it, John.
Devil
RRQ
भाई,
have been attempting to
Devil
avoid
भाई क्या ही
fights
कर
up to
लेंगे यार
this point. There's
अकेले.
been a
इनको
couple of
चाहिए अभी और 5
opportunities where
पॉइंट.
teams have whizzed near.
तब
They
क्या
haven't
किए
risked it,
RRQ
which still
को
means there's a
मैच
chance.
करेंगे.
But if Reject
मुश्किल
can
है.
do much,
RGC
maybe
का
there's an
मुश्किल है कि
opportunity. It's
ये
only a
क्वालीफाई कर
solo
पाए.
though, so we're
Survival.
looking for a big finish on it with some more elims. It will not be an easy feat and requires RRQ to be shut down by a different team.
And I feel like RRQ's position is just so strong here. It's such a difficult position to try and get up on towards against the full force squad. If they're reactive and fast enough to respond to threats as they come their way, that is the major downside for RRQ, right? You have to play it fairly split in this location. And it looks like they are going to be, I mean, they're spiking out. They are making themselves known, which I think is the right play.
खुशी
Force
के
teams
मारे
around them
ज्वेल्स
to
आने दो.
fight against each other
सीधा
as
पानी
they
पूरी
try
वड़ा
and
पाव
set
सब आने
towards
दो.
it. This is what you need for RRQ. Keep that suppressive pressure.
क्या गंदी
Just
गन है भाई.
moving teams away from you. You do not want to give them the idea that, hey, you're a weak fight. But maybe Furia have found their opening. There is AGAL behind them that can make it harder, Jackie. But I feel like Furia, we know how hardy this team is. We know that they've got some real staying power. The question is, can they get up the side of this cliff?
A similar situation once again.
Imminent
for
finals,
Furia
yeah,
then.
man.
They've had plot armor in the previous game, but this one might be harder for them. Shots on target towards Liu, so AGAL start to back up. Look to close the distance between their split and play off each other. You've got good cover at least by pushing so far towards the ridge side, so you can't take shots from the top of RRQ. But fighting towards them, like you say, is another story.
It does allow RRQ a little bit more flexibility, I'd say, if you're confident that Fury is not going to push up that cliff, not going to go further in and try and loop around the cliff. You've got some more latitude to send your players to other angles, but there's plenty of angles to try and deal with. As Alula charge on in and take on AGAL and take a huge bite out of their player count. Down to 2 now, and that bubble just got a little bit safer. And 78 points for AGAL. Team Flash still 2 points ahead on 80.
Yeah, this is really rough for them,
Well,
John. If they
even
were
when I
looking
got
at the
like
idea of having another game where they could really ramp up those points and push themselves into a good spot, you're down to half your chance now with only 2 of the 4 players alive. They were attacked from the side by Goat as well. And although Furia was safe from the gaze from that top side view of RRQ, it's the roam in from Aurora that's closed the gap to allow them to get shots onto them. Made it more uncomfortable. Got that initial pick over.
Enigma Galaxy getting stuck in on that western flank. They are kind of outside in the cold right now, behind 4 drives, but getting a pick onto the open is good. But they've lost Coops on the backline and he's all the way out the blue, Jackie. I don't think that they're going to be able to get him back up there. Devil is keeping him company. Zypher in a real sticky spot, so it looks like that trade will be evened up. So 2 of our top 5 teams taking 1 player out from either side. And it is Devil who picks up the point there. Adds them up to 44 and a little bit closer to RRQ. So now you're no.
40 OG की फाइट लग रही है मेरे को. एकदम क्लोज आ गए.
That feels like a little, you know, little subtext storyline. We'll keep our eyes on it. It's not super likely with how it's going.
Okay.
But worth being aware of. I mean, he's still on the move, still alive for now.
Yeah, but the zone's coming to get him. He made a deal with himself to be able to get away with that one. I mean, RRQ with the assist from the high ground.
Devil यार बेचारा अकेले पूरा try hard कर रहा है अपनी टीम की आगे जाने के लिए.
But where does he go here? He's got to go
4
up,
point
he's got to
और
go
चाहिए.
around into OG, in towards RRQ. And there's not really a good choice here. It is stage 4, so the zone is quite survivable. So, yeah, okay, go for a long wrap. That probably makes more sense on it. Drops that adrenaline in as well, maxing out the stims, get as much healing as he can get.
We'll see how that pathing goes for him once he gets himself back into the zone, sustaining a decent amount of damage, but he had a few meds to try and buffer it out. Not easy, though. Not comfortable for Fribes with IQ, getting line of sight again to re-engage, so a bit of pressure applied from them. Now RQ still sitting where they hunkered down so long ago, waiting for a team to attempt to force the fight. GK with a connection in the rear. Fun to talk, seeing all of this commotion around them as well. As Nigma Galaxy move up towards Alula. That's top taken down by IQ, and Falak getting stuck in. As Aurora are suffering casualties.
This is dangerous for Aurora, they're not safe. But in its entirety, Nigma Galaxy a little bit better on the points tables, but going this low, trying to just wedge your way on through. Seems like they successfully shacked themselves up there. Get 2 of their players across as we hop on board with Alula. A lot of damage done towards GOAT team, and this was a team that was looking good for the top 5 not too long ago, but now their dreams are being dashed at the feet of Alula.
Alula, they formed a fist and they are punching through the defense of GOAT. Moxie takes a heavy blow down on his last legs as the team gets removed from the equation. Goodbye, GOAT. Alula coming alive as they begin to punish Nigma Galaxy. Absolutely collapsed on once again as well. Fragmenting the squad. 5 elims here, John.
Keeping up that pace, Alula have changed something. There is a different team right now playing for them, but losing one, taking a knock to the play zone as well. That's going to slow you down no matter who you are. Playing on us too.
4 man है ना अपन? हाँ 4 man.
I have to see what they can find. It is just too far away to hope for the bubble right now. And Aurora maybe breathing a little sigh of relief here with AGL getting cut down to 2. With only one of their players alive.
भाई कन्वर्ट मार लेना यहाँ
This
से
is not the situation
और
you
hashtag
want
1 आ
to be
जाए
in for Aurora. You
और आधा
definitely
घंटा स्ट्रीम एक्स्ट्रा
want to
करेंगे
be
भाई
putting a
देखेंगे
little
भाई
bit
क्या
more
होते हैं आगे
distance between you and that bubble, because 4 points is not enough to feel safe, especially when you think about teams that have the potential to get into this late game, like Furia, who are a little bit further behind, but definitely within striking distance.
Nigma Galaxy
यारी
go
OG
down
पे ही
to
जा
a
रही है लोग
combination of Aurora and 4 Fribes. Removed from the equation as our top team scrap amongst each other. RRQ finally play their card, but it's versus OG, and they come in full aggro. Good shots with the AUG, damage on target. Attempting to reposition RRQ down to 2 players. That's 1 cleanup as the shots hit onto Wizguard, and they are able to repel the initial assault. Aru behind the steering wheel looks to create space and get away. Play on as a solo.
That could have been the opportunity there. If RRQ had fumbled the roll-up, it could have been the chance for Devil to make his way on in, because he's completed that wraparound that we saw him go out wide for and is now pushing him from Chumasera. Could have survived a lot longer. Looked to get a point or 2 on. Elims get some placements coming through, but now the gap is 6 points, and it makes it all that much harder.
अरे अपना कंफर्म तो हो गया है
And in the conversation of who'd be on top come the end of the day, it's 4 Fribes that are once again getting the crowd hyped up with the plays. 4 Elims in the back pocket, always showing up in the Elim feed as the arena here at the Qiddiya City grid starts to roar. And Devil did make it in, like you say. RRQ found 2 picks onto OG though, and they're looking for the full flash back over. Aru's got something to say about it. Good for a clash up close. They're trying to force him out of the building and do so. Orangutan out of the running now as
nice try, but W's कर दो W's कर दो.
Added to their tally, pushing themselves further and further
Finals,
away.
bro.
Not too long from now, it could be the GK are up on the chopping block for 4 drives. The next challenge over towards RRQ.
A nade from Lapar. This is the star player that the desk was talking about, bringing him up as a real clutch
now
potential.
Now we're in finals, man.
Let's see if he's got a little bit more left to give in match 12
Chicken
of 12.
मारते हैं वो देख लेते.
As 4 thrives. Currently
अभी वो है कि
playing a
bottom
2-1
में से
split
नहीं
with
यार
Falak.
RRQ ने climb कर लिया.
On that western side, IQ much further inland. The back off comes through, and RRQ don't want anything more to do with that high ground. Certainly not at the moment.
AGL finally fall to Furia. TTG trapped down in the ditch with nades being dashed towards them. 24
already down
target. His eyes lighting up with the idea of a prospect of 4 more points for our top lobby team right now. And as the zone eats through them, they are finding success with ease.
Oh, T24 though stays a little bit too long. There is a response finally from Thunder Talk. AJ manages to thread that one through. Fury are getting picked apart in the meantime on the south side as Alola keep chowing down with their 2 players alive. The rest comes through. Falak wants to suppress the rotate, but Thunder Talk already lost one forwards. This is a wild charge from Falak. He is so overexposed on the hilltop. I'm surprised he didn't go down before. And RRQ are going to chime in. So is Doc from Aurora. Putting them back in their place. They may have broken the century, but you cannot get a little bit too ahead of yourself there. Either way, they've done enough. They will be top spot by the end.
10 elims and 1 representative of the squad still alive and kicking its IQ that was down towards the low ground, so he's safe. Doc watching that angle, like you say, they just hard commit, wanting to get the extra points to prove that they can bully this lobby.
Doc lines him up and knocks him down. That
solo representative of Aurora at least guaranteeing some extra boon for the squad. Devil still alive in the back of the vehicle as well.
मुश्किल है यार यहाँ से.
He's
भाई
barfing
try
around.
तो कर
I mean,
रहे.
Flash have been so quiet for so long, but thankfully for them, John, the other squads that were close to potentially forcing them out of that 5th place are already gone. They've already left this lobby.
Yeah, it's going to be nice and
trying
safe for
करना
them
यार,
to feel like there's really not much to
मुश्किल
challenge
है यार,
them.
कितना भी
As
try कर
Aurora
ले, बहुत
also
मुश्किल है.
bite the dust, but they've done enough to see themselves into that survival stage. It's likely that the tables have started to solidify. The only moving part here is Devil.
और जी second confirm है. बस April का chicken आया तो change हो सकते हैं.
And several hard places.
नहीं,
It is a tough approach to
11
this north
difference
side, and it needs RRQ to start going down because the placements are already at 2, which means that even just surviving is not going to be enough for him. And he goes down there.
Nice
That will
try
be
यार,
up on
RJC
3,
के
locked
लिए
in,
nice
Jackie.
try. Good,
X-Force
Devil
Rejects joins Thunder Talk and Gaming Stars taking the tumble down. So it's all up to the points now. Who's going to finish and where is it going to be?
Those keys now guaranteed to be crushed, but the dreams live on for
RRQ ने कर लिया,
RRQ
RRQ ने
side
कर
that
लिया.
fought for their right to survive here. Another blow back over to Aurora as Doc is shut down. And they're looking for even more. Eyes honed in towards the setup from the 2-2 split of GK. Our final decision comes down to who takes the chicken dinner then between these 4 remaining squads.
अगर April ने chicken मारा,
GK with the most central position, Flash with the high ground.
तो अपन third हो
As you said
जाएंगे,
before,
वरना second ही.
been fairly quiet over the course of this match so far, but they are starting to extend their influence now. GK in the more central spot, as I said before, but they're much more limited in terms of their maneuverability, in terms of their flexibility. It's a question of if they can force the other teams around them to fight with each other, or in the other instance, allow a team to just get straight up close to you. Now with Team Flash within nading range, it's going to get so much more hard for GK to hold off this location.
And Flash, after paying passive for so long, know that they can take risks now. So they look to advance down onto GK. Good first nade connection to blow one of the squad mates away. Present an opportunity to punish off the back of it, but RRQ with a third-party snipe from distance, starting to steal those points and increase the pressure that's mounting on Flash's shoulders.
कोई है क्या? इसमें top 5 के अंदर आने वाला कोई है?
Secure in their 5th place, but they'd like to go further to try and
Overall
join
ranking अगर देखने जाए, 81,
on the
67.
point scoring.
Ulf
A
ने अगर
little bit
chicken
higher up
मारा
on the tables. 4 thrives,
बहुत
OG,
kill लेने पड़ेंगे
Aurora,
तो कुछ changes आ
Galaxy.
सकते हैं
These 4 teams
वरना हो
pretty
सकती है
much,
top 5
yeah,
confirm हो
no,
चुकी
they
है
have made it
कोई chance
into
नहीं
those
है
grand finals directly. Flash
Ulf है
will be
67
joining
भी
them as well.
और 81
It's
और
really-
FL भी जिंदा है
I don't think it's possible. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not possible at this stage for Ulf to
नहीं है,
catch
अभी
up. I
top
don't
5
think
हो
there's
चुकी
enough
है,
points left in the
confirm हो
lobby to
चुकी
make up the difference, especially when you consider that Flash will also be getting
Ulf को
placement
अभी एक
points
नेड
for a
मार के
minimum
सबको
4th
फोड़ना
place.
पड़ेगा और चिकन
And
लेना
whatever else they're able to purloin from the rest of this lobby.
Just
नो
about
चांस वैसे तो नहीं
showmanship
है
at
हो
this
गया
point.
कंफर्म हो गया
Giving themselves some extra confidence going into the following games. Knowing you've got the comfortable nature of skipping that stage and coming back in to play your best. GK inside of the split as they're set up. Waiting for the advance to come in from Flash.
On that northern side, they've got that line up. They're allowing the teams to their south on the low ground to figure out how they want to try and manipulate this one as the nades keep rolling down the hill towards
FL पे पूरा हाई ग्राउंड है रे
making
ये
their
तो अभी
life
और किल्स उड़ाएंगे
very troublesome. Yeah, Ragnarok out in the open is not going to last. You can't really step out for it. And they add another point.
भाई लोग थोड़ा हार्ड स्पैम कर दो प्लीज
Racking up those elims, finding another knock over towards Kevin.
सभी लोग थोड़ा हार्ड
This might
स्पैम
be
कर
the
दो
final dispatch for Geek. Who will
बार
sit
थोड़ी सी
right
कार्सकिन
on top
अरे
of that
कार्सकिन
bubble. A
आएंगी
lovely nade posted
क्या
on
नीड
through,
मारा रे
stops them dead in their tracks.
FL
But the
का हो
12th
गया
place
ब्रो
there
बस
is
चिकन ना
going
मार
to be
दे
locked in. RRQ will be jumping over them with the placement points that they have earned, leaving Geek on that bubble, but nevertheless still in survival stages, which is more than could be said for the 3 teams beneath them.
Their keys will remain. And RRQ just proving that they've still got more to show over the course of the
FL चिकन ना
competition.
मार दे
Something that might give them an extra air, an extra reset, some wind under their sails once they get into that survival stage with the pathway they've guaranteed themselves.
Team Flash playing this one by the book. RRQ and Ulf both pushed up to these ridge lines that they have to breach through quickly and open up exposed angles against them. Flash need to be in position, ready to go for the shots, but it looks like they're more preoccupied over towards RRQ's position. And maybe rightly so, because they do find Genfos, but Ulf in the meantime have gotten up close. Maybe a little bit too close for comfort. The shots can start to ring through, but Posey doesn't have an angle on towards it, as Genfos still bleeding out, but the nades now can come on in. Zeus is in danger, so's Tops. And there's the approach coming through from Ketch and Calci off on the other angle. Aaron and Scarface playing off one another beautifully. Genfos does get flushed away. LeBron now the last to stand for RRQ, but Ulf have managed to turn this one topsy-turvy.
Yeah, they've really thrown a spanner in the works here, and they jump back behind the steering wheel to keep more pressure on Flash. Down through the Molotov thrown in as well, giving them a little bit of space to play off on this one. Distance firefight RRQ.
Yeah,
putting onto it with a good angle to try and punish onto Flash. Got to tuck in behind the vehicle.
Oh no.
Yeah, it's right up in their face, John. Taking it to them.
Wolves at the door, and they will echo.
Okay, bro, we are
with
second ही रहे
the
लगभग
sound of a shotgun shell, and now it's Lepar.
मर गई ना?
He is in a 1 versus 1 technically.
like the
He's
points
got a little
कितने
bit of
मिले वो
time
देखो।
here. Has Calci to deal with on the low ground. He finds it, and now there's only one more player up top.
Second ही है भाई लोग,
Deal
second ही है
with the vehicle. The death departing explosion there puts the final nail in. Lepar looking pretty good, but it is Ulf to find the chicken dinner and a place in the survival stage.
Ulf नहीं पहुंच पाई
You see the
नहीं
excitement,
second ही है भाई
the celebration, and the faces of defeat for some of our squads. They fought as hard as they could. For some, the
बेचारे
journey
यार कुछ
ends. For
points से
others,
रह
it's
गए
just beginning with a battle for survival in our following stage. But for the lucky few, John, that were able to write history for themselves, they've guaranteed that opportunity to go directly through to the finals. In the space of 2 days, the competition has reached an enticing pitch already.
What a treat Group A has been. Group B, I'm hoping, is going to be similarly high octane. That would be fantastic. We've got 2 days of survival beyond that as well, where we'll see the returning middle cadre of teams that played in both of those groups as well, joining once again for another shot at those grand finals. And I think that there has certainly been some phenomenal turns of events here. 4 Thrives have proved themselves
फाइनल्स में एक टीम तो चली,
to
अरे हो
be
जाएगा ब्रो,
deserving
गॉडलाइक भी कर ली।
of that top spot as well. From
बस
that
हुआ है कि ओजी
PMGO
लास्ट टाइम
season,
आई थी,
people
एक्सपीरियंस
still
लिया,
sometimes
कैसे
had
क्या
questions.
करना है क्या
Not me,
नहीं,
never
ग्राइंड
me,
किया
but some people
and result दिया।
certainly questioned, are they a mainstay
समझ रहे हो?
team? Can they keep it going? The
Main हुआ है
answer
कि
in this group, a
अपनी गलतियों से
resounding
सीखे,
yes
एक्सेप्ट
against
किया
some of
कि हाँ
the
भाई हम
strongest
गंदा
teams
खेले,
in the world.
ग्राइंड किया
They've had
एंड
such
वापस से आए
resilience.
एंड मचा दिया
Such
भाई,
beautiful
नो डाउट
individual
मचा दिया
skill
भाई,
as well.
ओजी ने
The plays
मचाया।
we've seen from the entire roster, passing the baton at multiple times to guarantee themselves more and more inside of these battlegrounds. And I'm very glad that we'll get to see more from them.
आप आज भी खुश
It's
है
unfortunate we'll have to
ये,
say goodbye to some
but
of
वो है
our
कि
teams,
भाई
John.
फर्स्ट रह
But the
गया
ones
अपना।
that go on to survival stage, they've earned that spot.
Absolutely. A big benefit of being in the top 5 as well is that you can really focus on analysis, on really practicing, on getting those strategies ingrained onto your team, as well as researching the
Next
other
one, like,
team
yes, bro,
more
कल
through
ही है
survival
अपने
stage
matches,
whilst being able
वापस
to
से।
keep your playbook.
कल ही वापस से होपफुली भाई अपनी गॉडलाइक भी फुल रेडी रहे, फुल पंप रहे कल। बाकी अभी कुछ नहीं है ना भाई लोग की, कुछ है आई गेस ये खत्म है ना, तो फिर अभी मैं छुट्टी लेता हूँ। अगर अभी खत्म हो चुका है तो छुट्टी लेता हूँ एंड फिर वापिस से अपन मिलते हैं। अभी पकड़ के चलो आधे घंटे में वापिस से मैं आता हूँ। मतलब मैचेस तो ओवर हो गए, अभी और कुछ है क्या? पॉइंट टेबल वो तो मैंने देख ही लिया, वैसे रुक जाते हैं, रुको पॉइंट टेबल ले लेते हैं, देख लेते क्या है।
Our performance because we missed a lot of chickens and we will improve in finals, inshallah.
Wow, okay. I mean, still placing in the top spot, but still things to improve on. I like that. Now, Falak, the expectations for you guys is pretty high, okay? Coming off the back of a PMGO victory, and now here, you guys must feel like you're in a really good position to take top spot. Did you exceed your expectations by placing first in group stage, or was this the plan the whole time?
I mean, it's amazing to finish #1 in group stages as well, but the main goal is finals, and our goal is to finish #1 in the finals, so we can win back-to-back championships and make our name in history.
I mean, speaking of making a name in history, the PMGO win, if you manage to secure the win at PMWC, and then in your home country, PMGO, that would be pretty good, wouldn't it, IQ?
Yeah, of course.
Of course it would be pretty good. Right, guys, we have something special to do, which I'm pretty sure you know. Follow me. We're going to go over to the Crusher. Now, as first place finishers, right here at the group stage for your group, you get to do the fun part. Now, I would like you to come and stand up here, all 4 of you, please, behind the awesome Crusher. Now, before we get into the meat of this, can I get you guys to budge around? Budge around a little bit. Budge around, move around, move around, move around. Now, before we get into the meat of this, we've got to say our commiserations, of course, but 3 teams underperformed here. And it's brutal, but it's fair. Gaming Stars, Thunder Talk Gaming, and of course X-Force Rejects will be eliminated from the competition. Is there anything that you would like to say to them before you crush their keys?
Sorry guys for crushing your keys, and bye-bye.
Ah, sorry guys, and goodbye. All right, IQ, can you please press this button, and that will turn on the Crusher and reveal the teeth. Here we go.
क्या सिस्टम है भाई ये?
Okay. Would you like to pull on this lever, crush the remaining keys, and send them into the elimination zone? 3, 2, 1. See you later. Was that satisfying?
Yeah, that's too much.
Too satisfying. Well, you might get to do it in the final with 15 keys. That's the plan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the plan. All right, 4 Thrives, congratulations in placing first in Group A. We've got so much more PMWC action coming your way over the next few days. You can hear the crowd going nuts for 4 Thrives. That's what we like to see here at PMWC. But for now, let's head back to the studio so that they can talk about everything that happened over the last 2 days of groups.
It's a sight that we're getting used to seeing. 4 Thrives just dominating in...
चलो फिर भाई लोग बस करते हैं फिर ये वाला स्ट्रीम। अभी आगे का अगर आपको देखना है तो आप ऑफिशियल चैनल पे देख लो। वैसे आई डोंट थिंक अभी कुछ है, अभी वही है कि पॉइंट्स टेबल आएगा पॉइंट टेबल तक का ही है अभी जो है। रुक यार, पॉइंट टेबल देख के ही जाते हैं यार, चलो पूरा करके ही जाते हैं।
Like pure firepower, but of
पॉइंट टेबल
course
देख के ही जाते हैं, फिर मैं बंद
they
करता
don't
हूँ।
think that's good enough. And look, that's okay. They want to add the wins to that valiant effort as well.
Especially because we're going to have Smash Rule.
Especially, you want to make sure you can actually get those chicken dinners.
Max.
You know, they didn't do it in PMGO Season 1.
One thing we shall not
कोई
forget.
दिक्कत नहीं, bro.
Congratulations,
मैं वापस
Fourth
से
Rise.
रुक
You're
गया।
able to get that first place here for Group A. But this is the first time in a long time that we're going to have an India team at a global final.
So I want to take you guys back to the PMWL 2020 Eastern Region. Orange Rock, TSM entity, they made it to the finals and actually did really good back in that event. But now, it has been 5 years, 11 months and 29 days, and that streak has now ended as Orangutan make it to your PMWC 2026 Grand Finals.
And a great performance from that squad, if we're being completely honest. The way that they were able to perform yesterday was impressive in the way that they started off so slow and they were able to become aggressive. This is what we've been wanting to see out of the Indian teams, to match the aggressiveness that the global lobby is currently showcasing. They were able to do that, and they were consistent as well today. WizGod was able to actually get a lot of placement points for that squad in 2 matches.
He really was. It was so exciting to see. And you know what's even crazier, is that Orangutan, out of the 2 Indian teams that we have here, we have Godlike coming up in Group B. Orangutan is the more passive of the 2. Now let's just take a moment and let that sink in. Orangutan are the most passive of the 2 Indian teams here. They're in 2nd place. They've been going all over the place. They've been controlling the lobby. What is it going to happen with Group B? I'm scared for everybody else now.
I mean, I was scared after they got their first chicken dinner on Game 6 of day 1. I was like, okay, we need to see a continuation. I was not expecting a back-to-back win. Okay, that was 100% to the absolute limit. So they're confident. I hope they can bring that confidence into the next stage, which is going to be the Grand Finals. Very exciting. So Aru and the boys keep it going.
Yeah, they're definitely going to keep it going as we're going to be seeing the top 5. There you have it. 4 Thrives, Orangutan, Aurora Gaming, Team Flash, and Enigma Galaxy. Woo! I'm happy to see that team go back to the finals. And another team that I actually have to give major props to has to be Aurora Gaming. This looks like the squad that we usually expect, Nectura.
It is. I was just thinking that. It's like, oh, finally. They're not just sneaking their way into the top 5 just by the skin of their teeth. Finally,
let's go.
We have a team that has
W's कर दो जाते जाते
here throughout the 2 days. Maybe a little less yesterday, but look, very even across the board. 30 points, 60 elimination points to make that 90-point total. So I'm really, really happy with this. It gives me a little bit of help for those finals.
Yeah, and a bit of a heartbreak too if we're looking at 6th place, Slays, because all esports, they were expected to go directly to the...
बाकी अभी अपन मिलते आधे घंटे में, आधे घंटे नहीं 9:30 तक मैं आता हूँ, ठीक है? 9:30 तक मैं आता हूँ एंड फिर अपन अपना रैंक पुश कंटिन्यू करते। बाकी आई होप सो आपको मजा आया होगा वॉच पार्टी में। अगर नहीं आया, अगर मेरे से कुछ गलतियां हो रही है तो क्या करो पता है, ये जैसे स्ट्रीम एंड होगी उसके कमेंट सेक्शन में डाल देना कि भाई ये चीज पे फोकस करो, वो चीज पे फोकस करो, तो वो मेरे लिए फीडबैक अच्छा रहेगा एंड हेल्पफुल रहेगा। तो मेक श्योर आप अपना फीडबैक दे दो आफ्टर ये स्ट्रीम जैसे एंड होती है, नीचे कमेंट सेक्शन खुल जाएगा, उसके अंदर डाल देना, मैं जरूर चेकआउट कर लूंगा। बाकी सी यू ऑल, टेक केयर, गुड नाइट तो नहीं, टेक केयर। आप भी अभी थोड़ा डिनर वगैरह कर लो, नाश्ता पानी कर लो। अपन मिलते हैं अभी थोड़ी देर में ही, आधे घंटे में आते हैं, फिर नॉन स्टॉप 6-7 घंटे की स्ट्रीम करते एंड एंजॉय करते हैं। बाकी सी यू ऑल, टेक केयर, बाय बाय एंड मिलते हो आधे घंटे में। एंड एक डब्ल्यूज स्पैम करते रहो नॉन स्टॉप। इंडियन फ्लैग स्पैम होना चाहिए, फुल ऑन स्पैम कर दो। जब एक ही चीज चलनी चाहिए चैट में और कुछ नहीं। बाकी अपने भाई लोगों ने कर लिया भाई, दे मेड इट टू फाइनल्स। लास्ट टाइम वापस बैक टू पवेलियन आए थे, बट इस बार फाइनल्स जाएंगे एंड वहां भी मचाएंगे। बाकी या मिलते अपन कल यार क्यों कल बोल रहा हूँ, क्या ये सच तो नहीं होने वाला। मिलते हैं अपन थोड़ी देर में एंड बाय बाय।